The Immortal Stranger. Starting as a traveling merchant, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551 Invitation. Without thinking too long, Zhao Chen chose to give up temporarily. Although he likes taking risks, he is not the kind of person who has to take a gamble, even though he knows the risks are great. Moreover, the benefits gained from the premonition are just to thoroughly master the current position, which is not too tempting for Zhao Chen. You know, because of the frequent collection of wind, his progress in the investigator stage is not slow. Even if he acts step by step, it will only delay him for a month at most. As the owner of the Dairi Xingcha, I'm not willing to do this kind of business, where the effort and benefits are completely disproportionate. Zhao Chen shook his head gently and took his eyes away from the thin booklet. But at this moment, an indescribable sound came from his soul, and his progress in investigator suddenly advanced a lot, and he was only a step away from being completely digested. This is, I see. Weighing the pros and cons, and actively giving up the investigation when encountering an extremely risky event, is also the rule of the investigator. Although the star collector or investigator has the instinct to unravel the veil above the mystery, one of the core elements of the Great Sun Star Chariot is transaction after all, so the investigation cannot lose money. I just had a hunch that, if I took a risk, I would be able to completely master the position of the talisman, but I didn't think about not making a loss-making deal, which would also meet the requirements of the investigator. Well, come to think of it, that hunch came a little strangely. Although it can be explained by inspiration and intuition, it may also be the temptation of the essence of this 100 Flowers book to me. Squinting his eyes, Zhao Chen's spiritual consciousness moved slightly, and he carefully checked his own situation, but found nothing unusual. It was just because the progress of the investigator increased, his true essence grew a little bit again, and he was one step closer to the 9th transformation of mana. There are no signs of contamination, and my 5 immortal spiritual key has Huang Di Zongzu, King Di protecting soul, and Beidi Chapeau, so it is difficult for ordinary external evil to invade. So, there is a force interfering with me at a higher level? Who could it be? The flower god? What on earth is that thing? Next, Zhao Chen immersed his mind into the Great Sun Star Raft again. After confirming that there was really no problem, he breathed a sigh of relief and stopped worrying about it. However, he did not plan to study this 100 Flowers book in depth in the short term. But not studying does not mean not using it. So after leaving the star raft, Zhao Chen picked up the thin booklet again, injected mana into it, and summoned out the Thunder Princess Fang Pei Niang who was hiding in it. This female master, the head of the Lei Ji sect, a small sect in Yangzhou, is likely to be related to the Star Raft's accessory profitable immortal staff, and he had to ask some details about it. Therefore, Zhao Chen spent the entire second half of the night in a question and answer session with this tall, high-nosed, phoenix-eyed, and cold-tempered Taoist woman in a Taoist robe. Early the next morning, when Zhao Chen was reluctant to take back the 100 Flowers book from Miss Fang, the door was knocked at the right time. The person who came was none other than Levi Garsha, who served as the coachman for their group. He was also the manager who took care of the food, clothing, housing and transportation of the traveling team. This wizard from the west not only brought breakfast to Zhao Chen, but also brought an invitation. Invitation? Zhao Chen was stunned for a moment, then asked, who sent it? Levi's nose moved slightly, and he smelled a faint strange fragrance, but he did not ask more, and only answered respectfully, it was sent by the Lu Gongbei of the Mu family in Zhuancheng. Lu Gongbei? Muzarun? Zhao Chen thought for a moment, and remembered who this person was. He couldn't help but laugh and said, I defeated his son Jiu Zigongzi in Shanghai not long ago. Is he trying to get back at me? Having said that, Zhao Chen remembered that Muzarun was also hiding in a restaurant outside Shanghai City to watch the battle, and he also performed a helpless drama on his own. Fortunately, Meng Zuling was watching him, otherwise his performance would have been in vain. But logically speaking, if he really had something to hide, shouldn't he meet with him in private? What's the point of sending out such a high-profile invitation? As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen looked at Li Wei again and asked successively, "Do you know why Mu Zirong invited me to his house? Did he invite anyone else?" He just glanced at the invitation, and the reason was not stated on it. "I've inquired about it. It's that Master Mu who is going to marry a concubine, and the wife is a fairy from the aristocratic Meng family. He not only invited you, but all the major forces in Zuancheng also received the invitation. Although we have only been in Zuancheng for one night, several vampire families have been cultivating in the northwest of Daxia for hundreds of years, and have their own sources of intelligence. Marry a fairy from the Meng family as a concubine?" Zhao Chen was really surprised when he heard this. You know, the Mu family is only a hegemon in the small place of Zuancheng, and the gap between them and the aristocratic Meng family is like heaven and earth. The daughter of the Meng family, even if she is from a branch family, who can be called a fairy, is likely to have at least the cultivation level of the Gangsha realm, and it is unlikely that she will be Mu Zirong's concubine. After all, the title of concubine is just a nice name, and the laws of Daxia do not recognize it at all. In fact, she is just a concubine. What's more, according to the internal information I got from the Taoist office and the Six Gates, the Meng family is actually the main family of the Mu family. How can a servant take a lady from the master's family as a concubine? Isn't this a slap in the face of the Meng family? Are the people of the Mu family crazy? Zhao Chen thought so, and asked Li Wei. Li Wei was actually very puzzled about this, because in addition to Mu Zirong, the other magical masters of the Mu family also tacitly agreed to this marriage, which seemed extremely strange. The news of this marriage was only spread last night. Meng is far away in Kingshao, so she hasn't received the news yet. Moreover, the wedding date is very urgent, so it is set tonight. There may be something wrong here. Besides, there is no good banquet. You'd better refuse it, young master, Li Wei suggested after serious consideration. Zhao Chen obviously thought so too. He took a pen and paper and planned to write a letter of refusal and then let Li Wei send it to the Mu family. But at this moment, Meng Zuling brought Feng Wan, Ning Meng and others into his room. Although the face of the humanoid girl was still calm, her action of rushing over itself showed that something was wrong. What's wrong? Zhao Chen put down his pen and scanned the faces of several girls. He found that except Meng Zuling, the expressions of the others were very confused. They must have been forcibly pulled here. Just now, a sudden mysterious force enveloped the entire city. Now it's probably impossible to enter Zuancheng. Although Meng Zuling's tone remained flat, her extremely fast speaking speed revealed her inner solemnity. After listening to Meng Zuling's words, Zhao Chen was surprised, but his eyes inexplicably stayed on the invitation that had just been sent. Chapter 552, Mutation. It seems that there is no way to refuse this farce of Mu Zirong marrying a concubine. Zhao Chen's intuition told him that the change in Zuancheng was most likely caused by the strange wedding of the Mu family. Meng Zuling followed Zhao Chen's sight and found the invitation on the case investigation. Since she had not updated the data yet, she did not know the inside story, so she could not help but ask, "Marry a concubine?" Her tone was still calm, but Zhao Chen still heard the curiosity. After Li Wei briefly introduced the situation of the Mu family, not only Meng Zuling, but also Feng Wan, Ning Meng and others who were not in good spirits, were awakened and frowned. If this is really the work of the Mu family, what are they planning? There are still nearly 6 hours before the wedding in the evening. The abnormality in Zuancheng cannot be unnoticed. When the real person Dongxuan comes, no matter what they plan, it will not be realized. Lady Feng Wan asked in confusion. This snow eagle sword has the appearance of a westerner wearing the name of Zhao Chen's maid Hallie, and currently has long curly hair of a slightly dull red color. The little girl Ning Meng with silver hair and red eyes said nothing, but her expression was a little worried. She had the least experience in the martial arts world, and was rather helpless about this kind of emergency. As for the vampires who followed Ning Meng, except for a few one or two, basically none of them were good at using their brains. We can detect abnormalities, but people outside may not be able to discover them in a short time. After all, Zuancheng is currently in a state where people can enter but not leave. Meng Zuling said lightly. But what about the people in the Six Gates and the Daoguan office in Zuancheng? They won't be unable to discover the abnormalities, right? What's more, the backquote lane where we are staying has a great background and always has ways to communicate with the outside world at this point. Feng Wan's mind suddenly became a little dazed, and she paused for a moment, but she immediately came to her senses, and a look of surprise appeared on her face disguised as taxi. When I mentioned communicating with the outside world just now, I subconsciously wanted to give up this idea. Is this the power covering Zhuangsheng interfering with my mind? Meng Zuling nodded slightly. To be more precise, it's backquote charm. That power is charming everyone in Zhuangsheng, making them no longer think about communicating with the outside world. As for leaving Zhuangsheng, I'm afraid they won't even reach the boundary covered by that power, and will return on their own. The level of that backquote charm is very high, almost giving me a sense of backquote mystery, and ordinary magical powers may not be able to resist it. The reason why I'm fine is because I'm special, and I have a top grade magical power. At this point, she glanced at Zhao Chen and continued, as for you, it's probably because of the young master that you can get rid of the charm effect. Zhao Chen understood what Meng Zuling said. Except for Meng Zuling, the ownership of the people present, including the vampires, was in his hands, so it would not be easily charmed by outsiders. Although Zhao Chen's own strength was low, this relationship was notarized by the Dairi Xingcha, so it was effective. As far as I know, the Mu family's 1000 characters magical power has a variety of effects due to different word combinations, but it is not good at charm. In addition to Mu Zirang's clumsy performance outside Zangai City, maybe the Mu family is also a victim of this incident, and the real Black Hand is someone else. While speaking, Meng Zuling picked up the invitation on the table and seemed to have used some kind of detection type magical power, but failed to obtain useful information. No matter who is behind the scenes, we still have to disclose the abnormal things happening in Zhuangsheng to the outside world first. Zhao Chen said as he separated his spirit and entered the Sun Star Chariot and briefly informed Yan Hangsha of the situation through the contact. But Sister Hangsha's level is still relatively low, and it is difficult for her to report to the Dunksuan Master at the first time. If Hangai is outside, the efficiency will be higher. Unfortunately, although she did not stay at my place last night, she did not leave the city, and she may have been enchanted at this moment. After all, she and I only have a contract. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen decided to take advantage of the time before the wedding to go to the edge of Zhuangsheng to investigate and see what the nature of the power that enveloped the entire city is, and by the way, investigate the current situation of the Mu family. After telling his plan, Meng Zuling said directly, I will go with you. Zhao Chen shook his head, you stay in the inn to protect them. I'm worried that the mastermind behind the scenes in the Mu family may have other actions. I can only feel at ease if there is a supernatural power left behind. Human County City, the Yan family residence. Yan Hangsha, dressed in a red flying fish dress, had just returned from a business trip in Jinsao. Before she had time to go to the Daoguan office to go through the formal procedures, she received a message from Zhao Chen through the master. The changes in Zhuangsheng. Why does Zhao Chen encounter such changes wherever he goes? Well, although I believe Zhao Chen, I don't have direct evidence. Even if I report it, it will be too late when the senior officials of the Daoguan office organize people to verify it. We have to think of a way to attract attention. Wait, Zhao Chen suggested that I go to Wuiyao Valley and tell the newly promoted Fairy Qin Sheng about this? When did he have such a good relationship with Fairy Qin? Besides, even if we want to find someone whose words carry weight, shouldn't I go find the Sakura Dragon Fairy? Why should I tell Qin Sheng? Yan Hangsha was full of doubts. After all, as an outsider, Qin Sheng's identity was actually very embarrassing, and it was difficult for him to gain the trust of the local forces in Ganzhou. But despite her doubts, she still had to faithfully complete the task given by Zhao Chen, so her silk stockings were covered with clouds, and she flew up to the sky in an instant, rushing towards the direction of Sand Mountain. In a restaurant in a small town more than 100 miles southeast of Zhuangsheng, the contemporary genius of the aristocratic Meng family, Taixu Heart Sword Meng Sichen was enjoying breakfast, but suddenly, he put down his chopsticks, and even his favorite wontons could no longer attract his attention. I saw a vertical golden sword suddenly flash between the eyebrows of the young man in white, and then disappeared. But in just this moment, Meng Sicheng's expression became uncertain. Is there any movement in the nearby Heart Realm? It seems that a large area of Heart Islands is moving towards the Heart Realm coordinates corresponding to Zhuangcheng. What on earth happened? By the way, I remember that the local Snake Mu family in Zhuangcheng is a subordinate of my Meng family. Maybe I can ask them a thing or two. Huh? Mu family? Wait. I remember when I took on the task of tracking down the evil spirit, my uncle once read my fortune and got the words Mu and Meng. Could the changes in my mind realm right now be caused by that evil spirit? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553 Maple Forest Village. Suzhou, as one of the northwestern states of Daxia, is located east of Ganzhou. A mountain village called Fenglin is located on the border of the two states on the Suzhou side. The mountain people of Fenglin village go west over the not so high Fenglin mountain and walk more than 10 miles to Shuangjiao town in Guzhang county of Ganzhou. And Shuangjiao town is where Meng Sicheng is in the restaurant. Of course, Meng Sicheng only noticed the abnormal movement in the nearby Heart Realm at this time, and did not lock the source of the abnormal movement, but another person who was investigating the existence of the so-called Che family treasure in this area immediately turned his attention to the village on the other side of Fenglin Mountain. Immediately afterwards, a golden light suddenly appeared above Fenglin village. It was only a thin line at first, but then the line continued to expand and turned into a double door. Soon, a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 demon horses with the Mu emblem engraved on the carriage drove out from the open gate and floated quietly on the clouds. It seemed conspicuous, but it did not attract the attention of the villagers of Fenglin village. In the carriage, a young man who looked only about 20 years old gently waved his folding fan, and his eyes fell through the window to a couple in the village below. The space in the carriage was very large, and many beautiful maids surrounded the young man, serving him tea and water, feeding him fruits. On a futon opposite the young man, an old man with silver hair sat upright, but his forehead was full of sweat at this moment, and he looked extremely anxious. The young man retracted his gaze, put his arm around the waist of a maid, and then glanced at the old man, smiled and said, "You just brought me to the gate of this so-called Che family ancestral land, and something happened to the corresponding Heart Realm island? Is it too coincidental? Or does it not welcome me?" Although these words sounded casual, the old man was so frightened that he fell to his knees on the floor of the carriage, explaining repeatedly, "My lord, the change in the entrance of Fenglin village has nothing to do with me. Maybe it was the man who took away the bitch Chaden Ping that touched." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the young master who waved his hand. He picked up a piece of letter paper that appeared from the void, threw it to the old man and said, "Okay, don't be so nervous. This is the information I just got from the Taoist office and the 6 gates. People in Fenglin village have frequently fallen into madness in the past half month. The Taoist office has sent people to investigate, but they should still be on the way. This shows that the Heart World Island where your Che family's ancestral land is located has had an accident at least half a month ago." The old man let out a long sigh of relief when he heard this. He knew very well how terrible the young master in front of him was, and he also knew that he had a weird temper and was moody. If he angered the other party, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Fortunately, the young master was reasonable this time and did not take his anger out on me. Thinking of this, the old man wiped the sweat from his forehead, then forced himself to calm down, picked up the letter, and began to read. Just as he finished reading the last line of text, the young master's question came, "How is it? Did you see anything?" Reporting to the young master, "As far as I know, the seal on the entrance to the ancestral land was jointly arranged by our ancestor Chezun and Emperor Tezu of the Song dynasty. Even after more than 8,000 years, there should not be any loopholes. But this intelligence says that people in Fenglin village have been going crazy since 20 years ago, but not as frequently as in the past half month. The entrance to Fenglin village is connected to the island of the Heart World, and if the power of the Heart World escapes, ordinary people who come into contact with it will not be able to resist it at all, and madness is inevitable. This shows that there was actually a problem with the ban on the ancestral land 20 years ago, and something major happened in the past half month that caused the ban to gradually become ineffective. The young man asked with interest, while enjoying the service of several maids in the carriage. Then do you know what might have happened? The old man trembled when he was asked. He thought for a long time, until the smile on the young man's face gradually faded. He suddenly thought of something and said quickly, the key. It is likely that there is a problem with the key to the entrance. It was destroyed, or someone cut off the connection with the entrance seal. Key? What key? You didn't say it before. The young man asked with a smile. The old man knelt on the ground again and said in a trembling voice, young master, please forgive me, because I don't know much about the key. I only learned from a few words in the family classics that the ancestor killed a monster called Wutan God and refined its horn into a key, but I don't know what the key is used for. Oh, Wutan God. This is getting more and more interesting. I wasn't very interested in your so-called treasure, but you keep surprising me. Not bad, very good. The young master's mouth curled up, and then threw a grape handed over by the maid beside him to the old man, and said with a smile, this is a reward for you. The old man respectfully took the grape. Although he tried his best to suppress his excitement and joy, there was still some excitement in his voice. Thank you for the reward, young master. You must know that this is not an ordinary grape, but the fruit of the sacred tree left over from the ancient Buddhism. Each one can make the soul power of the eater soar, and will not be easily deceived by spiritual illusions. This thing may be just a good food for the young man, but it is a precious treasure for the old man. Especially before entering the ancestral land and the spiritual island, the value of this grape is self-evident. After the reward, the young man stretched out his finger and drew a line in the air, and then the shadows of a young man and woman appeared in front of the old man. Without waiting for the old man to ask, the young man said, I just made a simple calculation, and the result is, if you want to know what happened here, the clues will fall on the man and woman who just entered the village. But it's best not to use force. This task is left to you. I'll wait for your news in the carriage. I hope you can tell me the result before the sun sets. Hearing this, the old man bowed solemnly and said solemnly, I will obey the young master's decree. The young man waved his hand and sent the old man out of the carriage. Then he hugged a maid who came forward and said to himself, this is getting more and more interesting. I wonder if it can bring me some surprises. I haven't experienced the emotion of surprise properly for a long time. In Fenglin village, Chu Yunmo, who was wearing a purple dress, looked around and said to the man next to him, Brother Lin Feng, is this your hometown? It doesn't seem to be anything special. And why are we here? Chapter 554 Unexpected Person. The young man and woman who entered Fenglin village were Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo, disciples of Ling Fort, who were once captured by Zhao Chen in Wuiao Valley. Since Lin Feng was valued by the golden box 5 keys, a Xingcha accessory, Zhao Chen wanted to find out the secret, so he deliberately let him and his junior sister go. Both of them had their memories tampered with, and they thought they were abducted by the eldest brother Mingai who was possessed by the demon cultivator. After reporting to the master of Ling Fort, they were released as bait. Unfortunately, the blood godson on Mingai had long become a collection of Qinsheng, and his original body might not even have discovered that the blood godson had lost contact, so it was naturally impossible for him to take the bait. As for Lin Feng insisted on returning to the Maple Forest village, where he was born. This was naturally a hint from Zhao Chen. After all, Zhao Chen felt that the village with Xingcha accessories would not be simple, and he might be able to peek into some secrets through Lin Feng, a special person. When Lin Feng heard his junior sister's question, he was a little dazed at first, but soon came back to his senses and sighed. Since I was chosen by the master to leave home, I haven't been back yet. I just came to see you this time. Of course, this is not true. He actually lost the treasure and felt uncomfortable, so he subconsciously wanted to go back to the place where he got the treasure to take a look. This was also a hint from Zhao Chen. Chu Yunmo didn't think much about it. She held an inconspicuous small bottle in her hand, followed Lin Feng's footsteps, and looked around, fearing that the demon possessed by the senior brother would suddenly appear. She never forgot that she and senior brother Lin were released by Elder Lei as bait. Of the two, although Lin Feng looked ordinary, he had a good temperament and a sense of vicissitudes. Chu Yunmo was even more fairy-like, and their arrival naturally attracted the attention of the villagers of Fenglan village. Soon, a well-dressed middle-aged man with a wealthy appearance came to greet him, followed by 3 warriors with the cultivation level of the true Qi realm. This middle-aged man was the village chief of Fenglan village. He took a quick look at the man and woman in front of him, and concluded that they must have extraordinary origins, and their cultivation was probably much higher than the martial artists he hired. After all, the mountain road was difficult to walk on, but the 2 people in front of him were dressed in bright clothes and their shoes were unusually clean. This could only mean one thing, that they mastered the method of flying. Thinking of the strange things that had happened in the village recently, the village chief immediately bowed and asked, "I wonder if the 2 guests are Taoist officials from the county?" Taoist officials? Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo looked at each other and guessed that there might be something wrong in the village. If it were in the past, Lin Feng would definitely back off and not get involved in the muddy water, but Fenglin village was his hometown after all. Even if he advocated caution, he couldn't just stand by and watch. "Uncle, no need to be polite, I'm back." Lin Feng helped the village chief in vain, and then asked directly, "Did something happen in the village?" Although Fenglin village is a large village with a population of over 1,000, Lin Feng is, after all, a cultivation seed taken away by a major sect, and is considered a celebrity in the village. So even though he hasn't seen him for many years, the village chief still recognized him, after staring at Lin Feng's face for a while. Immediately, the middle-aged man danced with joy, and excitedly held Lin Feng's hand, saying repeatedly, "It turns out that Fenja is back. Good. Years ago, when the news came that you had cultivated magic power and became the true disciple of Ling Castle, even the county magistrate came to the village in person to congratulate you. He didn't really know what magic power meant, but he knew that it was a realm that even the county magistrate had to respect. It was even because the village had Lin Feng, the true disciple of Ling Castle, that the Taoist office sent people to check, because some villagers went crazy. Seeing that he was emotional, even excited to the point of being unable to control himself, Lin Feng felt something was wrong, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was a normal reaction, so he just quietly cast a calming spell on him, and then said, "Uncle, don't be so excited. If something really happened in the village, you can tell me directly." As he said that, he pointed to Chu Yunma behind him. "Besides, I brought my fellow disciples with me, and it's not the right way for us to talk here." The village chief seemed to have broken free from a certain state at this time. His cheeks were abnormally rosy, and he was still a little excited and said, "Look at me, I really neglected this fairy." He slapped his forehead, apologized immediately, and then hurriedly welcomed the 2 into a large house in the village. Chu Yunmo frowned at this time and whispered secretly, "Senior brother Lin, has the village chief always been so enthusiastic? He used to be very steady, otherwise he wouldn't have become the village chief at such a young age. But I've been away from the village for many years, and people change." Lin Feng was also alert in his heart, but he didn't dare to guarantee that there was a problem. Chu Yunmo nodded slightly, seemingly accepting Lin Feng's words, but he held the small bottle in his hand tighter. After the 2 and the village chief entered the big house, an old man with white hair calmly showed up. He looked up at the new family carriage that he couldn't find in the clouds, and then he thought to himself, the young master said that the clue is on these 2 disciples of Ling Castle. But listening to the previous conversation, it seems that this young couple doesn't know what happened. Could it be that they are related to the ancestral land? Well, it seems that all kinds of outward emotions of the people in this village will be magnified. No wonder so many people have gone crazy in a short period of time. But I didn't notice the existence of mental pollution. It seems that the level of changes in the heart world is very high. If so, then I'd better not intervene first and use the hands of the young man and woman to uncover the truth. I just don't know if the young master will be satisfied with such a negative attitude. Zhuancheng, steam train station. Zhao Chen strolled on the platform, looking around at the people who dragged their luggage into the station. but left in a hurry for some reason. He even saw a few monks who had opened at least 7 orifices and wanted to board the train with ferocious faces, but at the last moment, they felt extremely reluctant and hugged the pillars of the platform and cried. The crying sounded sad, like the wailing of souls, which made people sad. The power that envelops Zhuangcheng is not the strongest point on the road at the edge of Zhuangcheng, but on the train station in the center of the city. That's right, steam creatures are not affected by charm. Once people get on the train and are dragged out of the city by the train, the plan of the person behind the scenes will be flawed. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen suddenly stopped because a person got off a train that had just entered the station, a person he never expected to see here. Chapter 555 Source: Zen Fan. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, thankful that he had disguised himself, otherwise he would have been recognized by the other party. After all, the two of them had a deep hatred. Zen Fan was the only son of Zen Wei, the former owner of Dunhuang Qingyuan Tower. He once challenged Zhao Chen to a duel, but was easily defeated, which instead raised Zhao Chen's reputation. After the owner of Qingyuan Tower used the auction to arrange the Star God surrender to the sky ceremony, but was defeated by Zhao Chen and Zen Qingyuan, Zen Wei, the All-Stars Club demon, was captured on the spot, but his son Zen Fan disappeared. Zhao Chen had been wary of this man's revenge, but he didn't expect to see him again in Zhuangcheng. He came here at the critical moment of the Zhuangcheng incident, and his aura has changed greatly. His irritability and viciousness are almost visible to the naked eye, which is completely different from the artistic conception of the Zen family's lonely duck falling cloud skill. Did he get new power from the All-Stars Club? Well, could it be that the All-Stars Society is behind the changes in Zhuangcheng? The All-Stars Society is currently an organization that believes in demons and evil spirits. Receiving power from it is equivalent to being contaminated by a high-level demon, or being forcibly granted a position belonging to a demon and evil spirit. This is very dangerous. Most people who take this path will become monsters, and even if they succeed, they will end up half crazy, unless they have a patriarch or ancestor who pardons their sins like the royal family or the Zeng family. After staying on Zen Fan for a few breaths, Zhao Chen looked away to avoid being noticed by the other party. He only injected his magic power into the 100 Flowers book that he had just obtained last night and released the Thunder Girl Fang Pei Niang who was hiding in it and quietly followed Zen Fan's footsteps. Although Fang Pei Niang only has low-grade magical powers, she is experienced in the martial arts world and is good at stalking and knocking people with clubs. If France hadn't used her sect members as bait, he might not have been able to catch her. Moreover, although her Thunder Arc Lightning is only of the 8th grade and lacks profoundness, it is not only used against the enemy like Wang Daoi's Divine Wind, but also has the ability to transmit information through lightning arcs. This is similar to the telegraph. Although the effective distance of this function is limited, it can cover a city without any problem, which is just right for transmitting information to Zhao Chen at any time. After watching the Thunder Princess who ignored him and did not take the initiative to say a few words all night leave the station, Zhao Chen no longer distracted himself and opened the Dangsu Eye to concentrate on studying the core of the power that envelops Zhuangcheng. If possible, he still wanted to crack this power and save the people of Zhuangcheng from disasters. Yicheng, Wuiyao Valley Market, Babao Tower. Qinsheng, who was getting familiar with his own magical powers, suddenly heard a servant come to report that the Hangsha sword came to visit. Yan Hangsha? Will she come to see me? Well, it should be that something happened to Erlang again, and he needs my help. But he has a lot of people left in Wuiyao Valley and Angshan. Why do you have to go around and let Yan Hangsha deliver the letter? Although there were some doubts in his heart, Qinsheng did not delay at all and directly asked someone to bring in the Hangsha sword. After all, Erlang's matter was important. Yan Hangsha felt a little uncomfortable when she entered the 8 Treasures building. Once upon a time, she could enter and exit this magic weapon building freely and even lived here for several days. Although she was very critical of some of the dirty facilities in this magic weapon that could not be removed, in her heart, she was actually the hostess here. But now she has to report it when she comes in. Yan Hangsha bit her lip, and the idea of becoming stronger in her heart became stronger and stronger. After all, in addition to Zheng Qingyuan, there was another opponent to surpass. But she still remembered the business after all. After seeing Qin Sheng, she immediately quickly repeated what Zhao Chen had encountered in Zuancheng. As she spoke, she glanced at the new master of divine power in front of her, and nodded. She is graceful and charming, no wonder Zhao Chen likes her. Qin Sheng, or Qi Meng, did not pay attention to Yan Hongxia's little thoughts at this time. After all, it was not the first time she saw each other. Although she and Zheng Qingyuan were two different people, their memories could be shared under the auspices of the main body. After Yan Hongxia finished talking about the situation in Zuancheng, Qin Sheng's expression had become extremely solemn. She nodded and said, I know about this matter. I will notify the real person Dongsuan to check it out. Seeing that her expression was different, Yan Hongxia couldn't help but ask, do you know what happened in Zuancheng? Qin Sheng glanced at her and chuckled. I do have some guesses, but the specific reasons will be determined after we actually see Zuancheng. This matter has nothing to do with you, and with your current strength, you can't get involved. It's better to know less. Zheng Qingyuan would never say such hurtful words, but Qin Sheng, as a demon woman, had no scruples. Sure enough, Yan Hongxia's face turned ugly after hearing this. She pursed her lips, unwilling to talk to Qin Sheng anymore, and turned to leave. But at this time, Qin Sheng took the initiative to stop her. Because now, through communicating with her main body, she already understood why Zhao Chen had to let Yan Hongxia make this trip. Don't you want to meet your good friend Li Zieling? In addition, there may be opportunities for you in the ruins of Beiyu sect. Don't you want to try your luck? In the big house in Fenglan village, Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo were shocked after listening to the changes that had taken place in the village in the past half month and checking those villagers who had gone crazy. It's not that they found out some terrible results. On the contrary, they didn't see any problems, and this is the most terrifying thing. Because this means that the level of the changes is far beyond the current realm of the two, and they can't avoid it once they encounter it. Lin Feng almost immediately wanted to escape from the village, the farther the better. But as soon as this thought came up, it disappeared without a trace, and he instead had an obsession to find out the truth. He knew very well where this obsession came from, because half a month was the time when he lost the treasure on his body, and the changes in the village were likely related to the loss of the treasure, and he instinctively wanted to trace the whole story. However, under normal circumstances, he could suppress this idea of taking risks, but now, it was the obsession that prevailed for some reason. As for Chu Yunmo, she also realized that she had developed a little dependence on senior brother Lin Feng, and now this thought was infinitely magnified. No matter what senior brother Lin wanted to do, she would follow him. She knew that her current state was not right, but she couldn't suppress it or resist it. I remember that I picked up the treasure in the stream that flows through the village. Maybe I should go to the source of the stream to check it out? Huh. It's so strange. Why have I never thought about going upstream in all these years? Chapter 556 Exploration. There is a waterfall behind Fenglan village, and the water falls into a pool. This is also the source of the stream that runs through the village. But strangely, in such a beautiful natural water source, few people in the village come here to fetch water, and even children subconsciously avoid this place when they play. Lin Feng never thought there was anything wrong with this when he lived in the village before, but now he feels that this situation is extremely strange. Especially until now, he has not found any traces of magic or magical powers that affect his thoughts. Looking at the clear and bottomless pool in front of him, Lin Feng frowned even more tightly because he suddenly found that there were no fish or shrimps, not even a single water plant, just like a pool of dead water. He couldn't help but try to dig up his childhood memories and found that there were indeed very few living things in the stream in the village, and almost no one had ever caught a fish. This situation is very abnormal, but no one has ever doubted it. No, maybe it's not that no one. I remember when I was a child, Uncle Yusen in the village kept shouting there are fish and there are fish before he went crazy. Could it be that everyone who noticed this is crazy? Speaking of which, according to what the village chief just said, the people who have gone crazy in the village in the past half month seem to either live very close to this pond or have been near this pond, and the most crazy ones just shouted the word fish. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt creepy and wanted to be as far away from this pond as possible. But he didn't know where the desire to explore made him unwilling to give up, and he had to find out the truth before he would stop. At this moment, Chu Yunmo's exclamation sounded in Lin Feng's ears. "Brother, look, what is that?" Lin Feng looked down in astonishment. In the pond, a slightly turbid stream of water unexpectedly coiled into the shape of 5 copper coins, and then it seemed to have life, circling around Lin Feng's reflection, running endlessly. "Brother, have we found the source of the change?" Chu Yunmo asked in surprise and joy. Lin Feng looked stunned, staring blankly at the scene of 5 copper coins circling his reflection in the pond, with a look of joy and sadness in his eyes. After a long while, he whispered back, "It's just that the restriction at the entrance has been opened. We are still far from the real source." Hearing this, Chu Yunmo suddenly felt that her senior brother was different from before, but she couldn't tell exactly where he had changed. However, her obsession with her senior brother's dependence prevented her from delving into it. She just pointed to the waterfall that fell off the cliff not far away and said, "I can feel that the space over there has changed a little." The Ling Fort technique that Chu Yunmo practiced came from the Dao Men, and the true Qian manner had a good effect in sensing changes in space. Our arrival has completely invalidated the first portal restriction that was on the verge of collapse, and the hidden space has naturally appeared. Lin Feng explained in a dreamlike manner, and then strode around the pool and walked towards the mountain wall behind the waterfall. There is usually a depression or a small cave behind the waterfall due to years of splashing water. Of course, there is one here, but the Taoist official who came to Fenglin village to investigate before had obviously seen it a long time ago, and there was nothing special. What's more, the treasure that really exists here was taken away by me many years ago. Lin Feng lowered his eyes and pressed his hand on the rock wall. The next moment, a door between reality and illusion appeared in Lin Feng's palm. The door was only the size of a card at first, but it soon expanded to more than 10 feet high, enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. And this door was not closed tightly. Not only had a gap opened, but also streams of illusory streams flowed out of it and merged into the pool outside. This was not something that could be observed by ordinary means, but after Lin Feng made the door visible, even Chu Yunmo's eyes widened, obviously seeing it. As for the old man hiding in the dark, he glanced back and forth between the door and Lin Feng, and his face also showed a thoughtful expression. Lin Feng's face was even more gloomy at this time, and he said with certainty, "Someone opened this door recently, entered inside, and introduced a tributary of the Sea of Desire into reality. No wonder so many people in the village have gone crazy recently. After all, how can ordinary people withstand the erosion of the Sea of Desire?" Chu Yunmo was shocked when she heard this. She looked at the illusory water flow flowing out of the cracks in the door and said in surprise, "Is this the water of the Sea of Desire that is unique to the Heart Realm? It is rumored that the evil spirits required for many emotion and desire spells can only be bred in this sea." Among them were 2 of her targets. Lin Feng nodded slightly and said, "This is indeed the sea water of the Sea of Desire, and it is the most dangerous one among them. It is the kind that is gathered by many human desires, so it overwhelms the effect of driving away creatures in the prohibition, allowing more and more people to approach according to their desires." He paused for a moment and continued to introduce, "This door should lead to a completely closed island of the mind in the heart world. It is surrounded by prohibitions. It is impossible for such dangerous sea water of desire to appear, which can even interfere with reality to a large extent. Now that this kind of thing has happened, it is likely that the person who entered this door before used unknown means to shift the position of the island of the mind. I just don't know what his purpose is." While speaking, Lin Feng's eyes unexpectedly turned into the appearance of Kang Fang at some point, and the water flow in the crack of the door gradually disappeared. So that's it. Chu Yunmo suddenly realized, but she didn't have the joy of solving the question at all. Instead, she was very worried about Lin Feng's condition. Now even a blind person can see that Lin Feng is very wrong. She bit her lip, but still couldn't help asking, "Brother Lin, how do you know so much, so detailed?" In response, Lin Feng sighed and said, "Because I suddenly remembered something from a long time ago." His voice was barely audible at the end. Seeing that his brother was unwilling to say more, Chu Yunmo didn't ask any more questions. She glanced at the door that no longer flowed stream water and asked again, "Is the matter resolved? What should we do now? Report to the sect?" "No, I just used the authority to relocate the restriction on the periphery of the Mind Island. But this is only temporary. If the root cause of the problem cannot be found, the trouble cannot be completely solved. And I intuitively feel that the state of the Mind Island is actually closely related to me. So I plan to go in and check it out. If the person who deflected the island really has any arrangements, try to destroy it." At the Zhuancheng steam locomotive station, Zhao Chen, who was concentrating on studying the power that blocked the entire city, suddenly frowned and said to himself silently, "The heart world ruins hidden in Fenglan village have shifted at this time. Could this be part of the plan of the mastermind behind the scenes in Zhuancheng?" Chapter 557 Speculation. Speaking of which, after Zhao Chen accepted the assessment task from the Daoguan office, he used his connections to do some investigations on Fenglan village. Even Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo were sent there by him through the Star Chariot as a hint to scout ahead. He originally planned to travel all the way to Suzhou and then go to Fenglan village to investigate. Who would have thought that such a big change would happen now? This is a real world. It's not that incidents will happen wherever I go. After sighing a few words in his heart, Zhao Chen, who had already entered the Dairi crossing chariot, turned his attention to the page about Lin Feng in the Jade Book. Because his relevant introduction has changed. It was precisely because of this change that Zhao Chen took the initiative to check the memories of Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo and learned what happened in Fenglan village. Is there a residual soul of the so-called five-way god hidden in Lin Feng's soul? No wonder the golden box five-way key is so close and favors him and even opens some functions to him. However, the remnant soul of the five-way god may not have good intentions towards him. After all, Lin Feng is not like me who can pay with star coins. He uses the functions of the golden box five-way key. Even if he sacrifices many spiritual objects on the surface, it is likely that he will still consume his own life. Once his life is reduced to a certain limit, it is very likely to be polluted by the remnant soul silently, and then completely replaced. Now that he can maintain his self, after obtaining part of the memory of the five-way god, maybe he should thank him for becoming my property. That's why the Star Chariot didn't detect the remnant soul at the beginning. The so-called five-way god is already powerful enough to conceal the Great Sun Star Chariot. No. It is more likely that the five-way god itself is inextricably linked to the Great Sun Star Chariot and even has certain authority, so the Jade Book did not list all the information until it was actively exposed and then gradually improved. Staring at the product introduction on the Jade Book for a long time, Zhao Chen sighed and said, "It seems that the Star Chariot is not omnipotent. If you meet the original owner of this kind of Star Chariot accessories, or other powerful figures who have had contact with the Star Chariot, the information it gives may not be credible." After closing the Jade Book, Zhao Chen leaned back on the back of the sixth dragon royal chair and tapped the armrest unconsciously with his fingers, thinking to himself, the displacement of the Heart Realm ruins corresponding to Fenglan village must be related to the changes in Zhuancheng. This is not just a coincidence in time, but also the result of what I observed at the station just now. The power that shrouded Zhuancheng, the sources in the Heart Realm, and the so-called wedding of the Mu family in the evening, maybe some kind of ceremony. I just don't know what the mastermind behind the scenes wants to do. The location of the Che family's treasure, the place where the evil spirit needed for Emperor Zhao Song's "Demon King" body binding was cultivated, the clue for the All-Stars Society to complete its "Senluo Wangxiang" magical power, the Heart Realm Island, that is inextricably linked to the "5 gods" plus the source of power used by a mysterious person to plan a ceremony. Adding all these together, that relic may be more troublesome than I thought. Unfortunately, even in Lin Feng's newly acquired memories, there is not much information about the relic. No wonder the people from the All-Stars Society would send people here at this critical juncture. No, maybe it's not just the All-Stars Society. Since it involves the Heart Realm, the Xinguan Temple may not necessarily send people. There may even be other forces that covet the relic and will take action. Such as the real person from the Mu family in Jinsao that I met before. It seems that, even if King Guyan finds someone to report the Zhuangqing incident, the Daxia officials may not be able to respond quickly, and may be suppressed by some force behind the scenes. The only good news is that with so many forces entangled, the mastermind may not be able to completely control the situation, so it will be much easier to fish in troubled waters, and in terms of combat power alone, I'm also at the quasi-Dangsuan level in a short period of time, but others don't know this. In addition, according to what Yang Sheng said, the so-called candidates will only die from their own calamity before ascending to Zuan. Although I'm not a real candidate, someone, or several people who want to disguise me as a candidate probably don't want me to die easily. So, as long as I don't take the initiative to die in a place where I know there is a great danger, my general actions can still be relatively bold, right? Although Zhao Chen doesn't like the feeling of being manipulated, since he can't resist, he can only adapt to it. Only in this way can he gain the greatest benefit for himself and get rid of the state of being manipulated as soon as possible. Due to insufficient intelligence, although the specific purpose of the person who set up the bureau in Zhuangqing is unclear, we can guess several general directions. First, assuming that the person who entered the ruins from the entrance of Fenglan village before was this person, and its main target is in the ruins, then since it continues to make trouble, it obviously failed to achieve its goal. Based on this inference, the ceremony in Zhuangqing is probably to break the restrictions in the ruins, or to further obtain the authority of the ruins. According to this idea, Zhuangqing may be a sacrifice. Second, if the main target of that person is Zhuangqing, then it will deflect the ruins in the heart world. It is either part of some kind of ritual or just a bait. A bait to attract many forces. Including me, the talents of many forces are necessary for the ritual. Thirdly, he actually has no purpose. He simply wants people from many forces to gather here to create chaos and killing. This is either his interest, or he is collecting extreme desires and emotions similar to Ma Guangliang's ''SEVE and Deadly Sins. These three are just general directions. His specific purpose may be even more unexpected. But no matter which possibility it is, the people of Zhuangqing are afraid of facing a catastrophe. At the very least, he will suffer a serious illness, and at worst, his soul will be ruined. After sighing, Zhao Chen continued to think, what we can be sure of now is that the person behind the scenes is good at using charm-like magical powers, and with the addition of the power of that realm, even ordinary Dangsuan real people will find it difficult to completely break that charm effect. After all, charm is only an inducement. The root cause lies in the amplification of people's own desires apostrophe. If we want to completely solve the problem, we must first move the Heart Realm ruins away from the corresponding location in Zhuangqing. Of course, if there is a real person who is good at heart, it can also be done. For example, the Taixu Heart Sword of the aristocratic Meng family should be able to do it. By the way, one of the protagonists of tonight's wedding is a fairy from the Meng family. Should we let King Guyan send a message to the Meng family? Chapter 558 5 Paintings. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Chen denied this possible way to break the impasse quickly. After all, the Meng family was not very friendly to him, the heir of the joyful bodhisattva. It would be so unfair if they arrested him and locked him up. What's more, the Meng family girl who was to marry Mu Zirong as a concubine was not a direct descendant, so they might not pay too much attention to her. Shaking his head, Zhao Chen, who was sitting on the sixth dragon throne, stretched out his hand again and tapped the crown on his head. Then a delicate little girl appeared in the hall below the steps. It was the spirit crown of the Yangxiu Golden Crow crown. On the way to Zhanghai before, because an unknown strong man coveted the crown, the little girl had been hiding in the big sun star chariot and had not had the opportunity to let out the wind until now. My dear son, I wish you all the best. Upon seeing Zhao Chen, Baoguan simply bowed, then ran up the steps, came to Zhao Chen, shook his arm and said coquettishly, when can I go to Zhuangqing to play again? It's not the right time yet. Zhao Chen was quite happy with her closeness, but business was more important now, so he took the 8 trigrams bright light mirror from the table and handed it to Baoguan, saying, help me calculate what I will encounter tonight. After obtaining the unclear golden crow crown and being granted the 7th grade position, Zhao Chen could actively use the 8 trigrams bright light mirror to calculate. But unfortunately, he had not yet learned the magic of calculation and divination, otherwise he would not need to rely on the spirit of the instrument in front of him. Although the little girl Beogwin was not good at numbers, as a star-aft accessory, she could communicate with the 8 trigrams bright light mirror to a certain extent and let it deduce on its own. Seeing Zhao Chen's serious expression, Beogwin did not dare to neglect him. He took the bronze mirror in his hand, then closed his eyes and concentrated, falling into a state of mysterious silence. After a moment, the little girl opened her eyes and said, with its current authority, it can only deduce a few fragments. Sir, do you want to see it? The price is not cheap. How many star coins do you need? Zhao Chen asked in a deep voice. Although his star coins were almost zero, after redeeming Wang Daoye not long ago, he sold all the various martial arts books that Zheng Qingyan got from the Bei family and the family mission to Xingcha, and finally he had some assets again. One picture is 1000, and it can give a total of 5 pictures, but I can't guarantee whether it will be useful to you. 5000 star coins. This is almost a quarter of his current wealth, but the remaining is enough to support a Dongsuan level of borrowing power. After a little consideration, Zhao Chen nodded and said, okay, I accept this price. As he said that, he clicked on the jade book and paid. As the balance of star coins was deducted, the compasses on the outer periphery of the 8 diagrams bright mirror began to rotate rapidly, and the first picture in the mirror gradually took shape. It was a bird's eye view of Zhuangcheng, with iconic buildings such as the steam train station and Yulayan, but the color of the composition was extremely strange, not only colorful and mottled, but also with an indescribable hazy feeling. But before Zhao Chen could take a closer look, the picture had disappeared, replaced by a night full of stars. This night was not a normal night sky, but more like an oil painting, painted with blue and black oil paint. In the center of the night, there was a huge and deep crack. It was ordinary, but it made Zhao Chen feel creepy just by looking at it. The next moment, the night faded, and a relatively blurred shadow appeared on the mirror of the bronze mirror. It had fins, whiskers, wings, and tail, and looked like a big fish. Due to the rapid switching between the two pictures, it was as if the big fish had jumped out of the crack in the night sky. No one knew what the meaning was. The fish also appeared for only a moment before completely disappearing. Then a simple palace painting composed of lines appeared in front of Zhao Chen. The shape of the palace looked relatively old, but because it was too simple, Zhao Chen could not determine the specific era of creation. I don't know if the scene calculated is in this style, or if the later the painting, the less information can be obtained, so it becomes so abstract. Zhao Chen's complaints were not finished before the palace painting and the Bagua Wang mirror collapsed. The messy lines seemed to try to combine into a portrait of a person, but several attempts failed until the layers of compasses on the outer periphery of the bronze mirror stopped rotating, and the picture in the mirror completely disappeared. Is that the end? The first few are fine, but the 5th picture didn't take shape at all. It can only be vaguely seen that you want to draw a woman and charge me 1000 star coins. Zhao Chen complained a few words in his heart, but did not really ask Beogwin. After all, he knew that the 8 trigrams bright light mirror should have tried its best, and the unfinished painting that appeared at the end did not reveal any information at all. The vaguely appearing figure was very similar to the feeling that Zhao Chen had given him when he summoned the Moyan Phantom in Wuiyao Cave Heaven with the Taishi Shian Mukin. In other words, he might encounter something related to the Moyan ancestor tonight. That makes sense. As a great existence who is only one step away from becoming a Taoist, the legacy of the Moyan ancestor will naturally be coveted. The mastermind behind the incident in Zhuangcheng may be targeting her, and Beogwin said that the Moyan ancestor was once familiar with the candidate, and it was even because of that candidate that he had the opportunity to go further. Could it be the so-called 5-way god? But why did the 5-way god become the current golden box 5-way key? In addition, from the previous few pictures, we can see that the situation in Zhuangcheng is not optimistic. Those colorful colors may indicate that the whole city will have problems, and the night sky has become unreal, and there will be big fish jumping out. Speaking of which, what does the big fish indicate? By the way, when I was looking at Lin Feng's memory just now, those crazy villagers in Fenglin village seem to be muttering their fish. Could it be? Analyzing the 5 paintings obtained from the 8 diagrams bright light mirror, and combining them with the existing intelligence, Zhao Chen gradually grasped a trace of the truth of this incident and finally had a strategy to deal with it. Although it is only a direction and there is no specific plan, Zhao Chen feels that it is enough. He may be the person who has the most comprehensive grasp of the situation at this time, except for the mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, each party has its own purpose. No matter how detailed the plan is, accidents are inevitable. It is better to grasp the direction and adapt to the situation. But in order to avoid suspicion, we still have to follow the original plan and find some helpers. Zhao Chen made up his mind and did not delay any longer. He disconnected his mind from the Dairi crossing chariot and returned to reality. He first called a rented carriage to return to the inn. On the way, he could clearly feel that the driver and the pedestrians on the roadside were all listless, as if they were extremely tired. But it was only morning, and it shouldn't be like this. One person might say that he didn't rest well last night, but it would be abnormal for everyone to be like this. The power shrouding Zhuangsheng is slowly absorbing the energy of ordinary people. Why don't I feel it? Zhao Chen frowned at first, but soon calmed down, because he had figured out the reason. It's not that these people's energy was absorbed, but that people who have been in a state of charm and are extremely excited are listless in other things. If this goes on, I'm afraid that by the afternoon, most people in the city will go home to sleep. Zhao Chen vaguely realized that this might be related to the abnormality that might come to Zhuangsheng, and he had a few guesses, but he couldn't stop it. After all, he still doesn't know who the mastermind is and where he is hiding. If he is a real Faxiang real person, and Anxui becomes a magical power, or even has a status bonus, he may be able to investigate carefully and prevent this disaster in advance. But unfortunately, he is a fake with only a few seconds of Dangsuan combat power, but he doesn't have this ability. Fortunately, the mastermind behind the scenes doesn't seem to want the lives of ordinary people in the city. After sighing secretly, Zhao Chen got off the carriage at the door of the inn and quickly returned to his room. Meng Zuling, Feng Wan, Ning Meng, Li Wei and other friends and subordinates quickly gathered around. Zhao Chen didn't say much to them. After emphasizing the current dangerous situation in Zhuangsheng, he took everyone, except Meng Zuling, into the palace in the Fengyuan Hemming Ring. It's not that he didn't think about sending Ning Meng and others out of Zhuangsheng, and even he could leave calmly. Anyway, he was not affected by the charming power. But considering that this matter is probably arranged, as the saying goes, you can't escape it. If you can't escape it, instead of being passively involved in various accidents, it is better to take the initiative to fight and gain more benefits. What's more, the Heart World ruins corresponding to Fenglin village was originally his goal, and there is a high probability that it has shifted to the Heart World area corresponding to Zhuangsheng, which is inseparable from the changes tonight, and he is unwilling to escape. After everyone disappeared, Zhao Chen looked at Meng Zuling, who had a cold temperament and stunning appearance, and asked with a smile, I plan to seek help first. Do you know which masters are there in Zhuangsheng besides the Mu family? As for the Mu family, since no one stopped the wedding of Mu Zirong and the fairy of the Meng family, it means that no one can be trusted. Seeing the question, Meng Zuling's eyes seemed to have a line of light flashing, and then he said in a pleasant but uneven voice, besides the Mu family, there are 3 people in Zhuangsheng who can help you, young master. One is Chen Shang, who is worshipped by the county governor's office and is known as the 5 animals old man. This man is from Liaozhou. Although he is a casual cultivator, he has obtained the fragments of the outer sect skills of the 10,000 Beasts sect and created the 5 animals training book. He eventually cultivated the 5th grade magical power bird transformation art, which can transform him into 5 terrifying evil birds. But it's a pity that he only got the form, not the intention. Otherwise it must be a top 3 magical power. 5 animals old man Chen Shang. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. He had heard of this man's name. His ranking in the Ganzhou Chronicles was even lower than his own. It was said that he was a loner and didn't like to socialize, so his influence was limited. However, if he really got the intention of the evil spirit, and no one gave him pardon, this 5 animals old man would have transformed into a evil spirit long ago, right? Zhao Chen sighed. Only the form without the intention is probably the most suitable for a casual cultivator like old Chen. Meng Zuling nodded, but did not comment, and continued. The second is the 3-headed swordsman Su Hanshu, the shopkeeper of the Yu Lane in Zuancheng. Although this man is the confidant of the king of Liang, he was born in a branch of the Jizhao Su family. He practices the sword art of slaying demons of the Su family's foreign affairs hall. Although the name of this technique is vulgar, it can condense the 4th grade magical power 3 heads and 6 arms. Although Su Hanshu is only a 9th level Gangsha cultivator, he has a magical weapon that allows him to briefly possess the state of 3 heads and 6 arms magical power. This man can also be regarded as a magical power in a short period of time. When Zhao Chen was thinking about it, he heard Meng Zuling open his red lips again and said lightly, Su Hanshu just came to me and wanted to join forces with us. I told him to talk about it when you come back. Actually, you can also make the decision. Zhao Chen responded with a smile. When the other party is looking for a partner, the first choice must be Meng Zuling, who has a top grade magical power. In the eyes of outsiders, Meng Zuling is actually Duan Mingsu. After hearing what Zhao Chen said, Meng Zuling was a little confused. After all, in her past life, she always followed orders and rarely made decisions on her own. But she didn't stay stunned for too long, and soon adjusted herself, and spoke again. The third one is the owner of Zuancheng Huangxi Baoj, the Plum Blossom Fairy Bainongmi. Huangxi Baoj. Zhao Chen was a little surprised, because as far as he knew, Huangxi Baoj was considered a relatively high-end brothel in Ganzhou. This was not because he had deliberately inquired, but because Huangxi Baoj's advertisements were everywhere, and even the carriage he had just taken had its promotional posters. Meng Zuling glanced at him meaningfully, and then explained, although Huangxi Baoj is a brothel, there are actually no girls who really sell themselves in it. Because all the girls in the pavilion are essentially illusions created by a magical instrument, but ordinary people and ordinary practitioners cannot see through them. So in essence, those who go to the Happy Treasure Pavilion for fun are just having an erotic dream. Zhao Chen knew it in his heart, knowing that in Meng Zuling's mind, the pavilion master Bei should also rely on this magical instrument to be qualified to be his helper. Bainongmi has the 8th level of magic power and is good at illusions and dream-like spells, but her origins are unknown, and no one knows the method of cultivation. However, since the incident in Zuancheng this time is likely related to the Heart Realm, it is more appropriate to find her for cooperation. Meng Zuling said this with a hesitant tone, as if he was unwilling to recommend the other party, but he had to say it because of his own principles. The county governor's mansion and the Happy Treasure Pavilion are both in the north of the city, not too far away. After we talk to the 3-headed swordsman at the inn, we will set off to visit them. Meng Zuling added at the end. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Apparently it was the innkeeper Su Hanshu who came again after learning that Zhao Chen had returned. Chapter 559 each. Su Hanshu, the shopkeeper of Zuancheng Yulayan, is in his early 30s. He is 7 feet tall and looks very kind at first glance, but upon closer inspection, he gives people a sense of sharpness. Zhao Chen's meeting with the 3-headed swordsman went smoothly. Neither side made excessive demands, and only agreed to help each other when the biggest change came tonight. It is worth mentioning that, when Zhao Chen went out to investigate the nature of the power that enveloped Zuancheng, Su Hanshu, the shopkeeper, was also trying to save himself. But unfortunately, whether he tried to send a telegram or use a 1000-mile sound transmission spell, he failed. It's not that these methods are ineffective, but as long as he has the idea of transmitting a message to the outside, he will immediately be interfered by the charming power, and finally nothing will happen. Even if he uses an emergency code that he himself doesn't know, he can't get around it. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that the upcoming disaster in Zuancheng is definitely related to the Mu family, because I asked someone to contact the Mu family before, but the result was a reply that the wedding will be held as usual and must be attended. Su Hanshu said so. Hearing this, Zhao Chen nodded slightly, not feeling strange. After all, He had actually guessed this a long time ago, and now it was just one more piece of evidence. Do I have to attend? Zhao Chen raised his lips and said, it seems that it is impossible to avoid that wedding. Meng Zuling also nodded silently. The wedding may be a very important part of this incident. At this point, she paused, glanced at Su Hanshu with a solemn expression, and deliberately asked, should we take the initiative and break into the Mu family in advance? Although she knew very well that this might be extremely difficult, or even unlikely, Su Hanshu's face changed slightly when he heard it, because he came to Meng Zuling and Zhao Chen to form an alliance, and he had originally come up with this idea, but for some reason he forgot it. Are we the only two who can still have this idea now? Zhao Chen chuckled, then shook his head and said, when I went out in the morning, the first stop was to go to the Mu family. Guess what I saw? What? Not to mention Su Hanshu, even Meng Zuling, who had no expression, showed a hint of curiosity. The Mu family mansion has completely disappeared. Not just in the literal sense, no one remembers that the Mu family had ever appeared there, and no one even noticed the land where the mansion was located. Zhao Chen spoke the facts in a calm tone, almost like a horror story. If the county annals and some maps had not changed, I would not be sure whether the Mu family really existed. Su Hanshu was a little unconvinced by these creepy words, and subconsciously looked at Meng Zuling. After all, compared to Zhao Chen, a young man in the realm of magic power, his magical powers were obviously more convincing. But his heart was also beating, because the information about the Mu family mansion was missing in his memory. This is completely unimaginable for an innkeeper who has been running an inn in Zhuancheng for many years. How could he not know the specific location of the local tyrant's home? Meng Zuling felt inexplicably familiar with Zhao Chen's words, and said hesitantly, such a description is like, it's like the fog of history, right? Zhao Chen continued, I have such a guess. Meng Zuling was silent for a few seconds before he opened his lips and added, in fact, if a real person in the second level of Dangsuan cultivates the Dharma domain and covers an area with the Dharma domain, and tampers with the laws of heaven and earth within it, a similar effect can be achieved. The domain of law, also known as the domain of divine powers, is a concentrated reflection of a cultivator's own understanding and mastery of laws and authority. It is the initial result of the erosion of reality within the cultivator's inner world. It is also the prototype of the blessed land that can only be opened up by a Shengsuan true lord. Compared to facing a top Dangsuan true lord, I actually prefer to deal with the fog of history. In this regard, Zhao Chen could only shrug. In fact, the possibility of fog of history exists, but it is not great. After all, people have only forgotten the location of the Mu family mansion, not the Mu family's masters of magical powers, right? It was precisely because Zhao Chen guessed that the black hand hidden behind the Mu family might be a master at the peak level of Dangsun, that he did not think about directly solving the root of the problem. Of course, not being able to find it is also one of the reasons. Zhao Chen and Meng Zuling used telepathy to complete the following sentences. They did not want to deliberately hide it from Su Hanshu, but they were worried about scaring each other. After all, this three-headed swordsman is not a humanoid puppet like Meng Zuling, nor has he met many Dangsuan masters like Zhao Chen, and even had encounters with Shengsuan masters. On a stream, connected to a river in the suburbs of Zhuancheng, a huge bubble emerged and broke, and Zheng Qingan, dressed in a warrior's outfit, came floating. She stepped on the water and walked step by step onto the dirt road by the stream. After receiving the message from the main body, she put down the task at hand, relying on Daksha's water system and using the dream of the goddess of beauty to quickly shuttle, and finally arrived at the outskirts of Zhuancheng before the sunset. Zheng Qingan actually wanted to show up directly by the river in the city, but her dream of the goddess of beauty magical power, although it seemed to rely on the water system, actually allowed the bubbles to move in the heart world, and the heart world corresponding to Zhuancheng at this time was occupied by a huge island, and there were several layers of restrictions outside the island, and it was impossible to get close. Is that the relic that Erlang mentioned, which was deflected here? Without a door, it is really difficult to find the way in. Zheng Qingan counted with his fingers with a serious face, and after a long while he muttered to himself silently, and the whole Zhuancheng also has a tendency to sink into the heart world. No, it seems that it is not Zhao Chen that is sinking, but that the heart world ruins are gradually overlapping with the real Zhao Chen. But at the current speed, it may take 10 days or half a month to actually complete. Is the purpose of the wedding in the evening to speed up this process? But what is the principle? What is the purpose? After thinking for a long time, Zheng Qingyan released her spiritual sense to carefully sense the urban area of Zhuangcheng not far away, and finally sighed, I can't feel the charming power that Erlang mentioned outside at all. This arrangement is really ingenious. After some consideration, she decided not to enter Zhuangcheng for the time being, but to stay outside as foreign aid. Erlang has no shortage of top-grade magical powers. It will be useless if I go in. Instead, I will be trapped together. Besides, I have to respond to the arrival of the item that is really helpful in breaking the deadlock. At the junction of the suburbs and the urban area of the south city of Zhuangcheng, Meng Sichen, the Takesu Hard Sword, was suddenly startled as soon as he crossed an invisible boundary. He looked back at the way he came, but found that it was extremely difficult to go back. Even with his attainments in the field of mind, it was difficult to cut off the obsession that remained here. So that's how it is. This is derived from a part of the restriction of my Meng family's charming demonic array. The evil demon thought that escaped from the Zenki horde is indeed here. I didn't expect that when she was suppressed, she also reversely comprehended the essence of my Meng family's formation. Although this restriction came from my Meng family, the source of its power is unknown, so I can't get rid of it with my current strength. It seems that I have to find a way to find the location of the evil demon thought. Meng Sichen had just thought of this when a piece of letter paper flew in with the wind and fell into his hand squarely. The style of the letter paper was old, but two eye-catching words were written in extremely bright red paint. Invitation. Invitation? Meng Sichen narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had guessed something. His originally serious face suddenly collapsed, and he murmured to himself, my 24th uncle's magic weapon is really not that easy to get. And my uncle lied. That evil demon thought is not only a top-grade magical power. The mind realm shifted to the outskirts of Zhuangcheng's Mind Island. A middle-aged man with excellent temperament stood on the endless sea of desire between the Mind Islands. He stared at the huge floating island that seemed to be wrapped in layers of eggshells, as if looking for a way to enter. The first few layers of restrictions are fine. I'm confident that I can break through them in a short time. But the last layer is very difficult to pass except for a few qualified people. The divine consciousness of joyful Bodhisattva arranged such a large formation, and he also wanted to use clever means to deceive that layer of starry sky, right? However, what is hidden in this mind island that can make that Bodhisattva so covetous? And why did three officials lady have to give me such a task? This middle-aged man is none other than Meng Sicheng's uncle, the Dangsuan Zenran of the aristocratic Meng family, and the poet sword immortal Meng Zish. Of course, he has another identity, that is, the Zuan Wu Ziming Shenzhen of the Heavenly Court organization. Although he was confused, Sanguan Niang Niang really gave too much, and because of the other party's powerful strength, Meng Zish did not dare to regret it. He had to put on the Zuan Wu mask, turned into a stream of light, and hid in the restriction outside the Mind Island. In a space similar to the Worry-Free Valley, Chu Yunmo gritted his teeth, relying on a pair of crane wings growing from his back, and quickly dodged the magical powers cast by the big brother, who was not far away. The pale magic hand, the bloody sword energy, and the gloomy ghost fog kept coming, making it difficult for her to resist and fell into despair. Just when she showed a resolute look on her face and was ready to use life-threatening means, she saw that senior brother Lin Feng appeared behind the big brother at some point and then threw out a copper coin. The copper coin grew in the wind and soon trapped the senior brother with the square hole in the middle. Then, Lin Feng took out a long sword made of copper coins and beheaded the senior brother. As Lin Feng finished doing this, the scene around him shattered quickly, like glass. After a clang, the two of them had arrived in an empty hall. Chu Yunmo ran to Lin Feng quickly, as if only in this way would she be safe. She exhaled a breath of turbid air and asked in confusion, Senior brother Lin, what was that just now? Chu Yunmo only remembered that she followed her senior brother into a door between reality and illusion, and then fell into the pursuit of the senior brother. The first restriction is our own nightmare. Only by getting out of the nightmare can we pass it. Lin Feng seemed to be very familiar with this place and explained it briefly. He looked at the somewhat uneasy Chu Yunmo and reminded him, you have no experience of staying awake in a dream, so it is normal to be mesmerized by it. In fact, under normal circumstances, in our dreams, we are the most powerful. Chu Yunmo nodded thoughtfully and then asked curiously, what about abnormal situations? Hearing this, Lin Feng was silent for a few breaths and finally sighed, we will see it soon. The second layer of the ban corresponds to a very abnormal dream. But before that, we still have some time to rest, and after passing the first layer of the ban, we can take any treasure from here. As he said, Lin Feng pointed to the empty hall and continued, walk around casually. If the thing you want most in your heart is here, then you will encounter it. If it is not here, you will randomly encounter something that suits you. Also in the first layer of the ban, the old man who followed Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo into it fell into a bitter battle because his nightmare was the young man in white who scared him to death. The old man felt suffocated even when standing in front of the other party, let alone taking action. So, as soon as he stepped into the ban, he fell into a dead end. Just as he knelt down to beg for mercy, but the young master was still slowly walking towards him, a cold voice came from above his head, waste. As the voice sounded, a luxurious carriage broke through the air and the young master in the dream disappeared in an instant. The old man then realized that he was dreaming, but before he recovered from his trance, he had already arrived in the carriage and the young master was looking down at him indifferently. The old man who was kneeling on the ground immediately pressed his forehead against the floor of the carriage. This old slave is incompetent. Please forgive me, young master. You are indeed incompetent, not even as good as the two juniors in the realm of magic power. The young master in white snorted coldly at first, and then said bluntly, but you have a good background. As a descendant of the Che family, you have actually been treated well by this relic, and the subsequent several restrictions also require your identity, otherwise I would have let you sink into your dreams long ago. Although these words were very humiliating, the old man was relieved instead. After all, he was still useful, and would not be disposed of by the young master at will. Thank you for saving me, young master. The old man bowed again, and when he stood up, he found that the young master opposite him had a piece of letter paper in his hand. Wedding invitation? Zhuancheng, North District. After Zhao Chen and Meng Zuling signed a covenant of mutual assistance with the three-headed swordsman Su Hanshu, they visited Shenshang, the worshipper of the county governor's mansion. Unfortunately, the five animals elder was proud of his magical power and his duty to protect the county governor, so he was unwilling to join forces with Zhao Chen. And unlike Su Hanshu, this master of magical power did not receive the wedding invitation from the Mu family. Zhao Chen could only say goodbye with regret, and then went to the Happy Treasure Pavilion, which was only 3 streets away from the county governor's mansion, with Meng Zuling. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560 begins. If it were a normal day, Zhuancheng should be bustling with people just after the 3 p.m. But Zhao Chen and Meng Zuling walked from the county governor's mansion to the Joyful Treasure Pavilion, but they didn't see a single person along the way. The streets were empty, and the surrounding buildings were silent. If there weren't a few shops open, Zhao Chen would have thought he was in a dead city. The shop assistants in the few shops that were still open had numb eyes and dull faces. It was obvious that they had eaten sweet potato rice for more than 3 years and their soul power was almost exhausted. Except for those who have eaten sweet potato rice for a long time, and the monks who have cultivated spiritual consciousness above the mana realm, the rest have exhausted their energy and fallen asleep. Meng Zuling carefully sensed it and frowned slightly, saying, the person behind the scenes is likely to use the collective dreams of the people in the city to achieve a certain purpose. It's meaningless to think about this now. Anyway, we can't stop it. We can only deal with it when the time comes. Zhao Chen shook his head and strode to the Joyful Treasure Pavilion. This is a pavilion built of rare jade, exotic stone and other materials. It is eye-catching from the appearance, and it exudes an unusual atmosphere, which seems to make people who enter it let down their guard and just want to explore the secrets and truth of the beauty. This rumored top entertainment venue in Ganzhou has become deserted under the current circumstances. After complaining in his heart, Zhao Chen stepped onto the steps, pushed open the half-closed door of the treasure pavilion, and entered the pavilion with Ming Zuling beside him. As soon as they entered, a large number of graceful figures appeared in front of the two of them. In the charming voice, Ying and Yan An laughed and talked happily. The thin and plump Yan had their own charm, which was unforgettable. But Zhao Chen had long known from Ming Zuling that these were just illusions, and his dark eyes could also see through the essence, so he was not fooled by them. Instead, after looking around, he looked at the corridor on the second floor and said loudly, "Zhao Chen is visiting with the Three Wonders Fairy. Please show up, Master Bei." Three Wonders Fairy is Du and Mingsu's nickname, and Ming Zuling is now walking outside, using the identity of her former master Du and Mingsu. Not long after Zhao Chen finished speaking, a woman in a white dress, like a lady in a painting, floated down from the upstairs, and then separated those illusionary beauties and came out. She was thin, with pale skin, and a touch of red between her eyebrows. When she walked, she was like a weak willow in the wind, with a pair of thin eyebrows slightly wrinkled, which made people involuntarily feel pity for her. When they got closer, the woman who looked like a weak official lady said in a soft voice, "I'm Bainongmi, and I have met the Blood Sword Young Master and the Three Wonders Fairy. Please come in." Is this the Plum Blossom Fairy? But looking at her appearance, she has nothing in common with the plum blossom that faces the frost and defies the snow. It's more like saying that she is the hibiscus flower that blames the east wind and sighs for itself. Zhao Chen muttered in his heart, but on the surface, after greeting, he followed the woman into a small, but extremely elegant and fresh wing on the second floor of the treasure pavilion. After the two sat down, the seemingly weak woman skillfully prepared tea sets and various fruits and snacks for Zhao Chen and Ming Zuling. After doing all this, Bainongmui sat opposite Zhao Chen and the other two, and asked in a gentle voice, "Are you two guests here for the Mu family wedding banquet tonight?" Yes, Zuancheng is in a strange situation now, and this wedding banquet is probably inappropriate. We came here to seek cooperation with the fairy and help each other. Zhao Chen nodded and said directly, "Mr. Zhao is honest, but please forgive me for not agreeing." Bainongmui chuckled and refused Zhao Chen unexpectedly. "Oh." Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows, and seeing that Bainongmui seemed to be hesitant to speak, his heart moved, and asked, "Can the fairy tell me the reason for the refusal?" "It's very simple. At the Mu family wedding banquet tonight, Huangxi Baoj is not a guest." Bainongmui smiled, looked at Zhao Chen with her eyes, and said in a crisp voice, "It's one of the organizers invited by the organizer." "One of the organizers invited by the organizer?" In other words, Huangxi Baoj is the mastermind behind the scenes? Zhao Chen was startled at first, but then calmed down, because if the Plum Blossom Fairy in front of him really wanted to harm him, she should have revealed her true intentions at this time, instead of revealing information to him like an NPC in the game. He and Ming Zuling looked at each other, and the latter was obviously caught off guard by the sudden words, and was speechless for a while. Zhao Chen thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Fairy, do you know who is the real organizer of the wedding banquet?" "Mr. Zhao, your question is not up to standard." Bainongmui covered her face with her sleeves, as if she was laughing. "The ones who find someone to plan the wedding are naturally the groom and the bride." After saying the word bride, Bainongmui's face, which was already pale, became even paler, as if she was suffering from great pain, but her actions of covering her face with her sleeves and speaking out inadvertently limited this pain to a tolerable range. Seeing this, Zhao Chen's mind seemed to be struck by lightning, illuminating the person he had always ignored. Mu Zireng's bride, the fairy of the aristocratic Meng family, the other half of this wedding farce. Yes. From the beginning, no one has doubted the Meng girl who is going to marry into the Mu family as a concubine. Obviously, she is the most suspicious one in this farce-like marriage. Even Mu Zireng's performance in the restaurant outside Zhanghai City may have been to show her existence. Everyone, including me, has ignored her from the beginning. Is this fairy from the Meng family the real mastermind behind this incident? However, Pavilion Master Bei of Huangxi Baoj revealed this information to me. Is it that the fairy Meng's method of controlling people has a flaw, or did she do it on purpose? With narrowed eyes, Zhao Chen's Dangsu eyes reflected Bainongmu's figure, but unfortunately, due to the lack of in-depth fieldwork, the information obtained was quite limited. There is only one thing worth noting, that is, the fundamental practice that Bainongmu practices belongs to the lineage of Joyful Bodhisattva. For Zhao Chen, who is extremely talented in the Joyful Bodhisattva picture, this is too familiar, and he will never make a mistake. Joyful Bodhisattva lineage. I remember that the Bodhisattva in my Joyful Bodhisattva picture was suppressed by the Meng family, and the Meng family always arrested the monks who practiced the Joyful Bodhisattva method. The Meng family, are they using Joyful Bodhisattva to do some shameful things? And now this fairy of the Meng family is out of control? While Zhao Chen was thinking, he saw that Bainongmu's face had improved, and she seemed to have recovered. So after a little consideration, he asked again, Fairy Bei, do you know who the bride is? Seeing this question, Bainongmu immediately looked bitter, and said with tears in her eyes, Sir, can you forgive me? If the Bodhisattva knows that I said something wrong, I'm afraid that my life will be in danger. After saying this, Bainongmu stood up and sent Zhao Chen and Meng Zuling out of the joyful pavilion without saying anything, and closed the door. Bodhisattva? Joyful Bodhisattva? Exclamation mark. Zhao Chen seemed to hear the sound of another boot hitting the ground when he heard this title. After all, according to what Fairy Meng said at the beginning, even if it was an impersonation, the person who could bear the title of Bodhisattva was at least half a step into the Shengxuan realm. So, the disappearance of the Mu family was indeed due to being pulled into the Dharma realm, rather than the mist of history. Zhao Chen sighed, and said to Meng Zuling beside him with a wry smile, it seems that we have to face an existence that is at least at the peak of the second level of Dangsun. However, after a moment of silence, Meng Zuling gave a different opinion. That kind of existence would not do things in such a roundabout way, just like the Qingyuan temple priest you have seen. Once the target is determined, he will take action directly. And the one we are facing can't even fully control his own subordinates. So, either she is in poor condition and her strength has not fully recovered, or there is a being at the same level interfering with her, forcing her to use roundabout means to achieve her goal. It has to be said that Meng Zuling's words make sense, and it also reduced Zhao Chen's pressure by half. As for the other half, it is because it cannot be ruled out that the happy Bodhisattva is a being who likes to toy with others. Forget it. Anyway, we originally planned to face the peak of Dangsun as our opponent. There is no need to worry about it. After all, we will not be the strongest among those who enter the ruins. There are tall people to hold up the sky when it falls. Zhao Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air and then pulled Meng Zuling to the east area. Since this was not the way back to Yulayan, Meng Zuling couldn't help but ask in surprise, where are we going? To pick up a friend of mine. She seems to have just woken up on the second floor of Huangxi Baiyouj in a simple and elegant room. Not long after Zhao Chen and the others left, Bainongmu's temperament suddenly changed. The original weakness disappeared and was replaced by a real plum blossom fairy with bright fairy posture and tender feelings, and crimson fairy calyx wrapped in jade flowers. The second personality is so seriously injured that it can't be recovered by sleeping. Fortunately, the information was successfully transmitted, and it was worth it for the senior to help me get rid of the control in the Heart Island. This blood sword young master, who is even more handsome than the rumors say, has come at the right time. Also, heaven, there is actually such a secret organization. While mumbling to herself, Bainongmu took a sip of the teacup, and then chuckled. In any case, the Bodhisattva's wedding is getting more and more unpredictable. This is the best news for me. At the same time, in the Mu family mansion, which was obviously deserted, it was decorated with lights and full of red light. Mu Zerong, who was sitting at the head of the bed, barely regained a trace of clarity in his eyes. He looked at the door with difficulty and seemed to see a strange man wearing a Zuanwu mask standing there, but he disappeared in an instant. No, we can't let that witch succeed. We have to leave hope. His eyes were bloodshot, and he tried his best to raise his fingers, condensed his magic power, wrote a few words in the void, printed them on a piece of jade, and then threw it out of the window. If it was a normal space, the jade would at most fall under the window, but because the entire Mu family mansion was dragged into the heart world in the strange law domain, the structure had long been chaotic, so even Mu Zirong himself didn't know where the jade had gone, and could only wait for the destined person to get it. After doing all this, the power to maintain Mu Zirong's clarity was completely exhausted, and his eyes were once again filled with pure desire. In a two-story commercial and residential building near Zhuancheng railway station, Zhenfan, who had changed into a scholar's dress, sat at a square table, carefully wiping his own Yaolan gun, to suppress the madness overflowing from his soul. At this time, tattered, the sound of boots stepping on the wooden stairs sounded, and then a middle-aged man pushed open the door and walked in. The man closed the door with his backhand, set up a soundproof formation, and then sat opposite Zhenfan. "Old Yi, are you closing so early?" Zhenfan put down the Yaolan gun and asked with a smile. "How can there be customers in the city now? If we don't close, people will be suspicious." The middle-aged man called Old Yi replied casually, staring at Zhenfan and said, "How are you? The order issued in the meeting is a death order. We must get that thing." As the person in charge of the Star Club lurking in Zhuancheng, Old Yi did not trust Zhenfan, a young man who suddenly gained power, but the other party was the task executor appointed by several vice presidents. Zhenfan glanced at him, but answered irrelevantly, "Do I really have a chance to take revenge this time?" Old Yi frowned and said seriously, "You must remember, the mission is the most important." "It seems that there really is one." Zhenfan grinned, not taking Liao Yi's words to heart at all, and asked casually, "By the way, is the woman outside the window yours?" "What?" Liao Yi became alert when he heard that, because he hadn't noticed anyone outside the window until now. In fact, at the same time when Zhenfan asked that question, the musket in his hand silently spewed out flames. The next moment, a muffled groan came from outside the window, followed by a flash of lightning, and then there was no sound. "She didn't die after receiving my Jitaluoha bullet. She even ran away with all her might. That little woman is quite capable, and it doesn't look like a low-grade magical power at all." Zhenfan's voice was obviously a little surprised, but then he said with relief, "So that's the case. Her fate is no longer in her own hands, so naturally she can't immediately step into the fate of death. However, this also shows that the person who controls her fate is very lucky." "Aren't you going to chase her?" Old Yi at the side asked in a deep voice. "There is no need." Zhenfan shook his head, then looked at the sun that was about to set, and said calmly, "The wedding is about to begin, and we will meet each other again soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the invitation on the table suddenly flew up, and then changed into a big red sedan chair carried by 8 people, sucking Zhenfan and Old Yi into it. Almost at the same time, Su Hanshu, Meng Sicheng and other distinguished guests who received the invitations fell into the sedan that suddenly appeared. Amid the sound of blowing and beating coming from nowhere, they crossed the boundary between reality and illusion, and came to the Mu family mansion that disappeared in Zhuancheng. Chapter 561 Enter. Back to Zhao Chen, the friend he took Ming Zuling to meet was Ming Hangaiu, whom he had just met the night before. The princess originally wanted to leave Zhuancheng at dawn and join her men, but the sudden charming power trapped her here. After Ming Hangaiu realized that there was a power affecting her, she wanted to find Zhao Chen as soon as possible, but who would have thought that the pollution in her soul would be excited at this time, and for some reason she fell asleep and did not wake up until a quarter of an hour ago. As soon as she woke up, she contacted Zhao Chen through the contract. Ming Hangaiu's temporary residence is located in the eastern district of Zhuancheng. It is an embroidery building with a unique entrance and courtyard. This is not her property, but the property of Feng Wuxin, another flower fairy in the 100 Flowers book in addition to Lei Ji. In a sense, the 2 flower fairies in the 100 Flowers book are also treasures. Since there were no servants in the embroidery building and Ming Hangaiu was in a special state at the moment, Zhao Chen did not go through the door, but jumped directly to the 2nd floor, and entered the room through the window. Seeing him come in, the princess, who was lying on the bed and wearing only a middle dress, curled her eyes sweetly and said in a weak tone, "Mr. Chen, you are finally here." Before she finished her words, she saw Ming Zuling following behind Zhao Chen. She couldn't help, but paused for a moment before continuing. I saw something in my dream just now. Maybe it will be helpful to you. Zhao Chen saw that, although she looked very weak, her cheeks were rosy and her breath was much stronger than last night. She looked like she was too weak to be replenished. He did not rush to ask Ming Hangai what she saw. Instead, after apologizing, he walked up to grab the wrist of this girl with beautiful eyes that was exposed outside the quilt, input the true energy and carefully sensed it. After making sure that the pollution in her soul was still in a sealed state and had not spread, Zhao Chen said thoughtfully, "It seems that you encountered good things in your dream. After all, only one night had passed, and the princess's Huangshan magic power had improved so much, the effect was comparable to that of him and Zheng Qinggan's dual cultivation using secret methods." Ming Hangai glanced at Ming Zuling, who stood by the window without saying a word. Seeing that Zhao Chen did not intend to let her avoid him, she pursed her lips and said, "I dreamed that I turned into a big bird, flying in a picture of Zuancheng that seemed to be painted by Western oil paintings, competing with the shadow of a big fish for the food that escaped from the city. I don't know what that food is, but it is obviously very helpful to both the big fish and me, so that after I woke up, my soul power surged, and my vitality was uncontrollably sucked into my body, causing the inner world to be almost destroyed by this power." When she said this, a trace of fear appeared on her face, and it was obvious that she was really in danger when she woke up just now. Big bird. I remember that, when Xingcha examined Hangai, it clearly pointed out that the pollution in her soul came from Xiaohao. Whether in the previous life, or in this Zuanshan world, Xiaohao, as an ancient emperor, is related to Zuaniao. It is said that when Xiaohao was born, there were 5 phoenixes in the sky, each with a different color. They were created according to the colors of the 5 directions: red, yellow, green, white, and black. They all flew into the courtyard of Xiaohao. Therefore, he was also called the Phoenix Bird Clan. This is also the totem of his headquarters. So, it was the arrangement of the happy bodhisattva in Zuancheng that activated the power in Ming Hangai's soul, allowing her to transform into a black bird in her dream and snatch the food accumulated by the other party for the big fish. In addition to the inexplicable information of the White Pavilion Master of the Happy Treasure Pavilion, I always feel that someone is secretly destroying the plan of the happy bodhisattva behind the scenes. Well, this is not surprising. After the cultivators in this world become supernatural powers, well, at least after they become supernatural powers of the upper grade, no matter what they want to do to benefit their own cultivation, they will encounter disasters. The more external plunder, the more disadvantageous it is to Zuanshan, and the stronger the disaster. And if the happy bodhisattva drags the people of a city into danger, even if not too many people are injured, there will be no less human disasters. So, Li Filan would come back from the west so soon, Ming Hangai's subordinates would be attacked and killed by the wizards of the west, and Ming Hangai himself would come to Zuancheng to find me at this juncture. Maybe all of them were. No, it is unrealistic to say that it was completely arranged. It is likely that fate was manipulated, and the situation was taken advantage of. And this can also explain one thing. The source of the pollution in Ming Hangai's soul may not be a secret in the eyes of the truly top group of people. Just like my relationship with Xingcha can't be hidden from those who are interested, and I was deliberately disguised as a candidate. The water in this world is really deep. As for who can be considered the real top, Zhao Chen is actually not sure in his heart. Maybe ordinary Shengsun can't reach that level, at least it must be the peak Zenjin like King Gyuan Temple Priest and Moyan Patriarch, as well as Daojins. Various thoughts turned around in his mind, and Zhao Chen opened the Dangsu eye on the surface, to observe Ming Hangai carefully again for a while, and asked with concern, "Then after you woke up from the dream, in addition to the sudden increase in cultivation, did you have any other discomfort?" Ming Hangai's beautiful eyes flashed, and she answered in a good mood, "No. I know you are worried that the power will take the opportunity to contaminate me, but in fact it is very honest. It shows that your piano therapy last night was very effective." Zhao Chen nodded, knowing that what she said was true. He was about to ask her for more details in the dream, but at this moment, the wedding invitation that Ming Zuling had been carrying suddenly jumped up and flew into the air. Then, the piece of letter paper expanded and deformed at a very fast speed, and finally turned into a festive sedan chair with 8 people carrying it. The curtain of the sedan chair rolled up, and a red wind took shape, rolling Zhao Chen and Ming Zuling into the sedan chair. As forming Han Gaiyu, as a member of the royal family, she was obviously not invited, just like the county magistrate who was protected by Chen Shang, the 5 animals old man. When Zhao Chen was surrounded by the red wind, he knew that he could not resist it at all, or he could not resist it successfully without paying a great price, because he sensed some familiar power in it, which was the fruit position suppression, that belonged to the Dongsuan true people. He had felt this kind of power too many times in the past historical fog, especially in Bingquan town. However, the fruit position of this sedan chair is real, but why is the magic power that built it so mottled? Logically speaking, the existence that can achieve Dongsuan must at least have the foundation of a 4th grade magical power, and it is impossible to have this quality of magic power. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and separated half of his spirit into the Xingcha. With the help of the contract communication, he comforted Ming Han Gaiyu, who was lying on the bed and watching Zhao Chen and the other 2 disappear helplessly. At the same time, he also passed the news that he was taken away by the sedan to several men in Wu'ai Valley, asking them to tell Qin Sheng. When he had just finished doing these things, the fateful heavenly pond on the corridor on one side of the Xingcha hall suddenly flew up, taking in a wisp of aura that appeared out of thin air and turned it into a black carp. This is. Zhao Chen was stunned and soon reacted. Through the records on the Jade Book, he learned that someone was using the Fate type of magical power to attack him. In reality, he also received the radio waves from Thunder Princess Fang Pei Niang and learned about Zhen Fan's conversation with Liao Yi and how she was attacked. All Stars Club really wants to find something in the ruins. But why did they insist on sending Zhen Fan? Is there anything special about him? Or maybe it's just a cover? Zhen Fan wants revenge. Is it against me or King Gan? In any case, I'll take it. Zhao Chen smiled, and before the palanquin completely entered the Mu family, he took out the 100 Flowers book and used the cause and effect relationship in it to forcibly take Fang Pei Niang back. This is not the original ability of the 100 Flowers book, but a new function of this magical instrument after it came into contact with the Star Chariot and the ownership changed. But to use this function, you need to pay star coins. Northeast of Zuancheng, on a dirt road near a stream, Zheng Qinggan, who was originally sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, then stood up and looked into Zuancheng. Because right above the city of Zuancheng, a layer of sky curtain descended faintly, replacing the original real sky. The Heart Island, where the ruins are located, is really getting closer to reality. The person behind the scenes, well, according to Erlang's guess, it is most likely the Lion Du Bodhisattva who was suppressed by the Meng family. The location she chose is really good. After all, Zuancheng can be said to be one of the closest real coordinates to the Heart World. After muttering to herself for a few words, Zheng Qinggan withdrew her gaze from the abnormal sky curtain, shook her head and said, "It seems that there are indeed many forces that tacitly approve Lion Du Bodhisattva to do this behind the scenes. Otherwise, with such a formation, the Dongzuan people from the 6 gates and the Taoist office should have descended long ago." She counted with her fingers, and the 2nd grade magical power heavenly phenomenon 9 Yi operated automatically. After a moment, Zheng Qinggan sighed slightly and said, "So that's how it is." After the curtain was opened, the secrets of heaven began to become clear. At this time, a voice came from afar. "What curtain?" Zheng Qinggan was not surprised. After all, she had already detected the arrival of someone through her spiritual sense. Soon, as an auspicious cloud fell from the sky, 2 women appeared in front of Zheng Qinggan. One of them had a beautiful face and graceful demeanor, and the other had delicate features and a slender figure. They were Yan Hongxia and Li Zieling, who were still in Wu'ai Cave at noon. Yan Hongxia's aura at this time was much stronger than when she first arrived at Wu'ai Valley, and it was obvious that her cultivation had improved a lot. As for Li Zieling, after getting off the auspicious cloud, she dry heaved several times and was obviously a little airsick. Zheng Qingyan was not surprised at all about their arrival. After nodding as a greeting, she ignored Yan Hongxue, only looked at Li Zhiling and said, "Did you bring the things?" Li Zhiling had also recovered a little at this time. She nodded slightly, then reached out and pulled out a hairpin from her bundled hair. The hairpin grew longer in the wind and turned into a long stick with golden and red colors and dragon patterns carved on the surface. It was the magic weapon Pan Long Stick. Obviously, the thing that Zheng Qingyan was waiting for that could be used as a breakthrough was this magic weapon. Since that relic was related to Emperor Taizu of Zhao Song, the Queen, and his General Chazun, the Pan Long Stick that Emperor Taizu of Song had used would most likely cause some changes. What should we do now? At this time, Yan Hongxue, who was left aside, couldn't help asking. Zheng Qingyan glanced at her and knew that the other party should have gained benefits in the Beiyu sect ruins in the cave and seemed a little impetuous because of the sudden increase in strength, so she simply replied with one word, "Wait. Wait. Wait for what?" Yan Hongxue said anxiously, "Zhao Chen needs our help. Of course, when he really needs us." Zheng Qingyan said lightly, "And as his backup, we should not be exposed too early." The sedan chair was carried by something unknown, with the sound of blowing and beating coming from nowhere, passing through many bizarre scenes, and arriving outside a huge mansion. When the sedan chair stopped, Zhao Chen and Ming Zuling had not had time to get off, and it suddenly disappeared, turned into an invitation, and fell into Ming Zuling's arms. "I thought we were going to be taken directly to the bridal chamber in the sedan chair, but we were thrown outside the mansion." Zhao Chen joked to ease the atmosphere while looking around, and found that the two of them were placed next to a corner door, and there was no one else around. Moreover, this mansion is really big, the courtyard wall on one side is endless, and the other side is directly integrated into the wall like an oil painting. The Mu family's house shouldn't be of this scale. Zhao Chen was amazed, and they put us next to the corner gate. Obviously our status is not noble enough. Although the mind world can roughly correspond to reality, the human mind is unpredictable, and the thoughts of countless people are entangled together, so naturally all kinds of phenomena may exist. Especially since this place is shrouded by the law domain, it is even more bizarre. Ming Zuling took Zhao Chen's hand while speaking, and then propped up the bubble to cover the two of them. This kind of bubble in the dream is not unique to the dream of the goddess of beauty. Many spiritual powers have similar forms, but the functions are slightly different. And what Ming Zuling simulated with the morning and the forest magical power is exactly the wandering in the mind world, one of the 3 magical powers that can be achieved by the 12 methods of heart light. But simulation is simulation. Unlike the real wandering in the mind world that can travel freely in the mind world, Ming Zuling's version is obviously only a low profile version, which can only ensure that the two are not eroded by the various emotions and desires of the mind world within a certain limit. After looking at the corner door, and then at the nothingness behind him, and the sound of seawater rushing in the nothingness, Zhao Chen and the foam smiled, and said to Ming Zuling beside him, "Since we are here, we should give the owner of this place a favor, and go in, and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, the corner door opened by itself. At first glance, the light and shadow inside were mixed, like a colorful mosaic, and it was impossible to see what was there. Zhao Chen was slightly startled by seeing this, but after thinking about it, he still took Ming Zuling's hand and walked into the door. By the way, it has been said that the spiritual island of the ruins was moved here. Then what about the spiritual island originally corresponding to Zuancheng? Zhao Chen asked curiously the moment he stepped through the corner door. Chapter 562, Breakthrough. The spirit island originally corresponding to Zuancheng is naturally here. Ming Zuling pointed around. It should be the special laws contained in the law domain that temporarily merged them together. I see. Then I roughly understand why the happy bodhisattva does some things. I just don't know why he chose Zuancheng. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. While the two were talking, they had already stepped through the corner door and truly entered the interior of the Mu family mansion. The next moment, light and shadow flowed, and when Zhao Chen and Ming Zuling regained their perception, they found themselves in an empty universe. Zhao Chen's spiritual consciousness unfolded, and just when he wanted to take a closer look at the surrounding situation, the surrounding scene suddenly collapsed at this time, like glass shattered. Zhao Chen, who was a little confused, just watched himself fall into a space that was half illusory and half real, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. That seemed to be your dream just now. At this time, Meng Zuling, who had come back to her senses, spoke first. However, she always spoke like a machine, and there was a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Why can't it be your dream? Zhao Chen asked back. I didn't have a dream. Meng Zuling answered affirmatively, and then analyzed calmly. Such a dream is broken before it is formed. Either the owner of the dream has completely mastered the dream and took the initiative to withdraw it, or what you dreamed of, even if it is a superficial appearance, is not something that this dream can bear. As far as I know, you are not proficient in dream magic, so it is unlikely to be the first case. At this point, she looked at Zhao Chen seriously, seemingly calm, but in fact, she couldn't hide her surprise and asked, what did you dream about? What did I dream about? The scene just now seemed to be in the universe. Could it be? Zhao Chen thought about Meng Zuling's words and immediately had an idea in his mind. Although he couldn't fully recover some memories, he knew the general idea. What I dreamed about was most likely the evil gods lingering outside this world. What I saw before entering this world. Fortunately, the dream couldn't bear it, otherwise wouldn't they come with the help of my dream? Zhao Chen secretly rejoiced in his heart, but he didn't plan to say more to Meng Zuling. Seeing her faint desire for knowledge, Zhao Chen had to take the initiative to change the subject. This should be the outer restriction of the spiritual ruins corresponding to Fenglan village. I didn't expect that. In order to attend the Mu family wedding, I would have to break through these restrictions first. He hadn't thought of it before, but when he calmed down, he found that the dream he had just experienced was the same as what Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo had experienced not long ago. He can check the memories of Lin and Chu at any time. In addition, his cheap father Zhao Song also had similar memories, but they were not complete, so Zhao Chen couldn't associate them at the first time. Since there are two spiritual islands superimposed on each other, it is normal to need to break through the restrictions. Meng Zuling thought for a few seconds, nodded, and said, I guess the wedding should be before a certain layer of restrictions, and the spiritual island of Zuancheng should also appear there. Seeing that she didn't ask about the dream just now, Zhao Chen smiled and said, you and I have the same idea. That happy bodhisattva probably failed to break through the last restriction, so he set his sights on Zuancheng. I think so. Meng Zuling hinted. It seems that the bodhisattva is not in good condition. If happy bodhisattva is at his peak, how could such a being fail to open the ownerless restriction and need external help? Zhao Chen understood what Meng Zuling had not said, but did not say it out loud. Instead, he changed the subject again and said, this should be the narrow space between the restrictions and the restrictions. We can rest here and get something we want, as long as it is here. It was here that Zhao Song got the evil spirit needed for the golden seal, to suppress demons and the silver armor to control demons, and then cultivated the prerequisite spells needed for the two demon king binding great magical powers. Hearing this, Meng Zuling was silent for a few seconds and said, although I already have a spirit, I cannot be considered a complete living being. I'm afraid the rules here cannot perceive my wishes. This is the truth. After all, she didn't even have a dream. Even if she was trying to transform, she was still far from being a human. It can be said that she entered the heart world as Zhao Chen's tool. Zhao Chen also knew this, but he still encouraged her to give it a try. As expected, this space did not respond to her desire. Meng Zuling was not disappointed. She just looked at Zhao Chen with envy as he took a Zhao Yingyingsha into his bag. Zhao Yingyingsha is the evil spirit needed to practice the Yinsha magic Umo Yinjaya. It is only born under the shadow of the heart world sky, and is an extremely rare material. After taking the reward, Zhao Chen immediately felt the rejection of this narrow space. He simply stopped staying and followed the traction into the restriction of the second layer. Soon, he came to a hall where demons were dancing wildly. It is said that there is a group of demons dancing wildly here because there is no one in this large hall, all of which are some monsters with strange shapes. Zhao Chen and Meng Zuling had just regained consciousness when extremely complex smells came like a tide. The aroma of food and wine, the stench of demons, the strange smell of aliens, and many more smells whose sources could not be distinguished, all mixed together. forming a strange attraction that made people want to immerse themselves in it. Even Meng Zuling, who had always been indifferent, showed greed in her eyes after entering here, staring at the plates placed on the long table in the hall, and her yearning was beyond words. Seeing that she seemed to be in a bad condition, Zhao Chen hurriedly held her wrist and poured a wisp of 5 immortal spiritual ki into her body. 5 immortal spiritual ki is the embodiment of the beauty of the Tao, and it naturally repels external evil. It can be said that with the beauty of the Tao in front of it, the spirits of this world will definitely not be fascinated by other things. After being hit by the 5 immortal spirit ki, Meng Zuling regained consciousness with a start, but she felt her body was weak and almost half of her body leaned on Zhao Chen. "What's the matter? Why did you lose your composure like this?" Zhao Chen hugged Meng Zuling and put his mouth close to her ear, asking in a low voice. He could actually transmit his voice, but because his posture was so good, he didn't think of it for a while. Meng Zuling didn't care about these. She moved her lips slightly and said slowly, "Those plates are filled with food made with human emotions. And this dream? No, it's the extreme amplification of desire in this spiritual island, which even broke through the protection of the heart realm travel magic power for us, making me unable to control myself for a while." Hearing this, Zhao Chen showed a look of realization. "No wonder you lost your composure like this. You really have been longing for human emotions. Fortunately, I use the 5 immortal spirit ki in time to help you get rid of the erosion of desire." He couldn't help but feel a little fortunate, otherwise a large force on his side would be wasted. But hearing this, Meng Zuling looked at him with a sad look that he had never shown before. "I have gotten rid of my desire for human emotions, but now I long for you. I long for you so much that my body becomes weak and keeps twitching." Zhao Chen, who didn't know that Meng Zuling was being harassed by the after effects, looked around the hall and found that the monsters and aliens didn't seem to notice the sudden appearance of the two of them. He breathed a sigh of relief and carefully observed their characteristics and details. "This is most likely someone else's dream. If we don't interfere, we will always be bystanders, and they won't be able to find us." At this time, in order to divert attention, Meng Zuling forced himself to calm down and use the remaining little computing power to analyze. There are very few such rational monsters in Ardaksha. Even if there are, they dare not gather so openly and eat food made of emotions and rationality, which is a taboo among taboos. Once discovered, the true lord may come in person. So, the image in this person's dream reflects the scenes of the vassal states of Daksha in the Indochina Peninsula, or the countries along the route to the west. I heard that many of these countries are raised by demons, and mortals are like poultry, and are crops that can be harvested at any time. So, compared with those countries, Daksha is a paradise. Zhao Chen did not expect that the living environment outside Daksha was so bad, and he could not help but secretly gasp. But, what are demons? Why does it sound like a proper noun instead of a general term? Listening to his voice ringing in her ears, Meng Zuling felt that her ears were burning. She suppressed a certain desire and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Demons are indeed a unique creature. They are no longer human, but they are not inhumane demons. They are in a state between the two. If you have to say, your girl Zenkingayan, her dragon body is also a kind of demon, but it is obviously more advanced. Outside Daksha, there are more demons, because the cultivators there have a practice method that is completely different from ours and Taxi. I don't know the details. Anyway, almost all the cultivators there have demon forms, or are simply demons. But their practice method has its limits, and at most they can be cultivated to the realm equivalent to supernatural powers. Is Kingayan also a demon? Isn't the horror feeling she gives people caused by the special practice method, which carries a trace of Dharma phase power in the supernatural power stage? If she is also considered, then wouldn't everyone in the Danksuan real person be a demon? Is it because the source of the Dharma phase is different? No, what Meng Zuling said may not be right. After all, she is not too clear about things outside Daksha. It's better to go back and ask Kingayan directly. After all, as a family mainly engaged in maritime trade, the Zeng family has a better understanding of overseas countries. Just when Zhao Chen and Ming Zuling were whispering to each other, a pig-headed demon with a human body, who was relatively clean, but not wearing clothes, walked into the hall. It smiled flatteringly at the female demon, who was the leader of the hall, with two horns on her head, heavy makeup, but almost no clothes on her body, with its greasy face, and said, "Greetings, Fairyland. There is a human boy who wants to participate in our spirit-eating banquet." Before it finished speaking, it was interrupted by a sloppy old man in tattered clothes, with his abdomen completely exposed, and even maggots crawling on it. "Human boy, although we have all been demons for a long time, there are also some who consider themselves human. Just tell us the origin of the boy, and see if he is qualified to join the spirit-eating banquet." The boy was introduced by His Highness Red Snake Demon Star. The pig-faced demon did not dare to neglect it and explained quickly that he is indeed just a human, and he should be practicing the authentic Zuanman exercises from Daksha. "A young man from the Zuan sect of Daksha came to us? Or was he introduced by His Highness the Red Snake Monster Star?" The leading female cultivator with two horns on her head immediately became interested, and said with a smile, "It is rumored that His Highness the Red Snake Monster Star is a member of the All-Stars Association. The person it recommended is probably to buy a portion of rationality from us before accepting power, right? This is a big customer." The sloppy old man nodded and agreed with her, so he also said, "In that case, let's bring him in. Among all the food here, rationality is the most rare. It is not easy for us to collect it, so we have to exchange it for something good." When this dream came to this point, the surrounding scene suddenly became grey, and the monsters also stopped moving, as if the whole dream was suspended. At the same time, a line of text appeared in front of Zhao Chen and Ming Zuling. It was a question. "Who is the owner of this dream?" You have 3 chances to learn about the owner of the dream by asking questions. Do you need to answer questions to pass this level of restriction? 3 chances to ask questions. Since it is a side understanding, it means that you can't directly ask who the owner of the dream is. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and subconsciously glanced at Ming Zuling in his arms, but found that she, who had always been calm and wise, still hadn't recovered, and it seemed that she couldn't be relied on. However, as for the answer to this question, I actually have a suspect candidate. After all, I don't know many young men who want to gain power when it comes to the Star Club. Yes, this question actually implies a condition. That is, Zhao Chen knows the owner of the dream, otherwise it is impossible to give an answer. Is the owner of the dream one of the guests invited to the Mu family wedding? Zhao Chen thought for a while and asked. The first is shrinking the circle. Yes. The dream gave a positive answer. Does the owner of the dream have a grudge against me? Zhao Chen confirmed again. Yes. Then, is the owner of the dream Zen fan? Zhao Chen gave his answer with the third question. There is no need to answer again, because the dream has continued to operate, and Zen fan, dressed as a scholar, entered the hall under the guidance of the pig-headed demon. The female demon with 2 horns on her head looked at the boy for a long time with the eyes of a food, and couldn't help but admire. This desire for hatred is really delicious. Are you going to use your hatred to exchange rationality with us? Chapter 563 Ginseng Fruit. Although the female demon's voice was a little hoarse, it sounded itchy, and her almost perfect body could arouse lust. Even Zenfan, whose heart was already filled with hatred, couldn't take his eyes away, and the other demons sitting in the hall even drooled. But this kind of temptation was not enough for Zhao Chen, who even commented with interest, "This voice is the same as Qin Sheng's. But as a demon, Qin Sheng is much better than this demon. You know, exposing too much is not the best choice." Seeing that Zhao Chen's attention was all on the female demon, Ming Zuling, who was still leaning on his arms, seemed to have some inexplicable emotions, and said unconsciously, "This demon used a method similar to magical powers when speaking just now, like the demons I met before. Huh. She seems to have mixed the abilities of more than one demon together. After receiving the gifts from different demons, you didn't go completely crazy or turn into a monster?" She was trying to find fault at first, but as she spoke, she revealed a genuine look of surprise. Maybe, this is the secret of them being demons. Ming Zuling's words aroused Zhao Chen's interest, so he wanted to walk up, to get a closer look, and explore the secret of the female demon. However, Considering that this is a dream, the reaction is only superficial, and once in contact, it will be difficult to maintain the current bystander state, so he had to give up with regret. At this time, it seemed that an unknown force brushed Zhen Fan's cheek, which made him wake up instantly, and then he broke out in a cold sweat, and his eyes looking at the female demon also revealed anger and fear. The female demon with two horns on her head now glared at the sloppy old man who attacked her, and snorted, "Rotten intestine ghost, I want you to be the good guy." The sloppy old man, whose clothes were tattered, and whose abdomen was completely open, and one could even see maggots crawling around, shook the broken cat tail leaf fan in his hand and sighed. "Aunt Lan, this young man was introduced by His Highness the Red Snake Demon Star. Although he has a peculiar fate and his bloodline is probably quite profound, it was able to breed such a unique desire fruit in his spiritual platform. But you can't take advantage of it and break the rules." The female demon did not refute immediately, but looked at Zhen Fan again with an unscrupulous look, and said disdainfully, "Without this desire fruit, what good things can he, a cultivator who has just set up a spiritual platform, and hasn't even drawn the vitality of heaven and earth into his body, come up with? Even if he is willing to pay with his flesh and blood, he can't exchange this bit of rationality. Although Lord Red Snake Demon Star is powerful, comparable to Dazire's Dangzhu and Zenran, don't try to force us into an unfair deal. We demons are the group that is best at preserving our lives, otherwise we would have been killed by those wizards in Taxi long ago. Even if the real Dangzhu and Zenran takes action, I'm sure that I will not be completely killed." Not to mention she didn't finish her words, but the meaning was self-evident. Although she was afraid of the so-called Red Snake Demon Star, she was not afraid. At this time, as the protagonist discussed by the demons, Zhen Fan could no longer bear it and shouted, "I will not sell my hatred. That is the meaning of my survival. However, I also brought treasures to exchange for rationality." A big shot said, "That I guarantee you will be satisfied." Big shot. The demons who roughly guessed the origin of the white-clothed scholar looked at each other, and finally the sloppy old man who played the good guy asked, "What treasures do you have? Brother, why don't you take them out to open our eyes?" Yes, in Zhao Chen's eyes, the verbal conflict between the female demon and the sloppy old man just now was purely a tacit performance. They played the good guy and the bad guy, and their purpose was to warn the young man not to rely on the support of Dangzhu and to arbitrarily lower the price, and to get more information. Maybe the female demon can really escape from the hands of Dangzhu, but it will inevitably cost a great price. She has eaten too much, and will challenge such a high difficulty for a so-called desire fruit. However, this set of techniques is still a bit rough. It is not a big problem to deceive young people like Zhen Fan, but it is not enough in the eyes of Zhao Chen, an old man who traveled around the world in his previous life. Shaking his head, Zhao Chen watched Zhen Fan, who had fallen into the demon's rhythm, take out 3 boxes from his storage bag. The boxes were made of gold, jade, and wood, all of which were engraved with complicated runes. Just by looking at the appearance, you could tell that there were treasures hidden inside. The female demon with 2 horns on her head, the sloppy old man with rotten intestines, and many demons present all stretched their necks in anticipation. In particular, one of the humanoid demons whose neck could be infinitely extended almost put his face on the long table where the boxes were placed. As a result, he was cut off by another demon, dressed as a butcher with a green face and fangs. After growing his head again, he muttered and restrained himself a lot. Zhen Fan took a deep breath and opened the first golden box. Inside was a snow white fat worm as thick as a baby's arm. It kept squirming and wailing in an unknown language. If you listen carefully, you can even hear the meaning of cursing from the sound. Ginseng fruit? The sloppy old man stood up suddenly, staring at the fat white worm with his eyes. His excitement was beyond words. The other demons also stood up, all looking greedily at the fat worm in the box, wishing to take it for themselves. Ginseng fruit? This creepy thing is a ginseng fruit? Zhao Chen was a little dazed after hearing what the sloppy old man said. He couldn't believe that the ginseng fruit described in the previous life's journey to the west that blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and takes another 3,000 years to ripen, and if you smell it, you will live to be 360 years old, and if you eat one, you will live for 47,000 years. can look like this. If the ginseng fruit really looks like this, it is normal for Tang Monk not to want to eat it. After muttering inwardly, Zhao Chen lowered his head to Ming Zuling's ear and asked as if to confirm, is this really the ginseng fruit? Ming Zuling frowned and said hesitantly, it's very similar to what is described in the classics, but I'm not sure. After all, the ginseng fruit tree is unique to the flower god sect and only matures once every 100 years. There are not many of them left outside, and most of them are refined into longevity pills. Mature once every 100 years. This is not quite the same as the ginseng fruit I know. Zhao Chen was stunned and thought that this thing might be the same as those bodhisattvas and Buddhas in Buddhism, all of which are just false names. At this time, Ming Zuling added hesitantly, but Mingxu's father once warned Mingxu that except for the pills from the Danding Xianzang, all other longevity items are not trustworthy. There is a high probability that they contain serious hidden dangers. The example he cited includes the ginseng fruit from the flower god sect. Although one of these fruits can extend your life by 6 decades, if you eat it, your final fate is to be eaten by others. Sure enough, this thing is not a proper fairy fruit, but this world is full of weirdness, and the ginseng fruit is no exception. While Zhao Chen was relieved, he saw the female demon with 2 horns waved her hand and said in a hoarse voice, look at your achievements. This young man hasn't opened the other 2 boxes yet. She is still young and has a long life ahead of her, so she is not so greedy for the ginseng fruit. The sloppy old man and the other demons calmed down immediately after hearing this and returned to their seats, but their eyes towards Zhen Fan became completely different. Seeing this, Zhen Fan took a deep breath and continued to open the second jade box. A fruit covered with dark blue veins and constantly shrinking and expanding appeared in front of everyone. It was not complete, with many missing parts, and the smell was foul. It was a rotten heart that was still beating. What is this? Although the demons could sense the extraordinariness of the heart, they did not recognize it. However, Zhao Chen's eyes widened, and a light flashed in his eyes, because he recognized what this heart was. It was one of the star-aft accessories he had seen in the Jade Book, the Heart of Mars. Who would have thought that it was in Zhen Fan's hands? No. It is very likely to have been traded to these demons now. This is a treasure equivalent to a magic weapon. As long as it is provided with enough blood, it can be reborn unconditionally in a fatal attack. Remember, there is no upper limit to the fatal attacks it can withstand. Even if it is hit by the Shengxuan's engine, it can still be reborn. And it can be reused, but after each rebirth, it takes about a week to feed blood. While Zhen Fan introduced it, he looked at the heart with eager eyes. If this heart was not given to him by a senior member of the Star Club specifically to exchange for rationality, he really wanted to keep it for himself. Compared to the ginseng fruit that increases lifespan, he, who is still very young, needs this kind of treasure that can revive him more to complete his revenge. Sure enough, hearing about the effect of this treasure, even the fairyland couldn't hold back. After all, these demons seem to be powerful, but they have always lived a precarious life. The treasure that can revive is naturally tempting enough. However, Zhao Chen on the other side sneered at what Zhen Fan said. Feeding blood can revive infinitely? Wishful thinking. Based on my understanding of Star Chariot accessories, this thing definitely requires a person's fate or existence, but the appearance is sucking blood. People with strong fate may be able to revive several more times, and those with poor fate can't wait to charge the resurrection and run to death. The so-called infinite resurrection is a joke. No, maybe I should be able to do it. After all, I can use star coins instead of fates to pay. How do I know what you said is true? At this time, the fairyland with 2 horns on her head asked. Zhen Fan had been prepared for this. He took out a jade slip and said, I have a video of the test process of this treasure here. You will know it once you see it. As he said that, he handed the jade slip to the demons present and let them watch it one by one. After a moment, the fairyland nodded first and said, you are indeed a member of the All-Stars Association. That's all. We believe that the great evil of the All-Stars Association will not joke with us little people. Her hoarse voice trembled a little because the jade slip showed a scene of a great evil level demon attacking. Fortunately, even though the jade slip was made of excellent material, it could only record the appearance, otherwise they would have either died or completely degenerated into demons. through the jade slip, the active situation created by the demons in the hall disappeared. It was a pity that Zhen Fan was inexperienced and did not take the opportunity to use the power of the great evil to suppress their momentum. Otherwise he would have had an advantage in the subsequent transactions. So what was Zhen Fan doing at this time? He was opening the third wooden box. There was no flash of light, no demonic energy, and there was only a palm-sized little man lying quietly in the box. The little man looked like a plump adult woman with brown hair and blue eyes, wearing a green dress and a pair of butterfly-like wings on her back. At this time, the little man was snoring, as if he was sleeping very soundly. It turned out to be the little fairy from Takesi. They are often the assistants of wizards. Did the Star Club rob a wizard tower? The sloppy old man took a quick look and looked away. He was obviously more interested in the ginseng fruit and the magic heart. The demons and wizards are mortal enemies, and they are very familiar with those practitioners in Takesi. This fairy came from a wizard tower built by a sunrise level wizard. The wizard has fallen, but the wizard tower is still there, and it contains all the wizard's knowledge, including his practice method. And this fairy is the manager of the wizard tower, and can bring people in there. As soon as he finished speaking, the demons who were originally careless focused their eyes on him again. You demons are stopped at the level of magical powers. If you want to advance, you must either get the Taoist's forgiveness to practice the authentic methods of Daksha, or turn into demons and go completely crazy, or become wizards. The first way probably doesn't work for you, and the second way will make you lose yourself. Then only the third way is suitable for you. But the wizard's practice methods are rare, especially the practice methods that can become Huiyu and Ziri, which are equivalent to the Dongzuan realm, which is even more difficult. The value of this fairy can be imagined. Zhen Fan paused here, looked at the demons present, and continued, "Then, does anyone want to exchange rationality with me?" As soon as he asked the question, the scene around him turned grey again, and the dream pressed the pause button again. At the same time, a line of text appeared in front of Zhao Chen. Which treasure did Zhen Fan finally exchange for rationality? You have 3 chances to answer. Which treasure was exchanged for rationality? Zhao Chen smiled, but did not answer immediately. He only lowered his head and asked Meng Zuling, "What do you think?" Meng Zuling thought for a while and replied, "It depends on who the rationality belongs to." The sloppy old man obviously prefers the ginseng fruit, and the female demon will probably choose between the heart and the demon. As for the other demons, their strength is inferior to these two, and they have no say. After she finished speaking, she also looked up at Zhao Chen, as if hoping to get his approval. But Zhao Chen shook his head and said, "The analysis is good, but you are looking at the problem from the perspective of fair trade, and they are demons. Since these 3 things have appeared in their eyes, how can they let them go easily? Combined with the fact that Zhen Fan did not die, and his strength has greatly increased. So there are only 2 answers. Either Zhen Fan used all the treasures to exchange, or he used none of them." Chapter 564 The third level of restriction. These demons seem to be easy to talk to, but from their eyes, you can see that they are a group of paranoid, crazy, and extremely self-centered guys. If they really encounter something they like, they will never care about Zhen Fan's background. Of course, if they can exchange it, these demons will not offend a powerful party for nothing. It depends on how Zhen Fan chooses. If he chooses to suffer a little loss, then everything will be fine. If he refuses to suffer a loss, there will inevitably be a fight. That's why it is said that Zhen Fan either cowardly and use all the treasures for exchange, or he doesn't use any of them and relies on the backstage to be strong enough to get rationality directly from the corpses of these demons. And judging from Zhen Fan's performance in the dream, and his obsession with his past, and even dreaming about it in his dream, it is likely that he was humiliated, and it was so unforgettable that his hatred fruit became stronger. So, I chose him to exchange all the treasures for rationality, Zhao Chen said. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scene suddenly shattered, and Zhao Chen and Meng Zuling also felt their bodies falling rapidly again, and finally landed in a strange space called narrow space. Obviously, he got the answer right. Why don't you continue to show the subsequent contents of the dream? Zhao Chen's face was full of disappointment. After all, he still wanted to find out which demon had the heart of Mars in his hands. That was the star-aft accessory, which he must get. The restrictions on the second level are only these two questions. Or, you have to answer correctly twice to pass the level. If you deliberately answer the wrong questions, you may continue to watch the subsequent developments and wait for the next opportunity to answer questions. Meng Zuling blinked and analyzed, based on the information that was dissipated when the dream was shattered. After leaving the dream just now, the strong desires that made her legs weak and trembling were finally suppressed, and she took the opportunity to get out of Zhao Chen's arms. Can it still be like that? Yes, it is very likely. Zhao Chen didn't care about the beauty's withdrawal. He just said subconsciously, after being stunned for a moment, "Why are you saying it now? Most of my computing power has been used to fight and analyze the abnormalities in my body, and very little has been used for thinking, so it seems a little clumsy." Meng Zuling explained seriously. "Forget it, Zhen Fan is coming to the wedding banquet anyway, and there will be plenty of opportunities to figure out the subsequent developments then." Zhao Chen sighed and stopped worrying about it. Meng Zuling did remind him, "Don't be careless, the man named Zhen Fan can take out 3 valuable treasures, and the existence behind him must be extremely powerful. After he gets rationality, the power he gains from balancing the pollution should not be underestimated. If there were no great benefits, why would Zhen Fan leave Daxia and travel thousands of miles to trade with those dangerous demons? Only those demons who control small countries and use them as pastures will have such a large amount of rationality for sale." Next, Zhao Chen did not rush to get the reward for passing the second level. Instead, he pinched his chin and thought for a while and said, "The first 2 layers of restrictions in this relic, one for one's own dream and the other for the dream of others, seem troublesome, but in the eyes of people like you and me who are protected by spiritual powers, it's just that, it seems a bit simple. If it really is only this level, the ruins should have been emptied long ago, and it would not be our turn to get the reward. This is a bit strange." After hearing his words, Meng Zuling also instinctively pondered and analyzed, and after a while he said carefully, "Based on the analysis of the intelligence obtained so far, there are 3 possibilities. First, the joyful bodhisattva should have broken through the previous layers of restrictions. The invitation she sent may have the effect of reducing the difficulty of the restrictions. Second, your identity is special. Maybe these restrictions will not be difficult for you. Third, it is probably related to your behavior of blowing up the dream directly on the first level." Hearing this, Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. He recalled the information he got from his cheap father Zhao Song. It seemed that the other party had barely passed the second level because of the restriction. Zhao Song's specialness is that he is a descendant of Zhao Song Teizu. Although he was made real by Xingcha, the truth is the truth. He is also a genuine descendant of Teizu, so it is normal to receive some preferential treatment. In addition, the memories retrieved from Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo showed that the situations they encountered were much more dangerous than his own. For example, their second level was not answering questions, but personally participating in the dream of a strange old man. They needed to take the old man's family to escape from death before they could pass the level. The old man had a very rich imagination, and various monsters that did not exist in reality took turns to appear. Even Lin Feng, who already had some memories of Wu Tangshen, had a hard time dealing with it. This caused him and Chu Yunmo to not get out of the second restriction so far, and they could not give themselves more information for reference. Since the first level of restriction is one's own dream, and the second level of restriction is someone else's dream, what will the third level of restriction be? Zhao Chen seemed to be asking a question, but in fact his tone was quite playful, because he had roughly guessed what it was. Now, with so much information about restrictions as a reference, even without Zhao Chen's Dang Sui, Meng Zuling also analyzed part of the truth. Is it the god's dream? That is also the reason why joyful bodhisattva cannot move forward and has to rely on external forces. The 5-power god who has fallen? Zhao Chen nodded and shook his head, looking a bit magic. Maybe, maybe not. But we can assume yes first. In addition, the state of joyful bodhisattva is indeed not good. Her purpose is actually very simple, which is to pull the third level of dream restriction from the heart realm into reality. After all, the powerful god in the dream has fallen in reality, and his strength is greatly reduced. The method she used was not very clever. She just fed the morbid and extreme desires of the residents of Zhuangcheng when they were enchanted, and then tempted it to gradually approach reality and devour the souls of the residents of the city. But this trick has actually failed halfway, because a certain princess accidentally snatched a large part of the bait, which greatly delayed the fusion speed of the real Zhuangcheng and the heart world. Yes, the so-called big fish that competed for food with the princess in the dream is most likely the god. Well, let's assume that it is the real body of the Five Directions god. Now there is only one question. What does this wedding of Muziran marrying a concubine symbolize? It can't be that the joyful bodhisattva is eager to get married. Zhao Chen felt that if he could see through all the calculations of the joyful bodhisattva and make the right response in advance to maximize the gains, then his investigator position would be completely mastered. Unfortunately, due to the lack of information, Meng Zuling had no way to analyze it. He only gave two directions, either to accelerate the integration of the Heart Realm ruins and the real Zhuangcheng, or to please someone and prepare for other subsequent prohibitions. Zhao Chen sighed slightly. If it was the latter, it would be fine. If it was the former, he would stop it, even if he had to spend all his star coins. Although he was not a good person, he would not sit idly by and watch the souls of the people in the city being swallowed by a dead monster if he had the ability. Even if the joyful bodhisattva would not let it swallow everything and then take action, it would still cause a large number of ordinary people to die in their dreams. Fortunately, there are people or forces in the dark who are already planning a conspiracy to hinder the joyful bodhisattva, so they will not be isolated and helpless at that time. What's more, outside the real Zhuangcheng, there are King Gan and others. If the big fish dares to show up, it will be hit first. After making a plan, Zhao Chen felt more at ease. After all, he had made some arrangements in advance after seeing the 5 prophetic paintings and listening to Ming Hangai's dream experience. Even if he faced a bodhisattva, his chances of winning were not zero. Shaking his head and throwing away those worried thoughts, Zhao Chen began to walk around in the narrow space to encounter his reward. Sure enough, before he took a few steps, the colorless cloud gang required for the golden seal of demon suppression, one of the prerequisite spells for the demon king binding great supernatural power, fell into Zhao Chen's hands. This gang key will be born in the starry sky here when the first heaven of the 9 heavens meets the sky of the heart realm. At this point, the materials required for the Demon King binding supernatural power are complete, and one of Zhao Chen's goals of entering this spiritual island ruins has also been achieved. In a dream showing a huge mansion, Meng Xichen, who was originally dressed as a weak scholar, now had messy hair and tattered clothes. He no longer had the demeanor of a child from an aristocratic family. Instead, he was fleeing in a panic by taking advantage of the terrain. He was being chased by a group of female cultivators. Some of these female cultivators he knew, such as Fairy Tangmao and Fairy Yinglong, and some he didn't know. But without exception, they all had at least top-grade magical powers, and there was even a Dunksuan real person. He didn't know whose dream it was at first, but relying on the analysis of the dream, he roughly understood some information. That is, the owner of this dream probably provoked too many female cultivators in reality, so he dreamed of the scene of Shurafield. And he, Meng Xichen, became the unlucky guy who these female cultivators vented their anger in this second layer of restrictions. So, the eldest son of the Meng family, who relied on the Taixu hard sword and was always invincible in dreams, could only be beaten and run away. Fortunately, these female cultivators did not kill him, and fortunately, this house was indeed large enough, which gave him a chance to breathe. No, I can't go on like this. I will definitely not be able to win in a head-on confrontation. I have to think of another way to pass the level. Damn. Zhao Chen, I didn't expect him to be here in Zhuangcheng, and he even bewitched so many fairies. I really should have suppressed him earlier. Meng Xichen gritted his teeth and cursed. At the same time, Zhao Chen was the only one who had gossip with Tang Mao and Zheng Qinggan. After learning the foundation of the dream, it was not difficult for him to guess who the owner of the dream was. Fortunately, Zhao Chen didn't seem to have seen the Dunksuan female cultivator take action. so her attack was just a position suppression, and the power was insufficient. Otherwise, I would have been beaten out of this dream just now. In addition to forcibly breaking through, what are the normal conditions for passing the level? Just as Meng Xichen was racking his brains, Qin Sheng and Kan Lin's magical powers in the dream had already attacked one after another, forcing him to start fleeing again. Su Hanshu, the owner of Zuancheng Yulei, who had formed an alliance with Zhao Chen, was also caught in a tough battle. The dream experienced by this three-headed swordsman came from Chu Yunmo. Although he did not encounter her senior brother who was occupied by the blood god, he was chased by the master Lei Yuan of Lin Castle, and had no way to go to heaven or earth. Although Su Hanshu could rely on a magical weapon to temporarily use the magical power of 3 heads and 6 arms, he was definitely not a real opponent of the master of magical powers. The only good news was that, as long as he escaped from the opponent's hands, he would pass the level, and did not need to kill. If I'm eliminated by the ban now, it is hard to predict whether it will be a disaster or a blessing. Thinking of this, Su Hanshu gritted his teeth and showed a resolute look. I can only use the backup plan to save my life. Then, he flipped his left hand and took out a talisman with a cold air flowing. In a city that was both familiar and unfamiliar, Zhen Fan walked leisurely in a dark alley, and from time to time he fired a shot and shot the ghosts that appeared one by one. He yawned out of boredom and curled his lips and said, "This seems to be Liu Yi's dream. How boring. He is actually afraid of ghosts. It's still a group of ordinary ghosts with no ability. If all the levels are like this, I can pass them with my eyes closed." As soon as he finished speaking, illusory tentacles emerged from the deepest part of the alley, and a large number of spirits began to gather, eventually forming a terrifying monster that was 5 meters tall, but with transparent tentacles below the chest. This is interesting. Facing such a huge monster, Zhen Fan actually grinned and faced it without fear. He had retreated when facing the monster, and he hated his cowardly self for this, and vowed never to retreat, no matter what he encountered. In the vast white world, there was no sound, no color. Old Yi was lying alone on the only road in the white, without any breath. He died in this boring dream. Although this would not cause him to die in reality, it also meant that he lost the opportunity to enter the ruins and enter the Mu family to attend the wedding. He could no longer control Zhen Fan, who was gradually going crazy. Soon, old Yi, who woke up in the real Zuancheng, rubbed his aching head and wondered to himself, Su Hanshu was born in a branch of a noble family and is also the confidant of King Liang. How could he have such an abstract dream? What does that road in the snow that never ends represent? The old man of the Che family looked at the scene around him. His face was so bitter that he almost cried, because he recognized whose dream he was in and guessed the scene that person was in. This is Meng Xichen's dream. He actually wanted me to save their Meng family's sword across the hard sea Meng Guangling Meng Zhenren from getting hurt during the sword fighting competition in Jianzhou. Even if I'm ignorant, I know that there were many Dangsu and Zhenren present at the time. How is this possible? The old man surnamed Che said this while looking at the carriage parked beside him, hoping that the young master could think of a way. Back off. The young master of the Mu family was also helpless. I'll handle this here. However, although he had no choice, he still had to leave the maid's service and get off the carriage. After all, the reason why the dream of the second level of the ban was so difficult was because of his existence. Chapter 565 Banquet. In an empty world, surrounded by nothing but the grayness and the sound of the seawater rising and falling, a city that looks like an oil painting suddenly took shape. If you look down, the iconic buildings of Zuancheng, such as Huangxi Beige, Yulane, and the station clock tower, are all in this city, as if there is a fairy's magic brush, painting the entire city in this grey world bit by bit. Moreover, as the brush continues to color, this Zuancheng that seems to fall in the heart world gradually becomes clear. However, the layout of this Zuancheng in the heart world is completely different from the Zuancheng in reality. The proportion of some regions has increased, the proportion of some regions has decreased, and even the location has changed. Even an old man who has lived in Zuancheng all his life may get lost in it. At this time, Zhao Chen and Ming Zuling were in Zuancheng in this heart world, and they were obviously a little blind. Speaking of which, after Zhao Chen got all the materials needed to practice the Demon King body binding supernatural power, he was not in a hurry to use it. After all, it took a long time to refine the Gangsha key, and he was also thinking of using the Demon Suppression Gold Seal and Demon Control Silver Armor Gangsha spells to replace the 2 mana prototypes obtained when he was promoted to the Mana Realm, which would only cost more effort. So he and Ming Zuling left the narrow space after a short rest and came to this huge city maze. Our current location seems to be outside the embroidered building where Han Gaihu is temporarily staying, but why has this building become so small? Is it for people to live in? And the roads and facilities around it don't match the reality. Zhao Chen couldn't help feeling confused after extending his spiritual consciousness to observe the surroundings. It has only been half a year since he traveled through time, and even though he has made up for the relevant knowledge, his understanding of the Heart Realm is still superficial. Although Ming Zuling also had little experience in the Heart Realm, he at least knew more than Zhao Chen, so after a little thought he said, everything in the Heart Realm comes from the subconscious of living things. The embroidered building where the princess lives is located in a remote location, and usually no one lives there. I'm afraid that few people pay attention to it and don't have much impression of it. This is reflected in the Heart Realm, so it will naturally be very small. As for the clock tower at the train station, it is the tallest building in Zhuangcheng. Everyone's impression of it is probably tall, so in the mind world, it is so tall, and we can see it even from such a far distance. Ming Zuling raised her slender finger and pointed to the clock tower in the distance that seemed to connect heaven and earth and was estimated to be at least 100 feet tall. I see. Zhao Chen suddenly understood after hearing this. He thought about it and suddenly smiled and said, since this is the mapping rule, the areas that the people in the city are most impressed with are probably moved to the city center, and those easily forgotten corners are probably all piled up in the suburbs, right? Well, we are going to attend a wedding, and the destination is obviously the Mu family mansion, so where will it be? Ming Zuling frowned her beautiful eyebrows and glanced at Zhao Chen secretly. She felt a little strange in her heart, because since she entered the heart world, this person always liked to ask her questions, even though he already had the answer in his heart, and she didn't know what he wanted to do. However, as an assistant, she still answered diligently. As the first wealthy family in Zhuangcheng, the Mu family is no stranger to the citizens of all classes. Even if it is not in the center of the city, it must be nearby. Let's go in the direction of the clock tower. Who would have thought that? Zhao Chen shook his head, curled his lips and said, no, you overlooked one thing. Do you remember what I said when I returned to the inn this morning? Ming Zuling checked her database and soon understood. No one in the city remembers the existence of the Mu family mansion. Although it is most likely the effect of the Dharma domain of joyful bodhisattva, if it is mapped to the heart world, the Mu family's house will only be in a corner that everyone ignores. Where will it be? The sewer? Zhao Chen shook his head again. Although the sewer is dirty and remote, there are still homeless people living there. It is not the most overlooked place. Ming Zuling nodded in agreement and then looked at Zhao Chen with her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. She really couldn't find out where the most overlooked place in the city was. Do you remember where we were pulled to by the sedan chair transformed by the invitation? Zhao Chen asked with a smile. A corner gate of the Mu family's courtyard wall. Ming Zuling answered subconsciously, but then realized something, and a little surprise appeared on her beautiful face that had no expression. Young master, you mean? That's right, we actually entered the Mu family's mansion a long time ago, including the ruins, including this Zhuangcheng and the heart world, are all within the Mu family. This is the most overlooked place. If they were invited by the invitation, they might be able to guess the truth from the details such as the courtyard wall and the corner gate, but if there were those evil guests who came directly from the Sea of Desire, even if they broke through the restriction, they would only run around in this city like maze. The reason why the joyful bodhisattva used the Dharma domain to hide the Mu family mansion in reality was probably to prevent those experts who broke into the mansion in advance from finding him before the wedding. What a clever design. At this point, Zhao Chen couldn't help but sigh. Joyful bodhisattva is indeed a master at playing with people's desires. No wonder the expert who secretly helped Bainongmi and arranged Ming Hongai's arrival only indirectly caused some damage. It seems that he didn't want to, but couldn't. No wonder you asked me where Zhuangqing of the Heart Realm was when you entered the corner gate. It turned out that you. But knowing that Zhuangqing of the Heart Realm is in the Mu family doesn't seem to be of any use to us. We still don't know where the wedding will be held. Meng Zuling was still confused, but found that Zhao Chen had grabbed her hand again at some point. She couldn't help but look up at him again, but saw the handsome man in front of her took out the invitation and shook it, then smiled and said, after seeing through this, it's actually simple. After all, we are the guests invited by the Bodhisattva and the Mu family. Since we are in the Mu family, there is no reason for us to find the banquet by ourselves. And this place should overlap with the third layer of the ban of the ruins. The Bodhisattva is probably blocked here. Since she needs external force to break the ban, there is no reason to let us wander around the city. It's nothing more than the timing is not right. Once the auspicious time comes, even if I haven't seen through this, I will probably be taken to the wedding scene. As soon as he finished speaking, the invitation in his hand turned into a red light that enveloped the two of them and soared into the sky. The next moment, when the light dissipated, Zhao Chen and Ming Zuling had arrived at a courtyard that was not small, but definitely not spacious. Seriously speaking, it was not much different from the front yard of the Human Jindio Martial Arts Hall. There were 8 tables in 2 rows in the yard, and the seats were opposite each other. On the table were fruits, snacks, and drinks, which seemed to be desserts before the banquet. The door of the house opposite the courtyard was closed, but the windows under the eaves were decorated with lights and colors, which was very festive, and it looked like a wedding. In a corner on one side of the courtyard, Bainongmi, the plum fairy who had met Zhao Chen before, was playing the piano herself, playing a soothing piece of music, and a team of beauties in gauze clothes were dancing gracefully, which was so beautiful that people's nervous mood was calmed. On the other side of the courtyard stood many house servants, some of them holding trays, waiting for the wedding to start, and then they would start to set the main dishes for the banquet. Zhao Chen was sharp-eyed, and with a glance, he found that Mu Yunfei, the 9-character prince who had fought with him in Zangai City, was also in the team of house servants. But at this moment, his expression was dull and numb. Where was the famous extravagant young man in Gan's Haofengai Lu? Exclamation mark. The Mu family was completely controlled. Although it was not strange to fall into the hands of a happy bodhisattva, why did she have to marry Mu Ziring and be his mistress? What was the purpose behind this? As Zhao Chen's mind raced, he saw a middle-aged man with a dignified demeanor walk out of the house servants. Although his eyes were also dull, he did not look dull compared to Mu Yunfei. This is one of the 3 supernatural masters of the Zhuangsheng Mu family and the current head of the family, Mu Ziting from Humble House Inscription. Meng Zuling introduced in a low voice. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. From the results of the Dangsu eyes, the supernatural cultivators seemed to be in a better situation, but in fact they were controlled more deeply than those true key and refining disciples. Mu Ziting originally had a beautiful beard, but because he had neglected to take care of it in recent days, it had become tangled, giving people the feeling of being unkempt. When he came to Zhao Chen and the others, he said in a rather serious tone, "Please take a seat, guests." As he said that, he also pointed to the seat behind the first table on the left, obviously asking Zhao Chen and the others to sit there. Zhao Chen did not confront Mu Ziting, as that would only alert the enemy. Instead, he cooperated and took Meng Zuling to sit behind the table in the first row on the left. The so-called seat was just a cushion. Zhao Chen knelt on it, while Meng Zuling snuggled beside him. During this process, Zhao Chen and Bainongmi, who was playing music, looked at each other and found that her temperament had also changed. He didn't know whether she was pretending or was controlled by the happy bodhisattva again. Seeing Zhao Chen sitting down, Mu Ziting stopped pestering him and quietly returned to the house servant team. The fruit position in this courtyard is very suppressive. The effect of my upper grade magical power has been reduced by at least 80%, and the middle and lower grade magical power is completely ineffective. It's best not to conflict with them, unless it's absolutely necessary. Meng Zuling quietly transmitted the message. Zhao Chen nodded lightly, to show that he understood. Although he had not reached the level of magical power, the Liangai Taoist robe on his body was a magical weapon, but now this magical weapon has almost no effect. But Zhao Chen was not panicked. After all, it was not the first time that he was suppressed by the fruit position of the Dangsuan Zenran. He could get rid of it by using the purple light ring to borrow the same position. What's more, from the power in the invitation, it can be seen that the power of the joyful bodhisattva is mixed, and it may not be as strong as imagined. The guests who come to the wedding banquet will not be as patient as me. There will always be a bird that sticks out to test the depth of the other party. There is no need to rush for the time being. It is easier to fish in troubled waters. Even if you want to save the civilians in Zhuangcheng, you have to be strategic. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen picked up a piece of energetic snack from the table and put it in his mouth. Of course, he didn't really eat it, but sold it directly into the Xingcha to check the ingredients. His Dangsu eyes didn't see the problem. Is this a pastry made with the spiritual power of the people of Zhuangcheng who escaped when they were extremely excited? Joyful Bodhisattva also added the water of desire to it. For cultivators above the mana realm who eat it, it will do more good than harm. Although it will lead to a surge of desires in a short period of time, the soul power can be greatly enhanced. Well, although there is the star after to identify it, it is better not to touch joyful Bodhisattva's things if possible. Just as Zhao Chen picked up the wine on the table and began to study it, a red light suddenly flashed, and two figures appeared in the yard. One was elegant and looked like a young man in troubled times. The other was an old man who collapsed on the ground like mud. The young man looked around, his eyes focused on Zhao Chen for a few seconds, and then, without waiting for the servants to lead them to sit down, he dragged the seriously injured old man to sit on the futon behind the first row of tables on the right, and his eyes met with Zhao Chen and Ming Zuling. The young man wanted to unfold the folding fan he had at hand, but then he remembered that it had become tattered in the previous dream of the second level of restriction, so he had to give up. Thinking of the dream of the junior named Meng Sichen, even if he didn't care much about everything, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. You know, the strength of the Dangsuan in the dream is only based on the dream owner's cognition of it, which is far inferior to him, a real Dangsuan second level master, but there are 3 opponents. This was definitely not a good experience, so the young man checked Zhao Chen's breath carefully as soon as he arrived, and only gave up after finding that it was not Meng Sichen. The arrival of the young man seemed to press the play button for the wedding banquet. Soon, the 3-headed swordsman Su Hanshu and a kind-looking monk arrived one after another. Su Hanshu looked very miserable at this time. Not only was his breath weak to the level of the beginning of magic power, but he also had a broken arm. As soon as he arrived, he looked for Zhao Chen and Ming Zuling, his 2 allies. Although the 2 were disguised, he still recognized Ming Zuling at a glance through his special ability. So the shopkeeper of Yulayan simply chose the table on the left where Zhao Chen started, next to his own ally. As for the monk who came later, he sat down at the young man's table. Zhao Chen had never seen this person, but he guessed that he was likely to come from Xingyan Temple. After all, the Buddhist sect in this world has long been in decline, and few monks have cultivated magic power. It must not be possible for the declining Buddhist monks to break through to layers of restrictions and come here. Not to mention that such a relic of the heart realm would always involve the intervention of the Xingyan Temple. The young man also looked at the monk a few times, but the more he looked, the more he frowned, because in his eyes, the monk's life had long been gone. His fate was gone, his true spirit was broken, and he should be a dead man who could not die anymore. Even if he was transformed into a zombie or revengeful spirit, it was unlikely, so how could he come to attend a bodhisattva's wedding banquet in such a swagger? What on earth was this thing? Chapter 566 Bodhisattva. As if he was aware of the gazes looking at him, the monk who was chanting scriptures suddenly looked up and smiled at the young man, then continued to play with the rosary hanging from his neck, as if doing his unfinished homework. But the young man was horrified by his smile. He had always been indifferent to everything and needed to do something exciting to have fun. Now he felt a fear that he had not experienced for a long time. How long has it been? It seems that, since he condensed the Dharma image and achieved the status of a real person, he has never been so fearful again. This fear emotion should be strengthened by the Dharma domain here. But even so, it can make my heart beat faster involuntarily, which means that this monk is a real evil thing. It may even be a great evil. The fear emotion not only did not scare the young man, but made him more excited. He even kindly fed the wine on the table to the old man, surnamed Che, who was crawling at his feet, which helped him recover a little. Zhao Chen actually saw that the wine had the effect of healing injuries, and analyzed it more carefully, knowing that it actually contained some of the body fluids of the happy bodhisattva. The effect was good, but Zhao Chen disliked it, and would not touch it. Just as the old man barely got up and expressed his gratitude to the young man, another red light fell from the grey sky, revealing two figures, a man and a woman. Zhao Chen thought it would be Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo, the two disciples of the Ling Castle who were sent by him to Fenglan village to be the advance guard, but who would have thought that it would be a middle-aged couple. The two were dressed in Taoist robes, with divine light lingering around them, and a divine talisman hanging above their heads. They were obviously orthodox people from the Zuanmen. Seeing them, Meng Zuling whispered again, "These two are the blue and white immortal couple who are quite famous in several states in the northwest. The man's Taoist name is Ling Zhenzi, and his natal talisman is Blue Sword Talisman, while his wife is Yuan Zhen Sanren, and her natal talisman is White Bell Talisman." Ling Zhenzi and Yuan Zhen Sanren were born in the outer sect of Daoxinmen, one of the three major holy places. They practiced the Taixio who are Lokyo and Fujing, and both achieved 4th grade magical powers. Although this couple has no connection with Daoxinmen on the surface, they are actually very likely deacons stationed in the northwest by the holy place. I don't know why they came to Ganzhou and were involved in this incident in Zhuancheng. Having Meng Zuling by her side is like carrying an automatically searchable database. Except for the evil spirits from secret organizations like the monk, she knows most of the serious cultivators recorded in the book. Outer sect disciples of Daoxinmen. This person is not small. They were trapped in Zhuancheng. Didn't they use emergency means to contact the master? Zhao Chen thought so in his heart, so he asked in the voice transmission. Meng Zuling thought for a while and answered, "The master of King Beizianlu has passed away. If they really contact for help, the most likely one is their eldest brother, Emperor Zenzi, who has condensed the Black Sky Demon King." Emperor Zenzi, this real person has a good relationship with King Beizianlu? Zhao Chen asked curiously. Meng Zuling nodded. Emperor Zenzi also practiced the Taixio Hua Luo 7 Element Talisman Sutra, which is a Black Demon Control Evil chapter. Although the Taixio Hua Luo 7 Element Talisman Sutra is considered the top in the outer sect of the Taoist Immortal sect, it can condense the 3rd grade magical power 7 Element Hua Luo Evil Suppression Talisman. But this skill is extremely difficult. It requires 7 people to practice together. Each of them must cultivate a natal talisman, and their destinies must be compatible, their minds must be connected, and they must enter the realm of magical powers at the same time. Only when they achieve mutual success can it be accomplished. You can imagine how difficult this is. When the 7 disciples of Huoluo from the outer sect of Daoxin sect got together, it caused quite a sensation. However, unfortunately, on the eve of the 7 disciples achieving magical powers, Zhao Zenzi died unexpectedly, causing them to fall short. The other 6 could only cultivate a 4th grade magical talisman each, leaving a very slim chance of becoming a real person. Among the 6, only the eldest brother D Zenzi, after cultivating the 4th grade innate magical power Black Magic Talisman with the Black Magic Control Evil chapter, came up with a new idea and walked out a new path, finally condensed the Dharma image and stepped into the Daoxin realm. Meng Zuling told the past of the so-called 7 sons of Huoluo in detail. Although he did not directly answer Zhao Chen's question, he also made him understand how close the relationship between the King Bei immortal couple and Zenzi was. They were Taoist couples who were in tune with each other and could achieve mutual success. "Do you mean that Zenzi will come?" Zhao Chen thought about it and asked again. Meng Zuling shook his head and said, Zenzi is currently an inner sect elder of the Taoist Immortal sect and is stationed on Fangshang Island. He can't get away for a while. But the Daoxin Immortal has a wide range of friends. He may entrust other immortals near Ganzhou to come. But if they had entrusted a real person near Ganzhou, they should have arrived long ago. Zhao Chen frowned. Maybe this immortal couple didn't ask for help at all. They came for the ruins? Or are they colluding with the happy bodhisattva? While Zhao Chen and Meng Zuling were talking secretly, Ling Zhenzi and Yuan Zhen Sanren, a couple, had been guided by the Mu family's house servants to sit behind the table in the third row on Zhao Chen's side. The two of them sat together, just below Su Hanshu, and the two of them had no objections throughout the whole process and calmly accepted the arrangement of the house servants. After the blue and white immortal couple also sat down, 5 of the 8 seats in the yard had been occupied, leaving only 3 places. But soon, the owner of the 6th seat also appeared. With a flash of red light, Meng Sicheng, with his hair in disarray and his clothes in rags, fell into the yard. Seeing him, the young man behind the first row of tables on the right snorted coldly, causing Meng Sicheng to almost kneel down with his legs weak. Meng Sicheng's dream of the sword fighting competition caused too much trouble for the young master, and even his beloved folding fanned magic weapon was scrapped. How could he give him a good face? If this place was not in the magic domain of others, and the soul was suppressed within a range, the young master felt that he had to teach this Meng family junior a profound lesson. As for whether it was not in line with the demeanor of a real person to vent his anger, he never cared about those things. In fact, Meng Sicheng was also looking around at this time, trying to find Zhao Chen. He suffered a lot in the previous dream, and was humiliated badly, all thanks to Zhao Chen's women. But unfortunately, Zhao Chen and Meng Zuling were both disguised. Although Meng Sicheng looked at them with some doubts, he could not confirm it. After all, since Zhao Chen has a magic weapon that can change his appearance, other people cannot be ruled out as suspects. But when his eyes fell on the young man, he was stunned, then stepped forward and saluted. "Hello, uncle." Sicheng is polite. The Meng family and the Mu family are both aristocratic families, and they have a lot of exchanges with each other. Meng Sicheng naturally knows who the person in front of him is, and he is also careful in his words. Because it is rumored that this uncle has gone wrong in his practice, and has become moody. The young master of the Mu family ignored Meng Sicheng's greetings and completely ignored him. Meng Sicheng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but thinking of the past stories of this uncle, he felt it was natural. Then, he tidied up his appearance a little, and then sat down in the position below the monk on the right, waiting for the wedding to begin. He wanted to see which girl in his family married the Mu family as a concubine. In addition, who did the divine thought of pity bodhisattva fall on? As for Zhao Chen, that was not his main target, but when it came to Jing, he didn't mind giving the descendant of the happy bodhisattva a sword to make him completely pure and desireless. Zhao Chen on the other side was actually a little disappointed. Recognizing Meng Sicheng's identity, he was surprised that this Taixu hard sword came to the northwest, and he also regretted not being able to see Meng Sicheng's conflict with the housekeepers. He actually accepted the arrangement of the Mu family, or the happy bodhisattva obediently. The Confucian exercises practiced by the Meng family should not attach the most importance to rules and etiquette, and should not tolerate any sand in their eyes. Why is the bottom line so flexible? After complaining a few words in his heart, Zhao Chen saw that there were no new guests coming, so he simply divided half of his spirit into the Xingcha, and checked the memories of Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo. To be honest, the two of them are not in a very good condition at the moment. After all, there are too many strange things in the dream of the old man surnamed Che. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for them to protect themselves, not to mention protecting the old man's family. However, through this dream, they also mastered a lot of secret information that only the old man himself knew. For example, although the original owner of the magic weapon Dairi Xingcha and calendar Chazun was convinced by Emperor Zhao Song, it was the queen of Emperor Song, Imo, who finally made him make the choice, and led the Che family to the Zhao family. For example, Imo Zhenjun gave a painting to Dairi Xingcha Chazun, and the painting was likely to be in the ruins of this spiritual island. There are countless secrets like this, but Zhao Chen's attention was all attracted by the painting that Imo Zhenjun gave to Chazun. Because the content of the painting shows the Loyal city that was dragged into the historical fog. The painting is very likely to be the door leading to the history of Loyal city. According to the records of the Li family, when a certain history is intercepted, it often leaves behind a back door leading to it, and the key to open this door This door is usually fixed on an object, the most common of which is an exquisite painting. When you are in the right time and place, and get the key corresponding to the door, you can let the key holder enter the history. After Zhao Chen experienced the strange domain of Falling Moon City, he received an unlimited real-life task from Bodhisattva to find the key to Falling Moon City 8,000 years ago. He had no idea about this task, but now there is a glimmer of hope. Because the door and the key always attract each other. If there is no separation at the level of fate, if the door is found, the corresponding key will not be far away. It seems that there is one more award for entering the ruins. Is it because they are afraid that I will be satisfied with the Gangsha key and refuse to go deeper? When Zhao Chen muttered to himself, the scene in the sky also slowly changed, and he couldn't help but raise his head when he noticed the abnormality. The originally grey sky was gradually replaced by a night curtain like an oil painting, with stars on it, which was very beautiful. However, there was a very deep black line in the center of the night curtain, like a night crack. No, Zhao Chen, who had seen the prophecy picture in the star chariot, knew that it was not Wanru, but the location of the giant eye in the starry sky, and it was also the gateway to the next level of prohibition. I have seen 2 of the 5 prophecy pictures given by the 8 diagrams bright light mirror. The next one should be the big fish, right? Well, if the 5 prophecy pictures are presented in chronological order, then the opening of the giant eye in the night sky is before the big fish. I previously speculated that the happy bodhisattva pulled the ruins into the real Zhuangsheng as a means to deal with the big fish. In other words, the effect of this wedding is likely to open the giant eye. But what is the principle? Just as Zhao Chen was thinking divergently, the last 2 guests of the wedding banquet finally arrived. One of them was, as expected, Zhen Fan from the Star Club. This boy was a little stunned at first, not understanding why he appeared in this small courtyard, but immediately began to examine everyone present, trying to find his target. But even Meng Sichen couldn't see through Zhao Chen's disguise of using Xingcha to borrow his identity, let alone him. Su Hanshu could see through it, because he recognized Meng Zuling. As for the last guest, it was not Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo, but a person who surprised Zhao Chen, Yan Sangsha. Why is he here too? Exclamation mark. The flying eagle of the desert Yan San, one of the 7 heroes of the southern desert in the past, was a master of the divine eagle gun fighting technique, and was able to compete with the 4th turn mana cultivator with his refined body. I heard from Sister Hangsha a few days ago that Yan Sangsha finally built a bridge between heaven and earth, led the vitality of heaven and earth into his body, and achieved the realm of mana. I didn't expect to meet him now. Didn't he go to complete the mission given by the military? Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes and had no intention of recognizing Yan San. After all, although the other party was Sister Hangsha's uncle and the 3rd brother of Little Black Cat, he didn't have a deep friendship with him. Moreover, Jansen is also an old man. Although his strength is not high, he does not need Zhao Chen to take special care of him. In addition, Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo did not have invitations, so they were not guests. Fortunately, they finally broke through the 2nd level of the restriction and entered Zhuangsheng in the Heart World. Just when Zhao Chen thought of this, he saw that unlike Jansen, who honestly sat in the last seat on the left, Zhen Fan, whose mind was filled with hatred, actually tried to use his spiritual sense to check every guest present inch by inch, but was blocked by Mu sitting in the house servant team. Seeing this, Zhao Chen was refreshed, and the outstanding bird he was looking forward to finally appeared. But just when the madness in Zhen Fan's eyes became more and more intense, and he was about to clash with the house servant team, a woman with a black veil on her face pushed open the door of the main house and walked out. Although her appearance was blocked, everyone present looked at her as if they saw the most perfect appearance in their hearts. Is this the happy bodhisattva? She actually came out like this? Zhao Chen was alert in his heart and was ready to borrow power from the star chariot at any time. The expressions of the others were similar, and they were all on guard. Only Meng Sicheng stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open, and blurted out in disbelief, "Aunt 13. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567, Fighting and Stopping the War. After arriving in Zhuangcheng and getting the so-called invitation, Meng Sicheng heard that Mu Zirong of the Mu family wanted to take a girl from his family as a concubine. He originally thought that she was just the daughter of a branch family, but who would have thought that the so-called Meng's daughter, although indeed from the Meng family, was not surnamed Meng at all, but the 13th aunt who married into the Meng family. Such an identity is more serious than the humiliation brought to the Meng family by the Meng family's legitimate daughter marrying the Mu family as a concubine. If he could have kept his composure before, but now it involves the family's honor and disgrace, he can no longer sit idly by and must stop this wedding. Even though this place is weird and the 13th aunt's temperament is completely different from what he remembered, Meng Sicheng still can't let his 13th uncle suffer this humiliation. Uncle 13 is the most promising person in my Meng family to achieve the status of a true lord, and he has even stepped half a foot into the realm of Shengsun. Although he has been in seclusion for a long time, to comprehend the great Dao, it is inevitable that he has neglected Aunt 13. However, Aunt 13 was born in a wealthy family in Zhuzhou. Although she is not a daughter of aristocratic family, she is also a well-educated lady. How could she do such a disgraceful thing? Yes, although Uncle 24 is a drinker, he dare not make any mistakes when he is on duty at the Zenki Hall. Only his brother's wife can find loopholes in him. It was the Liandu Bodhisattva who used some method to bewitch Aunt 13, causing Uncle 24 to make mistakes while on duty, and then a wisp of divine thought escaped and attached to Aunt 13. Various thoughts quickly turned in his mind. Meng Sicheng gradually connected a series of events that happened at home and felt that he was close to the truth. The other guests present also look sideways after hearing Meng Sicheng's Aunt 13. This news is too explosive. A lady from an aristocratic family is going to marry a married man from a vassal family as a concubine. If it really gets out, the Meng family will become a laughingstock. If it were other aristocratic families such as the Zheng family in Taizhou and the Wu family in Yuzhou, it would be fine. After all, these families value practical benefits, and reputation is just that. Many people directly call the Zheng family pirates and the Wu family pirates. The Zheng and Wu families just pretend not to hear it, as long as they don't say it to their faces. But the Meng family is different. As a family inherited from Confucian saints, they value etiquette and reputation. The Meng family is not even willing to marry a family that only knows how to practice martial arts. For this reason, they would rather marry a girl from a small family that has passed down poetry and books. Now that such a scandal has occurred, even if it is caused by the Bodhisattva of joy, the Meng family is also a victim, and their reputation will inevitably be ruined. What's more, Confucian exercises require a very high state of mind. If Meng Sicheng's 13th uncle knew that his wife married someone else as a concubine, he would probably have big problems in his practice. Just look at the weird expression of King Beizianlu, who couldn't help laughing, the undisguised mocking eyes of the son of the Mu family, the half smile of Su Hanshu, the owner of Yulayan, and Zhen Fan's unbridled malicious venting, and you will know how much pressure Meng Sicheng is under at this time. However, Zhao Chen didn't pay attention to these gossips. He was thinking about another thing. Is the so-called fairy of the Meng family actually Mrs. Meng? In this case, ignoring whether Mu Zirong is willing, he is essentially marrying the wife of the master family as a co-wife. When I was in the star chariot, using the 8 diagrams bright light mirror to predict the future, the last unfinished picture had the shadow of Moyan's engine. In addition, from Chadenping's memory, we know that this relic on the island of the soul was most likely built by Chazun, the Zandi Zenran who surrendered to Zhao Song. In addition, the subtle identities of us guests watching the ceremony. So, the intention of Huangzi Bodhisattva to organize this wedding farce. It can't be what I thought! Exclamation mark. Just when Zhao Chen was in doubt about his groundless speculation, the first bird he had been expecting finally made a move. However, it was not Meng Sicheng who took action first, but Zhen Fan, who could no longer suppress his malice. This dragon gunner, who had only the ability to refine the orifices a few months ago, and was easily defeated by Zhao Chen, who was weaker at that time, showed a frightening method. As soon as he made a move, the whole world suddenly darkened, and countless stars shone above the night curtain, covering the entire yard in an instant. Is this the Lord Domain? Is it possible? Su Hanshu trembled, and even knocked over the wine glass in his hand, which showed how surprised he was. He was born in the Su family of Chizhou. Although he was only a branch, he had good knowledge, and had had an adventure in the Arctic in the past. He had a lot of secrets, otherwise he would not have been favored by the king of Liang, and sent to Zhuangcheng. Yes, the reason why he became an innkeeper in Zhuangcheng was to explore the secrets hidden in this place. Unexpectedly, before the local secrets were dug out, he was involved in the ruins of the Heart Realm. In short, even with the knowledge of this three-headed swordsman, he could not understand why Zhen Fan could use the Dharma Realm, a power that only belongs to the existence of a half-step beyond the general Dharma body real person. The blue and white immortal couple also had a solemn expression, and even summoned out 2 natal spirit talismans, one blue and one white, floating above their heads. After glancing at them a few times, the young master of the Mu family sneered and said, "It's just a fake. It can only be played in the environment of the Heart Realm. If it leaves here, which star will obey his orders? This must be the work of a certain Star Lord of the All Stars Association. Although it is not very powerful, it is enough to break the half-baked Dharma realm in this yard." He was originally a real person of the second realm of Dongsun, and his understanding of Lord Domain was much better than that of other people present, so he naturally saw through the truth at a glance. Zhen Fan turned a deaf ear to the sneer of the young master of the Mu family. After he propped up the star field to cover the yard, he raised his hand and fired dozens of bullets with the Yaolan gun. Each bullet contained the power of Jitu Luohao, which could destroy people's fate and luck, and its power was comparable to that of top-grade magical powers. It was even more sinister than Tang Miao's Bidao's UC magical power, and the target of the attack was everyone present. He still did not give up the plan to find Zhao Chen or Zheng Qinggan for revenge. Because the yard was not big, Zhen Fan's attack this time took advantage of everyone being shocked by the Lord Domain, so when everyone discovered the danger, it was a little late. The magical powers of King Baizianlu and others were okay. They had their own ways to deal with it, but those mana cultivators, even if they had magic tools, were too late to activate them. Zhao Chen frowned at this. He was not worried about the so-called Jitarahu bullet. After all, most attacks that deprive of fate and luck could not shake his fateful heavenly pond, and would only become nutrients in it. But what should Su Hanshu and Yansan do? He and Su Hanshu had signed an alliance before, so he should help. And Yansan, needless to say, even if he only looked at Yan Hangsha's face, he could not stand idly by. But once he took action at this time, his true identity would inevitably be exposed. Although Zhao Chen was not afraid of being entangled by Zhen Fan, it would also affect the subsequent plans. He was careless. But who could have expected that this madman would attack people indiscriminately in such an occasion? As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen sighed and was about to enter the Star Chariot to use the magical power stored in the golden box 5 keys to save people. This way of attacking was at least a little more concealed, and perhaps Zhen Fan would not notice the source. And he himself was left to Ming Zuling to protect. However, before Zhao Chen could summon the stored magical power, the courtyard changed again, because the servants of the Mu family took action. Mu Zitong, whose beard was tangled due to neglected care, used the humble house inscription that made him famous. Although the 1000 characters magical power of the Mu family is only ranked 4th, its specific power depends on the article composed of Dao characters interpreted by each person. As a famous ancient article, Humble House inscription not only carries a heavy cultural heritage, but its content also adds many changes to the magical power. For example, as soon as the first sentence "mountains are not high, but they are famous, if there are immortals" was written, the phantom of Dongsun flashed. Dongsun was also called land immortal in ancient times, so this sentence shows the phantom of the real person who was invited to the Mu family, and was willing to leave his own breath and then pry the power through the Dao characters to show it. Therefore, although this sentence cannot reach the level of a true Dongsun attack, it also has the capital to fight against the Jitu Rahao bullet, by relying on the geographical advantage. The immortal just waved his sleeves lightly, and suppressed all the bullets shot at the house servants and dancers. After the second sentence, the water is not deep, but the dragon is magical was written. A dragon more than 10 meters long also appeared, swimming at high speed in the courtyard, blocking the attack from Zenfan for the guests in all directions. Of course, this dragon was also once raised in the pond in the backyard of the Mu family, otherwise the magical power would not be effective to summon it. With this move alone, Mu Zetian deserves to be on the list of Gan's Haofengyun Lu, and he is ranked in the top 10, surpassing the many magical powers of the Li family. With the intervention of the house servants of the Mu family, Zhao Chen also suspended the action of rescuing Yansen and Su Hanshu, but the look in his eyes became more and more solemn. Because only the first two sentences of Humble House inscription suppressed the arrogant Zenfan, the power of the Mu family's magical power far exceeded his expectations. I'm afraid that even Meng Zuling beside him cannot say that he will win. However, Zenfan only tried to make a move and did not take real action. I wonder if he can force all the cards of the Mu family to be revealed. You know, in addition to Mu Zetian and Mu Zirong who became the bridegroom, there is another magical power in the Mu family who has not appeared. What's more, there is also the happy bodhisattva who controls the Mu family. Zhao Chen just thought of this, and saw Meng Sichen suddenly draw out his long sword, pointing directly at the woman in black veil who had been smiling and watching the changes in the field, that is, the 13th aunt in his mouth. Meng Sichen knew very well that a bodhisattva's divine thought was difficult to deal with, but he also knew that its body was still suppressed. Although this wisp of divine thought was at a high level, its power would not reach the real Dangxuan level. Otherwise, she would not have deliberately collected the desires and spirits of ordinary people to weave such a mottled magic light. Even the Lord Domain was full of loopholes and was easily broken by a fake. He, Meng Sichen, as the only child of the Meng family who has cultivated the Taixu hard sword in the past 100 years, may not be without a chance of winning in such a favorable place as the Heart Realm. It's just that there was a lack of the right opportunity before. And now, with the subordinates she controlled being restrained, the mottled magic power she had just collected was difficult to reunite because the Lord Domain was broken and her attention seemed to be taken away by the Star Club demon. So, the time has come. In an instant, a resolute, courageous, and unyielding momentum condensed around Meng Sichen, and his body gradually blurred, as if it was burning. The next moment, he swung out a sword of his mind with all his strength. The dragon stopped in midair, the stars solidified in the sky, and the shadow of the Immortal also slowed down, as if everything was pressed on the pause button. Even Zhao Chen, who was watching the sword, felt his thoughts slow down, and had to separate his mind and enter the Dairi Xingcha to return to normal. Is this the Taixu hard sword, one of the 3 unique skills of the Meng family? It is indeed terrible. Especially when it is performed in the Heart Realm, there is a feeling that everything is solidified and unstoppable. It is said that, if you are cut by this sword, you will not die, but all beliefs, intentions, ideals, ambitions, and other greed, anger, and ignorance will be cut off, and completely surrender to this sword. The so-called Taixu hard sword, cut the heart, but not the person, is like this. But seeing that Meng Sichen's decisive sword was about to come, the woman wearing a black veil just turned her head to look at the other party. Her eyes were blurred and deep, as if there was a starry sky inside. If it were someone else, just looking at these eyes, they would probably fall into desire and only want to discuss the mysteries of the human body with the woman in front of them. But since Meng Sichen knew that the other party was a wisp of divine thought of happy bodhisattva, how could he not be on guard? Before he drew his sword, he had already sealed all his emotions and desires with a secret treasure, which made the Taixu hard sword he swung even purer. Meng Sichen had never felt so good before. He felt that this was the most powerful sword he had ever swung, and even an ordinary Dangxuan real person would find it difficult to resist. Especially when the sword passed through Aunt 13's body without any obstruction. He thought that he had completed the task assigned by his uncle, and was ready to collect the spoils with great satisfaction. But at this moment, Meng Sichen, who had returned the sword to its sheath, was shocked, because he found that Aunt 13 in front of him was still smiling at him, and her temperament was exactly the same as before. No, this is not right. Why am I so arrogant? Is it because my emotions have been magnified? Exclamation mark. The Takesu hard sword failed to cut off the divine thoughts attached to Aunt 13. How is this possible? The Takesu hard sword is a first grade great magical power, and I was in such a good state just now. How could it not have an effect? Exclamation mark. When Meng Sichen was in a state of panic, the woman in black veil burst into laughter, like a blooming flower, which made everyone present confused and stared at her. Then, she spoke for the first time. You used a secret method to eliminate your emotions when you drew your sword, and I really can't do anything about it. But no one told you that sword can also be enchanted. Sword will be enchanted. This is impossible. Meng Sichen blurted out, even a little out of control. If it is Deng Xuan who swung the sword, then I really can't enchant it, but you are just a magical power after all. The woman laughed softly, and her charming face suddenly blushed, and a sword of mind also rushed out from under her skirt, and fell into her palm. But at this time, this sword had long lost its determination, like a tamed pet. The next moment, as the woman threw her hand, the sword intent of the Takesu hard sword suddenly reappeared, instantly cutting off Zenfan's killing intent, causing him to stop attacking, and stand there in a daze. The Takesu hard sword cuts the heart, but not the person, and stops the war with one sword. This was originally the pride of the Meng family, but at this moment, Meng Sichen, the eldest son of the Meng family, turned pale. Chapter 568 Wedding. For Meng Sichen, nothing could be more humiliating than what he saw before his eyes. This humiliating scene was deeply imprinted in his soul, shaking his state of mind. And the Meng family's cultivation method places the most importance on the state of mind. Is this the calamity I need to go through to achieve the first grade achievement? Meng Sichen knew very well that, if he could not break the calamity in his heart, let alone prove the status of a real person, he would not be able to use even the first grade magical power of Takesu hard sword. Since he started practicing, he has been smooth sailing all the way, and the occasional small setbacks are just a breeze, which cannot disturb his state of mind. But this time, he really fell into a big fall. Hey, why think so much? It's not certain whether I can go back alive today. Looking at the 13th aunt who suppressed Zenfan with a wave of her hand, Meng Sichen secretly glanced at the young master of the Mu family, and couldn't help but feel a strong worry in his heart. Because of the hand displayed by the joyful bodhisattva, he overestimated her, so much so that he began to worry whether the young master of the Mu family could defeat her. After all, according to rumors, this person's practice went wrong, and there may be a loophole in his mind, and the lineage of joyful bodhisattva is good at playing with the mind. If this Mu family's Deng Xuan loses control and becomes a Taoist, it will be a big trouble. Not to mention Meng Sichen's worries, the woman in the black veil cut off all of Zenfan's extreme emotions with a sword, and then signaled Mu Zetian to lead him to the table immediately. There is a very terrible pollution in Zenfan's soul, and that Takesu hard sword can only make him quiet for a short while. He must take the opportunity to complete the ritual. After Zenfan sat down in a daze, the woman possessed by the spirit of joyful bodhisattva turned to Meng Sichen who was standing stiffly beside him, and said with a smile, "Please come to the table, Mr. Meng, my wedding is about to begin." Her voice was like an aureole in the valley, but it was also ecstatic, and people felt numb all over, as if they were electrocuted. But Meng Sichen was unmoved, or rather, the more the woman in front of him acted like this, the more he hated her, because this was ruining the reputation of their Meng family. Pity Bodhisattva, you forcibly occupied my aunt's body, and ruined her reputation. What exactly do you want to do? Meng Sichen took a deep breath and asked coldly. Mr. Meng is wronging me. It's not that I forcibly occupied Miss Mo's body, but she took the initiative to give up her body and invite me. She didn't want to live a long time ago. The woman's beautiful and soft voice contained a trace of sadness, which made people feel pity. Meng Sichen's aunt was born in the Zhao Mo family, and her maiden name was Mo Shu. Although the Mo family can barely be regarded as a family of practitioners, the strongest in the family is only a magical power. Only with a good Yuan magical power can they gain a foothold in Zhao, one of the 9 states in the Central Plains. It can be said that Mo Shu's marriage to a son of an aristocratic family, especially a genius of that generation, is completely beyond her reach. Therefore, Meng Sichen could not think of any reason why 13th aunt did not want to live So he snorted coldly and said, impossible. With your status as a bodhisattva, you actually come to deceive us young people. Emoshu, who was possessed by the spirit of joyful bodhisattva, said with a hint of sadness on his face, that's because you don't understand the feeling of being ignored by the people closest to you. And she was desperate at the time and almost collapsed, so she could only entrust this body to me. At this point, she glanced at Meng Sichen, and then continued, what's more, your Meng family has sealed me so tightly. If she didn't want to, how could I easily occupy her body? Seeing that her words were so sure, and did not seem to be false, Meng Sichen was also a little shaken. How is it possible? Even if 13th aunt encountered any difficulties, why didn't she tell us family members, but had to go to you? Hearing his question, Emoshu actually shed a line of tears, and then said meaningfully, because her despair came from the Meng family. Watching the beautiful woman's tears streak across her jade white, porcelain smooth face, leaving shallow marks, everyone present, both men and women, felt a certain extreme helplessness and despair in their hearts, and suddenly arose a deep pity that could not be suppressed at all. At this moment, even though they knew that joyful bodhisattva was good at playing with people's hearts, they also knew that her words just now were not completely false. At least that kind of despair and helplessness could not be deceived in the environment of the mind. At most it was magnified. It seems that the Meng family, which is said to be the inheritance of Confucian saints, is not without dirty things inside. Meng Zulin commented in a low voice. This situation is obviously inconsistent with the records in her database. No one is perfect, let alone a family. The Meng family is only the inheritance of a saint, not the saint himself. Zhao Chen was not surprised. After all, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. He was not interested in the gossip inside the Meng family. Now he wanted to know what this happy bodhisattva wanted to do by indulging Meng Sichen to delay time. Yes, Meng Sichen's questioning and suspicion were just a means of delaying time, which was understandable. After all, the authorities would not allow Big City to be in an abnormal state for a long time. He was also saving himself. But why did the happy bodhisattva cooperate? Waiting for an auspicious time. Fulfilling a wish for that Miss Emoshu. Or was it a ritual requirement? Meng Sichen was actually surprised that the happy bodhisattva actually responded to him, but he was more surprised, or even uneasy, at the meaning vaguely revealed in the other party's words. If it is really as I think, then our Meng family may face a bigger scandal. Meng Sichen felt his scalp tingling, and he didn't have the courage to continue questioning, lest the family's reputation be ruined. He could only let the house servant take him back to his seat under the smiling eyes of the happy bodhisattva. All the guests were seated, and the accompanying music suddenly changed from a soothing style to a festive one. The housekeepers carrying the plates also filed in, removed the appetizers, and replaced them with the main course. However, no one at the table touched the food on the table, not even the young master of the Mu family. Seeing this, the joyful bodhisattva, who was possessed by Emoshu, smiled slightly and said, you guests may not know yet, if I hadn't integrated Zuanqing of the heart realm into this place, what would you encounter in this third level of restriction? In response to this question, the guests at the 8 tables all looked at her, but no one spoke, waiting to see what she wanted to do. Well, maybe some guests are just here by chance, and don't know the origin of this heart realm relic. Let me give you a brief introduction first. Joyful Bodhisattva didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, and told the secret information. This relic was left by General Chazun, who surrendered to the Zhao Song dynasty thousands of years ago. It is very likely that there are his lifelong collections in it. And this third level of restriction was originally the dream of Xiandi Zenran Chazun. No, when he built this relic, he was already Xiandi Zenjin. Chazun's dream turned out not to be the dream of the 5 power god as I guessed. And I didn't expect that Chazun would eventually attain Zenjin status. Behind one's own dreams and the dreams of others is indeed the dream of a god. But it was not the 5 power god, but an existence at the Shengzuan level. While Zhao Chen was thinking, he heard the joyful bodhisattva continue to say, when Chazun was promoted to Shengzuan, he must have relied on the power of a certain demon from the All Stars Association, and his spirit was severely polluted. And even so, it was only barely successful. However, I don't need to tell you how dangerous the dreams of a Shengzuan Zenjin who has severe mental pollution and may become a Taoist at any time will be. You should all know it. That is definitely not something that cultivators below the level of Shengzuan can touch. Even I almost lost my life. The reason why everyone can attend the wedding here in peace is that I acted decisively and led the ruins to Zhuangqing in the Heart Realm, using it to temporarily seal Chezun's dream. As for the specialness of Zhuangqing, I think someone here knows it better than me. As she spoke, she glanced at Su Hanshu and Yan San, with a charming smile on her face. The other guests also followed her gaze and looked at the two of them, their eyes full of surprise and curiosity. They were surprised that Zhuangqing had a specialness that could suppress the dream of Shengzuan's existence, and they were curious about what that specialness was. Of course, there is also verification. We can't just believe the one-sided words of Joyful Bodhisattva, right? Even Zhao Chen was the same. He had long wanted to find out why Joyful Bodhisattva chose Zhuangqing to integrate the ruins of the Heart Realm. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Su Hanshu hesitated for a moment before speaking. I only know that Zhuangqing was the capital of the Chezhou dynasty, which was destroyed by the Zhao Song dynasty more than 8,000 years ago. And a treasure of the Chezhou dynasty may be hidden here. This is one of the reasons why he was sent to be the shopkeeper of the Yulei Inn, but unfortunately he has never been able to find it. On the other side, Yan San, who was sitting in the last row, also nodded and said that treasure has the same name as the Che family's foundational magical power, also called Daozuan Crossing Yi. He paused for a moment and continued. According to intelligence, Zhuangqing is actually a city where reality and the mind world often flip, and the boundaries are extremely blurred. But the residents of Zhuangqing are unaware of this, and only some cultivation families take advantage of this special opportunity to gain benefits. This is undoubtedly the role of Daozuan Crossing Yi. When talking about taking advantage of special opportunities to gain benefits, Jansen also glanced at Mu sitting in the house servant team. Obviously, the Mu family had a visit from Dongsun and left his breath and had raised a dragon, all of which were completed when the mansion flipped to the dream. They are all just dreams that have been transformed from fake to real. But the real is the real, so Mu sitting's praise of the humble house has such a great effect. So that's it. I understand. Zhao Chen suddenly realized that all his previous doubts were solved, and he finally figured out what Joyful Bodhisattva wanted to do, and why he had to waste time explaining it clearly. She needs the help of the guests. Yes, it is precisely because Zhuangqing is the old capital of Chezhou, and the treasure the stars turn is also here. The reality and the mind are always flipped, and the boundaries have long been blurred. The emotional power of people who have lived here for a long time is relatively easy to obtain. So I diverted the ruins to Zhuangqing, so that I can use this place to specially seal Chezun's dream, and quickly collect the emotional power of the people in the city to replenish the mana. When necessary, I can also use the flip to temporarily bring the ruins into reality, to weaken the danger in the ruins, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But the new problem is that after Chezun's dream was sealed, the 3rd level of restriction could not be passed, so we had to find another way. Just as Joyful Bodhisattva said this, he heard the young master of the Mu family asked in a rather playful tone, "So, you prepared this wedding? It seems that you have spied on some secrets in Chezun's dream." Zhao Chen could guess this. As the young master of the Mu family was a Dongsuan Zenran, he would naturally not fail to notice it. Joyful Bodhisattva nodded slightly. I noticed his deepest and most ardent dream in his dream, or desire. Detecting and arousing desires is Joyful Bodhisattva's forte. Even though Chezun is a Shengzuan Zenjin, he cannot avoid being spied on now that he has fallen. Without waiting for the guests to ask questions, Joyful Bodhisattva said to himself, Chezun has always coveted the queen of Zhao Song, Moyan Zenjin. The reason why he defected to the Song dynasty was that he was impressed by Emperor Tezu of Song on the battlefield. The more important reason was that he wanted to get close to Master Moyan. This thought reached its peak when the Zhao Song dynasty was destroyed by Emperor Gaozu of this dynasty and Emperor Tezu of Song died. He followed Master Moyan under an assumed name to establish the 4 great demon sects. But Master Moyan was a dedicated person and never gave him hope. He also had no power to force him, which forced him to bury this desire deeper, and regretted it deeply. So, I plan to satisfy his desire and let him have a beautiful dream in exchange for our opportunity to enter the next level of the Forbidden Zone. But now that Master Moyan and Chezun have already fallen, it takes some special skills to realize this dream. You want to make the fake come true, right? Meng Sicheng interrupted. At this moment, he also understood why the happy bodhisattva chose Aunt 13's body, and why she wanted to marry Mu Zirong as a concubine. Hearing his words, the King Beizianlo and others also showed a look of realization. The girl I possessed comes from a family of scholars on the surface, but in fact her ancestors were from the inner sect of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It was because of this identity that she was captured by the villain and fell into despair. She seems a little weak compared to Master Moyan, but now that I have taken over, it is enough. The Mu and Meng families correspond to the Che and Zhao families, both of which are great generals among the subordinates who desire the wives of their masters, which is quite appropriate. However, although the Mu family has benefited from the changes in the times, the cause and effect with the Che family is still a little weak, and the connection between the Meng and Zhao families is even less. Therefore, I need the witness of guests with special identities to strengthen this connection, which will allow me to use a magic method to refine a realistic dream for the remaining spirit of Chezun and let him open the ban. After recounting her plan, Joyful Bodhisattva showed a charming smile again. She then pointed at Zhao Chen, and then Meng Sicheng and said solemnly, "You, as the real party, are the descendants of Emperor Zhao Song and Master Moyan. You, as the fake party, are the relatives of the Meng family and this body of mine. Your witness can strengthen the legitimacy of the identities played by me and the Meng family." Chapter 569. Disaster. As soon as the happy bodhisattva finished speaking, several eyes, some surprised, some complicated, some amused, and some hateful, fell on Zhao Chen one after another. It is understandable to be surprised. It is true that few people can imagine that the Zhao Song royal family of more than 8,000 years ago actually has descendants alive in the world. The complicated one is Su Hanshu. When he formed an alliance with Zhao Chen and Ming Zuling, he did not expect that the blood sword young master who was quite famous in Ganzhou would have such an origin. No wonder his cultivation speed is comparable to that of the core children of the aristocratic family. The amusing one is the son of the Mu family. He glanced at the old man of the Che family he brought with him, and felt that this wedding banquet was becoming more and more interesting. Hatred is not to mention. It must belong to Zenfan, who has recovered some clarity, but he has just had his extra emotions cut off by the Takesu hard sword. Even if there is a magical hatred fruit in his spirit, he will not be able to have the idea of fighting with Zhao Chen for a while. After hearing that the man sitting in the first row was a descendant of Zhao Song, Zenfan concluded that it was Zhao Chen, even though his appearance and aura did not match. Zhao Chen saw everyone's reaction, but he did not care. After all, the realm of the happy bodhisattva would not be lower than Shengsun, and it was normal for him to see through some of his details. He had a relevant plan. Moreover, he was able to reveal it only after Zenfan was cut by the Takesu hard sword. I have to say that the bodhisattva is also a kind person. Is it to establish her own prestige? Or is she worried that I would be killed by Zenfan and affect the effect of her pointing to a deer and calling it a horse? However, since her purpose is to refine the false into the true, there is no need to worry about the lives of the people of Zuancheng. After all, the residents of this city are also witnesses, and the Chezhou treasure Daozuan crossing Yi will not allow her to indulge the big fish to devour the souls of the residents. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen saw the joyful bodhisattva move her lotus steps lightly and gracefully to the table on the right side of the first row, and said with a smile, "I originally wanted to invite a younger generation of the Che family here, but unfortunately he was killed some time ago, and the remaining qualified members of the Che family." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes rested on the old man under the table for a second, and she shook her head and said, "He has already lost himself, and is not qualified for certification at all." The old man's face turned pale and his lips trembled a few times, but he dared not say anything in the end. Then the bodhisattva thinks, as his master, am I qualified? The young master of the Mu family raised the corner of his mouth. I think I can play two roles. The joyful bodhisattva shook her head again, and then her pretty face under the veil turned serious. She pointed at the young master surnamed Mu and said, "You, the contemporary Mu family immortal, can serve as a witness of the aristocratic family and enhance the rationality of all roles." Just as a witness of the aristocratic family? The young master of the Mu family glanced at the closed door of the main room and said with a smile, "This is not enough to make Mu Zerang equivalent to Chazun. If there was a member of the Che family here to witness it, the effect would be much better. It doesn't matter. After all, this is Chazun's dream. As long as he is willing to believe it." The eyes of the happy bodhisattva moved, as if he saw what the young master of the Mu family was planning. So he smiled and said, "Young master, don't worry about the ceremony going wrong. The fun you want will definitely be presented to you." Oh. The young master of the Mu family, dressed in white, moved his fingers slightly and then nodded. "Then I'll wait and see." Happy bodhisattva didn't say anything more to him, but turned around and walked lightly to the second row of tables on the left. Then he pointed at Suhanshu who was sitting there, and his tone showed a little majesty. "You, the last patron of a normal earth god in this world, can represent the earth god to witness and strengthen the rationality of all roles." I don't know if it was an illusion, but behind Suhanshu, a figure whistling in the north wind and chilling to the bone appeared in the silver moon, but it disappeared in a flash, as if it had never appeared. Normal earth god. In this era, there are still earth gods who have not turned into Tao evil. How did he keep his sanity and not be polluted by faith? TSK, there are really many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Zhuangcheng. There are all kinds of people. Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel. Compared with them, he, a remnant of the Zhao song, seemed to be ordinary. If it weren't for Chazun coveting Zhao Tezu's wife, he might not be qualified to sit in the same courtyard with them. Not only Zhao Chen was surprised, but others were also curious, especially the young master of the Mu family, whose eyes burst into a different kind of brilliance. There is reason to believe that, if he didn't want to experience greater fun, he would definitely kidnap Suhanshu directly at this time. Although Suhanshu, who was in the center of the vortex, could still remain calm on the surface, he had been smiling bitterly in secret. He didn't expect that the secret he had hidden for many years would be revealed so easily. He was worthy of being the joyful bodhisattva who played with the soul. But the joyful bodhisattva skipped the big monk in the second row at this time, and his graceful body appeared in front of the blue and white fairy couple in the third row on the left. Although you two are only from the outer sect of Daoxin sect, the Taixio who are Lokio and Fujing you practiced, is the practice created by Daojin Taixio himself. You are qualified to witness on behalf of the sect and strengthen the rationality of all roles. The voice of joyful bodhisattva was still charming, but when she mentioned the three words Daoxin sect, it was much more solemn. Daojin Taixio has been dominating the world for thousands of years. He is the first Daojin to achieve the Tao among the 5 and 8 Tewei. Even the demons dare not despise the sect he passed down. Bodhisattva, how can we, a couple, be qualified to represent the sect? Ling Zhenzi waved his hand and said lightly, "Bodhisattva, aren't you afraid of entrusting the wrong person?" Joyful bodhisattva just said, "Anyone who practices the practice named Taixio is qualified." As for Daojin Taixio, she didn't want to, and didn't dare to mention it much. After all, that kind of existence is almost omnipotent. If he gets excited and casts his eyes on her, it will be over. She can block other people's silent chanting in the courtyard, but she can't interfere with her own. Since the person sitting on the right side of the third row was Meng Sicheng, who had been called, joyful bodhisattva passed him and went straight to the table in the fourth row on the left, looking at the stern-faced desert eagle Yansan, the experimental subject created by the military combining the blood sorcerers of the West and the mechanical magic. He is the only surviving individual among countless volunteers in a cave world for 3,000 years, and he is also a one-of-a-kind person who is difficult to copy. You are one of Zhuanshan's variables. You are qualified to witness on your own behalf and strengthen the rationality of all roles. Although joyful bodhisattva did not say this with the solemnity, when he mentioned the Daoxinman, he was also unusually solemn, without the slightest bit of charm. Yansan frowned at the bodhisattva's words. "What are you talking about? You yourself don't know it clearly." Even the real person who was in charge of this matter in the military has died, and all relevant files have been destroyed. It's not that you are so important in the eyes of the military that they need to silence the relevant personnel, but your existence is not tolerated by the current Zhao Chen, and all those who participated in your creation have suffered a disaster. This is also the reason why you can move freely for so many years. And you are not a member of the human Yan family. Your family's memories of you and your memories of your family are actually fictitious from more than 10 years ago. Joyful Bodhisattva looked into his eyes and said slowly. Jansen was silent for a few seconds and suddenly asked, if that's the case, how did you know? Seeing the question, Joyful Bodhisattva smiled. I guess you were also one of the people who created me, and you also suffered a disaster, but you didn't die. Jansen said coldly. The smile on Joyful Bodhisattva's face froze for a moment, and she looked at Jansen deeply. It seems that you are not completely ignorant. You took the initiative to join the military and actively participated in various investigation tasks in order to find out your true origins? Jansen nodded, and then asked instead of answering, you were suppressed by the Meng family on purpose, in order to use the Meng family's destiny to avoid disaster, and over the years, your portraits have been used to grant the talisman position, in order to divert the disaster, and distribute the disaster to your destined people. But why did you make such a fuss in Zhuangqing this time? Joyful Bodhisattva smiled slightly, that is a secret, and I can't tell you for the time being. She paused, and seeing that Jansen really didn't ask any more questions, she couldn't help asking, since you are looking for your own origins, why don't you ask me, an insider? Hearing this, Jansen glanced at her, and said in a tone without any emotion, secrets at that level, how can your divine thoughts carry it? The implication is that, if it was the real body of Joyful Bodhisattva who was here, he might still ask, why bother talking so much in the current situation? Joyful Bodhisattva seemed to be particularly tolerant of Jansen. Even though his tone was so bad, he was not really angry. Instead, he turned and walked towards the table on the right side of the last row. At this time, the other guests glanced back and forth between Joyful Bodhisattva and Jansen, with suspicion on their faces. Because from the moment Joyful Bodhisattva arrived in front of Jansen's table, everyone could only vaguely perceive that the two were communicating, but they could not hear what they were saying at all, not even if the young master of the Mu family used his spiritual sense to sense a single word. This must have been done intentionally by Joyful Bodhisattva. Could it be that Xingcha has a close relationship with this Bodhisattva? Zhao Chen's face looked a little strange, and then he transmitted a voice to Ming Zuling beside him, saying, do you think that, if Joyful Bodhisattva announces this to everyone will really help her strengthen her cognition, and make the false become true? Most of the people present here also want to see the treasures left behind by the Che family in the ruins of the Heart Realm. In addition, the declaration of Joyful Bodhisattva is probably part of the ceremony itself. She should not need our will. Meng Zuling looked at the Bodhisattva who raised her white finger and pointed at Zhenfan and analyzed seriously. I think that she may not be able to do it as smoothly as expected. Zhao Chen glanced at the big monk who was fiddling with his rosary beads on the right seat in the second row and said so. Meng Zuling naturally noticed who Zhao Chen was looking at, and she said hesitantly, didn't you guess that he might be a demon monk from the Xingang temple? He has no reason to stop Joyful Bodhisattva, right? Zhao Chen shook his head and said, I did think he was a demon monk from the Xingang temple at first, but after the Bodhisattva began to declare, I found that something was wrong. Meng Zuling also thought of something along the lines of Zhao Chen's words at this time, but is it because of identity? That's right. If he is the evil monk of Xingang temple, then his identity is the same as Zhenfan's. After all, everyone who can influence the world's situation only needs a representative to witness it. As Zhao Chen's voice transmission rang in Meng Zuling's ears, Joyful Bodhisattva also completed the announcement on Zhenfan, witness on behalf of the evil spirits, to strengthen the rationality of all characters. Zhao Chen transmitted the voice again at this time. Since Zhenfan represents the evil forces, what does this monk represent? Except for the families of the relevant parties, the aristocratic families, the upper sects, the earth gods, and the evil spirits all have representatives to witness. Although I don't know what Xingcha represents, There are not many who can name it. Weird. Taoist evil? Meng Zuling seemed to be thinking about something. It could also be a commodity or a candidate. Zhao Chen added silently in his heart. At this time, Joyful Bodhisattva also turned back from the last row and finally came to the desk of the big monk in the second row. I really didn't expect that Muziran's ridiculous way of saving himself would attract you. This seat, I originally reserved for the remnant soul of Wutan God. But this world always likes to play jokes on me. Not only did the body, where the remnant soul of Wutan God resided inexplicably lose its own destiny, making him no longer qualified to witness, but also made you come to this era through that almost impossible way. The veil of Joyful Bodhisattva could not hide the helplessness on her face. The burly but kind-looking monk finally stopped fiddling with his rosary beads. He raised his head and looked directly into the captivating eyes of Joyful Bodhisattva and said calmly, "You should know that the things you did in Xuanqing will inevitably bring about disasters. What's more, you are already a person who has been doomed to disaster and you haven't gotten over it yet." Joyful Bodhisattva nodded, but said in confusion, "My disaster is indeed difficult to overcome, otherwise I would have. But I want to know, among the 9 joyful bodhisattvas who are still in the world, why are you only chasing after me?" Seeing the question, the monk glanced at her indifferently. "You know the reason. Why are you asking?" It turns out it's really not a coincidence. Joyful Bodhisattva, no, it was Emoshu who was possessed by the spirit of pity. Bodhisattva sighed, and then suddenly threw out a long golden rope, wrapping around the big monk. But the monk did not make any move. The hazy smoke around his body made it impossible for the golden rope to get close, and it rolled around him in vain. You are just a wisp of spirit after all, and the quality of your magic power is so spotty. The big monk stared at Pity Bodhisattva with extremely cold eyes, without any emotion. Who would have thought that Pity Bodhisattva, who heard this, actually laughed? It's true that I'm just a wisp of spirit, but you are also a handful of ashes. How are you stronger than me? Moreover, the reason why I pulled the people of the whole city into dreams and extracted their emotions and desires to condense this mottled magic power is not to deal with the monsters in the ruins. It is to deal with human disasters like you, Kingshi. Chapter 570 Blue Lion and Desire. The Blue Lion, an ancient mythical beast, is rumored to be the mount of Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. But Fei Meng once told me that with the decline of Buddhism, the mythical beasts that the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas rode on have long been submerged in history and are now just characters in the story. But now, the joyful Bodhisattva called the monk Blue Lion. He also bluntly said that the other party was just the so-called ashes. Then again, what are ashes? While Zhao Chen was thinking, his eyes swept over the guests attending the wedding, such as the son of the Mu family and the blue and white fairy couple, and he knew that the situation was actually quite unfavorable to the monk. After all, many people here hope that the joyful Bodhisattva will successfully open the ban and go to find the treasure of the Che family. They may expect these two mythical characters to lose each other, but they will not sit idly by and watch the Blue Lion really take down the Bodhisattva. Moreover, the last sentence of Joyful Bodhisattva directly kidnapped the synthetic people, making them afraid to act rashly. The big monk was obviously very clear about this, so he remained unmoved by Joyful Bodhisattva's words, and passively used the hazy smoke around his body to resist the approach of the golden long rope. At the same time, he also swept his eyes over the people present for the first time, and finally chanted the Buddha's name, and said to Joyful Bodhisattva, "Although I'm your calamity, I'm not a reckless person. I will not act now, otherwise I will not be able to achieve my goal. And as you said, I'm just ashes, my heart is long withered, and I'm here to stop you just for the mission, not for anger, hatred and other emotions. The actions you have taken in this dream that lead your emotional desires to extremes will not affect me. So, don't waste your energy. I will not take the initiative to attack you right now." Leading emotional desires to extremes. Hearing what the big monk said, everyone was shocked and then examined their previous words, deeds, and thoughts, and as expected, they all found a big problem. As a Dangsa real person, the son of the Mu family, although his spirit was missing due to something wrong with his skills, and he lost the 4 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. He yearned for things that could cause his emotional fluctuations. But this was not necessary. When he first took the old man's surname Che to Fenglan village, his mentality was just to have fun and relax. When did it become necessary to break this layer of restriction, enjoy more fun, and even make plans to help the happy bodhisattva? The son of the Mu family looked thoughtfully at the two mythical beings in the confrontation, knowing that his greed was magnified. But he didn't think about getting rid of this influence. Anyway, since he was here, it didn't matter if he indulged himself occasionally. It happened that this influence would make it easier to explain to the Daksha officials when he returned. After running his own mental method, Meng Sicheng soon discovered his own abnormality. It was anger. When I entered this level of dream restriction. No, in the previous restriction, the anger in my heart had been aroused and magnified. Otherwise I would not have been so resentful towards Zhao Chen, nor would I have rashly attacked the joyful bodhisattva. After all, although the dream of the second level of restriction came from Zhao Chen, in the final analysis, I was so embarrassed because of my own lack of strength. What did it have to do with him? And the fact that on 13 was possessed by the spirit of joyful bodhisattva and married did ruin the reputation of the Meng family. But since it has happened, even if the wedding is ruined, the reputation can't be restored. I can't kill everyone present to silence them, right? In fact, what I did at that time should not be to kill joyful bodhisattva to vent my anger, but to calm down and think about how to properly resolve the subsequent matters. This is the work of anger and desire, anger at others. Unlike Meng Sicheng's reflection, the King Bei Immortal couple sighed at the same time. They obviously knew their own problems, but they didn't care, because the crazy desire in their hearts had been with them for many years, and it didn't make any sense to magnify it or not. If Zhen Fan hadn't mentioned it, his desire for hatred was too obvious. If he hadn't been cut by the Taixu hard sword, he would have gone to fight Zhao Chen to the death. Yan Xingcha picked up the dishes on the table and took a bite, as if he was suppressing something. As for Suhanshu, he suddenly smiled with relief and shook his head and said, I have hidden that secret for many years, and I have been afraid of exposure, worried about this, afraid of that. Just now, the Bodhisattva pointed it out, and I was mostly afraid that the secret would be leaked after it was released. So this is the culprit that prevented me from going further. Since you are afraid of his existence being exposed, how can it be compatible with his gift? As soon as the voice fell, Suhanshu's aura surged, as if his soul had begun to undergo some kind of transformation. He suddenly realized that his soul and spirit began to initially merge and turned into a divine soul. While Ming Zuling was speaking, there were flashes in his eyes, as if he was recording the scene. The combination of the 3 souls and the 7 spirits to form a divine soul is a basis for achieving supernatural powers. After all, how can an ordinary soul and spirit bear the supernatural powers related to the law? And the practice of the entire supernatural power realm is actually to make the process of the combination of soul and spirit continue to be perfect and to strengthen it. It can be said that Suhanshu has completed the first combination of soul and spirit. As long as the Yang Gang magic in his soul and the Yin Sha magic in his spirit can piece together a supernatural power and have the qualification to break through, he will be a master of supernatural powers. Of course, since the heart realm does not have the conditions for breaking through supernatural powers, Suhanshu did not make the Gang Sha merge in one go, but stopped. Anyway, at this point, he can continue to break through at any time. Looking at Suhanshu, who closed his eyes to consolidate his cultivation, Zhao Chen also began to examine himself and found that, although he had the true essence and manner of the 5 immortals to protect him, he was still affected a little. The external manifestation is that he seems to like teasing Ming Zuling in his dream and always shows off in front of her. In general, he just likes to show off in front of beautiful women, or the kind of thing that doesn't say everything and pretends to be unfathomable. This performance is a bit silly. It's also thanks to Ming Zuling, who is with me this time. If it was Zhao Himeo and Femeng, I'm afraid they would have laughed at me a long time ago. What is this? Selective desire to show off? Zhao Chen laughed and shook his head. He used the 5 immortal spirit true energy to circulate in the inner world for a week, but he didn't feel relieved. He simply ignored it. After all, it was harmless. Anyway, it was better not to show this desire in front of the happy bodhisattva. He only infused some more true energy into Meng Zuling beside him, so that she would not be dominated by the desire for emotion again. Speaking of which, I did want to wait for a good opportunity to give happy bodhisattva a big one. I wonder if this is considered a desire to show off. With this mentality, Zhao Chen didn't notice that when he injected magic power into Meng Zuling, the light in her eyes suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a moment of absent-mindedness. Fortunately, she is sitting next to Zhao Chen, otherwise she would have fallen down. Lust? Desire? Love? Maybe, maybe not, I can't tell. But I can be sure that I'm not longing for him, but for his beauty. 5 emperors paying homage to the truth is really scary. Even if it is just the magical attribute that is the basis of this magical power, it makes me. No, it should be that I'm not a creature of the original beginning, and I'm born with some deficiencies, so after seeing the perfection of the great way of this world, I will yearn for it so much. Of course, it is also because the joyful bodhisattva has magnified this desire. Meng Zuling maintained the basic computing power and conducted analysis. As for most of the remaining computing power, naturally, it is used to fight against the waves of fierce desires. Her desires are not many, so they are too pure, which is why she has become what she is now. Speaking of the joyful bodhisattva, she was silent for a moment after the blue lion finished speaking, and then took back the golden rope and asked, "How did you know?" Of course, what she asked was not about the magnification of desire in the dream. The other party has been entangled with her for thousands of years. What means do she have? How could Green Lion not know? What she wanted to ask was actually the rule that it is best not to attack her in this dream. The big monk chanted the Buddha's name again and said calmly, "There is a big problem with the way you dealt with the sword that the donor Meng slashed at you. You do have the means to charm the sword, but it is not something that can be easily succeeded with a wisp of divine thought. This is essentially the dream of the donor Chazun. I don't know what the rules were in his original dream, but attacking you will obviously trigger his power. Because although the Takesu hard sword that you slashed at the donor Zen had the intention of charming, at its core, it is actually the Che family's Daozuan crossing Yui magical power. The Che family's Daozuan crossing Yui can record and store the magical powers encountered and return them back at the right time, giving them back in the same way. Its upper limit is very high. Even a first grade magical power can also be returned. Zen King Gan's introduction to the magical power echoed in Zhao Chen's ears. After thinking for a few breaths, he roughly guessed the situation of joyful bodhisattva. The character that the other party wanted to turn the fake into the real was Moyan Zenjin, who was Chazun's favorite. How could he allow Moyan Zenjin to be harmed in his dream? Therefore, in the current dream restriction, attacking joyful bodhisattva will definitely not end well. As for why she didn't rely on this advantage and take the initiative to beat the monk to death, it is unknown. Maybe there are other rules in this dream that he and other guests don't know. Meng Sicheng in the third row breathed a sigh of relief, and the reluctance in his heart also subsided a little. After all, his magical power was not purely enchanted, and the sense of humiliation was suddenly reduced a lot. It was that sword that exposed the truth. Joyful bodhisattva seemed to be suddenly enlightened, then stared at the big monk and chuckled. But this is not enough to explain why you know that I can't deal with you with all my strength without you attacking me. The big monk turned the Buddhist beads hanging around his neck, and after completing a circle, he replied, "You also know that my arrival was due to the last call for help from the donor Musering." The letter he threw out with all his strength naturally wrote some of the rules of the dream. After all, the role he played in this beautiful dream you prepared was Chazun. After pretending to be real, he naturally gained a little authority in Chazun's dream. So that's it. Joyful bodhisattva nodded. The last question, how did Musering call you out of history? Even if the calamity is connected, making some accidental possibilities greater, things with zero probability will not happen. Blue Lion was silent for a few breaths and simply responded, "The 1,000 characters magical power of the donor Mu chose the Lugong tablet." Lugong tablet? I forgot that the Lugong stele records the story of Lu Chunayang. He tried his best, and with the blessing of the slight authority of this dream, there was a chance that he could communicate with Lu Chunayang through the Dao text. After all, Lu Chunayang is not dead. And with his help, it is not so surprising that you can come to this dream. The Bodhisattva of Joy's doubts were all resolved, and then he looked at the monk with pity. It feels bad not to be able to lie to people, right? Especially, it is difficult to even refuse to answer. This is not a real problem, so the green lion just bowed his head and recited the scriptures without responding. The happy Bodhisattva did not care about this. Instead, she stretched out her white finger in a good mood and pointed it in front of the blue lion. In this case, then you can be a witness as the remnant of the last era. Knowing that the other party would not make trouble at this stage, the happy Bodhisattva did not have the intention to get rid of it immediately. After all, the auspicious time was about to come, and it was too late to bypass some rules and take down the blue lion. After everyone present was declared to be witnesses, the happy Bodhisattva slowly walked back to the main seat in front of the main room. Her sleeves fluttered lightly, and she felt like she was touching flowers and willows when she walked. However, her clothes gradually changed from black to red, and only the veil remained the same. The festive music became more enthusiastic, and the dancers' dances gradually became better. Except for the absence of the bridegroom, this wedding was undoubtedly pushed to the climax stage. At this time, the main room door opened, and the last of the three supernatural masters of the Mu family, that is, the uncle of Musitang and Musiring, the goddess of Eluoriv Mushiksun, came out pushing a bed. There was a man lying on the bed, wearing a wedding dress and a flower on his chest. He was Musiring, who was chosen as the groom. But at this time, Musiring seemed to be asleep. Except for the rise and fall of his chest, he did not move at all. Why did he sleep on the bed? To prevent him from making any more small movements, so he was made unconscious. But since Musiring had been bewitched, and it had come to this point, wouldn't the joyful Bodhisattva still have the confidence to control him and let him cooperate to finish the play? Or, letting the groom lie down, what phenomenon all should be in line with, so that the effect of refining the false into the true is better? While he was guessing randomly in his mind, Zhao Chen suddenly noticed that the starry sky above his head had undergone some subtle changes, as if the dead object had shown signs of coming alive. He couldn't help but look up at the night sky that looked like an oil painting and was dotted with countless stars. Looking at the huge black line in the center of the oil painting that looked like an eye crack, he actually felt that there seemed to be something important behind it that was attracting him. And the next moment, the black line in the center of the night sky began to tremble violently, and then slowly unfolded. At the same time, Musiring, who was lying on the bed in front of the main room in the courtyard, slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 571 Big Fish. The next moment, an unprecedented feeling of terror suddenly spread from Musiring's pupils, sweeping across the entire courtyard. The guests invited to the wedding, except Zhao Chen and the son of the Mu family, even the nearly crazy Zen fan turned their eyes away, not daring to meet the eyes that were like gods and demons. After all, even the Dharma appearance and true body of the Dangsuan real person cannot be looked at directly, otherwise, at the least, one will go crazy and change his mind, or be directly polluted and turned into a monster. What's more, the happy Bodhisattva just said that Chazun has entered the Shengsuan realm, and the rumors about him may be extremely dangerous. Looking at him is definitely a suicidal act. But Zhao Chen chose to take the risk. First of all, although the aura from Musiring's eyes is of high nature, it actually does not have much real power. The feeling Zhao Chen felt was not much different from when he was interpreting the Dao text and came into contact with the source of those skills. At least the Dairi Xingcha did not warn, and it was obvious that it did not take it seriously. This is normal. After all, Chazun has fallen for at least 1,000 years. Even if the traces of Shengsuan are not so easy to be completely erased, the remaining power will not be too strong. Secondly, the premonition that attracted him before the eyes in the center of the night opened also made Zhao Chen decide to spy on the secrets of this chase engine. Finally, Zhao Chen still has the magic weapon Taishi Shian Makin in his hand, which contains the purest aura of Moyan's engine, which is much stronger than the fake one possessed by Huangzi Bodhisattva. Under the rules of this dream, it is highly likely that it will not be harmed. Of course, Zhao Chen is not unprepared. Before he looked at Muzerang, he had already used the spell shielding spiritual pollution included in the Dairi Xingcha and strengthened it with the notarization spell. Finally, he also divided half of his spirit into the crossing chap. Even if the defense was penetrated, there was room for remedy. Then, Zhao Chen saw a pair of vertical pupils filled with starlight. What kind of eyes are those? Vast, indifferent, crazy, and with an inexplicable strong deterrence. It seems that just a glance will drag you into an extremely terrifying world. And some inexplicable information was also infused into Zhao Chen's spiritual consciousness at this time. We are born noble, the nobles of the stars. We worship the great star god, not the hypocritical sun. We will eventually bring the fate of destruction to this world. Find the star god's vehicle, the promised ship, that shuttles through the sea of stars in the myriad worlds. The carrier that carries the complete universe is the certificate for boarding the starship. It was Master Moyan who took the certificate and wanted to take that step. Zhao Chen held his head, and a line of blood and tears flowed from his eyes. In the last look, he saw the destruction of a world and Master Moyan falling from the starry sky. He leaned on Ming Zuling beside him, panting for a long time, and then slowly sat up and rubbed his temples. The nobles of the stars, are they the demons that now rule the All-Stars Society? This is obviously Chazun's memory. After he joined the All-Stars Society, he helped Master Moyan steal the complete carrier of the all things in the world magical power. Also, the so-called promised ship and star god's vehicle. Could it be my great son Staraft? In the indoctrination just now, he got a lot of information. For example, the faction that now dominates the All-Stars Society is not some outsider who has taken over the Magpie's Nest. They actually regard themselves as the sons of the star god. Although they are classified as demons, they are not as crazy as people imagine. In other words, they are only crazy about the issue of the sun. They are hostile to the Black Sun, but they do not admit that the current Great Sun is transformed by the star god. Another reason why people classify them as demons is that they have been trying to destroy this world. Because in their prophecy, the star god just left this world, not fallen. Only when this world is destroyed, the promised ship will appear, carrying the so-called nobles of the stars, to follow the footsteps of the star god. But in order to board that starship, you need a credential, that is, a carrier that carries the complete Senluo Wangxiang magical power. Unfortunately, the credential was stolen by Chazun, who pretended to join the All-Stars Society, and gave it to Moyan Zhenjin. Moyan Zhenjin wanted that credential, most likely to use its uniqueness, to take the step towards becoming a Taoist. It has to be said that Chazun really loves Moyan Zhenjin, and for her he even took the risk to go undercover in the All-Stars Society. Well, the Che family's Daozu and crossing Yi magical power has a lot to do with the Senluo Wangxiang. I remember King Gan said that in that era when the princes rose up, Chazun was most likely behind the All-Stars Society. With this origin, he can join the other party without being suspected of his purpose. But even so, if he wants to get to the point where he can access the certificate of the promised ship, he must have paid a huge price. Yes, he achieved the ascendance with the help of the power of the All-Stars Society, and during this period he was bound to be polluted by the so-called nobles of the stars. Only by being polluted, or by being blessed by the All-Stars Society, will he be considered one of their own by those demons, and have the opportunity to access the complete Senluo Wangxiang magical power. Chazun should have a backup plan to dare to do this. But pollution is pollution, and it cannot be eliminated, even if it is blocked temporarily. After the credential was lost, you can imagine how furious those guys who call themselves nobles of the stars would be. As a Shengsa and true lord with an almost endless lifespan, Chazun would fall so easily, probably because of their revenge. Alas, if true Lord Moyan had successfully ascended to the position of true lord, he might have been saved. But it's a pity that true Lord Moyan himself died, because he was blocked by others. He even died before Chazun, and was witnessed by him. Zhao Chen reasoned a little, and learned the general truth of that period of history. And this relic in the Heart World was most likely built by the people of Xinjiang Temple to help Chazun. After all, Xinjiang Temple and All-Stars Society are also mortal enemies. It's normal for the former to cause trouble to the latter and prevent the latter from finding Chazun and the credentials. And this relic is the ancestral land of the Che family? That means that the plan to steal the credential was probably prepared during the turbulent times when Emperor Tezu of Zhao Song was still alive. TSK, I feel sorry for Chezun. Besides, no wonder no one came to Xing'an Temple when a relic of the Heart Realm was revealed. It turns out they have always known what is here. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen glanced at Zhen Fan who was sitting in the 4th row on the right, and thought to himself, the Star Club spent so much money to train this person quickly, it should be for this relic. The purpose is most likely to retrieve the voucher. But why don't they send a more reliable member, or simply send a Demon King equivalent to Dark Sun? Is there anything special about Zhen Fan? The so-called hatred fruit? But what's the use of that? When he was wondering, Mu Zirong on the bed in front of the main room finally got up and walked slowly to the side of Joyful Bodhisattva with extremely awkward movements. The core ceremony of the wedding officially began at this time. Since it was just marrying a co-wife, there were not too many cumbersome procedures, so the two soon became husband and wife in the presence of a group of guests of different identities. Zhao Chen even suspected that the reason why Joyful Bodhisattva wanted to be a concubine was to omit the 6 major processes of accepting the lottery, asking for the name, accepting the auspiciousness, accepting the betrothal, asking for the date, and welcoming the bride in person. The whole process went very smoothly, so smoothly that even Mu Zirong seemed to be in disbelief and shed excited tears. But he was already Chezun at this time, and his tears were equivalent to. Zhao Chen's face changed, and he looked up at the sky. The son of the Mu family, Su Hanshu and others also reacted at the same time, and also cast their eyes on the night like an oil painting. I saw that the giant eye in the starry sky had fully opened, and a large amount of desire water poured out of it, as if the Milky Way was pouring down. At the same time, the face of the happy Bodhisattva suddenly showed a smile like a conspiracy succeeded. Because at this moment, the treasured Daozuan crossing Yi left by the Che family in Zuancheng suddenly moved, turning the entire city upside down, and swapping the heart world with reality. In other words, the ruins in the heart world overlapped with reality at this moment. This is nothing, because Zuancheng has experienced many such things in history, but the bad thing is that at this time, the desire water is pouring from the starry sky. If it is poured into the heart world, it will be fine. After all, the islands in the heart world are surrounded by the sea of desire. But if it falls into reality, it will be a complete disaster. Joyful Bodhisattva obviously knows that in addition to the guests she invited, there are many masters hiding in secret, so she posed a difficult question to everyone. Are you going to enter the lower dream restriction, or rescue the people in this city? The voice of the sweet laughter just sounded, and Mu Zirong picked up Joyful Bodhisattva, and rushed into the sky, and drilled into the giant eye of the starry sky against the pouring water. Obviously, the beautiful dream that Joyful Bodhisattva brought to Chezun made him quite satisfied. Seeing this scene, the big monk didn't think about it, and he also flew up, turned into a clear light and followed in. But the young master of the Mu family, who reacted almost at the same time as him, was blocked by a big fish that jumped out of the giant eye and went downstream. This big fish has fins, wings, whiskers, and tails, and its body is so huge that it can almost be described as covering the sky and the sun. In particular, it has a long golden horn on its forehead, which gives people a very dangerous feeling. The true body of the five-directional god, the son of the Mu family, who had the information provided by the old man surnamed Che, recognized its origin at a glance. Although no one knows the origin of this five-way god, its cultivation at its peak will not be inferior to that of the current son of the Mu family. Although this fish can only be regarded as a projection in the dream, its strength is also 80% to 90% of the original. It was released at this time, obviously to prevent people like the son of the Mu family who don't care about the people of Zuancheng from following in. Seeing it, Meng Sicheng and others all looked a little ugly. After all, with such a big fish guarding the door, it is impossible for them to leave this dream and enter the next level. Even the son of the Mu family frowned at this time. Although he is not afraid of this big fish, it will not be successful in defeating it in a short time. Only Zhao Chen knows that this five-way god is actually not as strong as it looks. It is more appropriate to describe it as strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. First of all, the source of its power, The golden box 5-way key has been conquered by me. Even with the blessing of the dream power, it will never have the level it shows now. Secondly, even if it is the power of dream blessing, it has lost half of it because of Ming Hangai's food snatching before. Plus, Lin Feng, who is possessed by the remnant spirit of Wutan God, is still there. Just when Zhao Chen thought of this, he saw Zhen Fan, who was sitting in the 4th row, rushing towards him at a very fast speed. Zhen Fan had obviously recovered from the negative state of emotional loss at this time, and chose to fight Zhao Chen desperately at the first time. Hey, the Star Club took out so many treasures for you to exchange for rationality, to assist you in strengthening your strength, but you only want to deal with me? Don't care about the mission? Don't you want the carrier of Dao Zhuang Xing'ai? And you, a gunner, are completely crazy for playing close combat? Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and then sent a voice to Ming Zuling, asking her to deliberately slow down half a beat when rescuing him to create an opportunity for Zhen Fan. Although Ming Zuling didn't know why Zhao Chen did this, she chose to believe him. On the other side, Zhen Fan was not really crazy, but he knew that the Jitarahu bullet would not be of much use to Zhao Chen, so he chose another magical power he knew, the Rahu killing sword. The pure black longsword extended from Zhen Fan's wrist, turned into a sharp sword without a physical body, and stabbed directly into Zhao Chen's chest. This sword also did not cut the physical body of the person, but was specifically designed to destroy the heart and Taoism of the bad guy. Facing this level of assassination, although Zhao Chen was not necessarily afraid, he still activated the 5th grade magical power water and fire wings of the Liangai Taoist robe. While narrowly escaping the disaster, he panicked and chose no way to fly into the air and quickly approach the big fish. Just when most of the people below thought that this descendant of Zhao Song was finished, the big fish not only ignored Zhao Chen, but even abandoned the responsibility of continuing to squat at the cave in trance and flew straight to the XC city. And Zhao Chen also easily entered the giant eye in the stunned eyes of everyone. This is certainly not a coincidence, but Zhao Chen contacted his subordinate Lin Feng through the star chariot. This time he did not hide his existence, but directly gave Lin Feng a task, asking him to hold a ceremony at a specific location, to request the Phantom of the Golden Box 5 keys to descend. The ceremony went smoothly, and the Phantom of the Golden Box 5 key successfully descended and helped Lin Feng completely activate the breath of the residual soul in his spirit. Both the Golden Box 5 keys and the residual soul are things that the 5-way god is extremely eager for, so it naturally gave up Zhao Chen and its duties to find Lin Feng. However, its shadow that covered the sky and the sun had just appeared in the real world after the inversion, and a golden and red stick suddenly attacked and directly pierced its body. Magic weapon, Pan Long Stick. The people waiting here to activate the magic weapon are naturally Zhen Qingyan, Yan Hongxia, Xi Yuling and others who were arranged by Zhao Chen early in the morning. The reason why Lin Feng chose to hold the ceremony here is also to lead the 5-way god into an ambush circle. Chapter 572 Chaotic Battle. When the water of desire poured back from the starry sky of the heart world, and the treasure of the Chaizhou dynasty, Dao Zuan crossing Yi, moved abnormally and turned Zuancheng upside down, Meng's true body realm real person, poet sword immortal Meng Zixie suddenly stepped out of the void, and came to the sky above the real Zuancheng. However, he wore a Zuanwu mask on his face, and did not show his true face. Seeing the river flowing through Zuancheng twisted into a wine bucket when the heart world and reality turned over, this Zuanwu Ziming god of the heavenly court nodded slightly, and said silently to himself, what the 3 officials said is right. The Chaizhou dynasty's national defense weapon Dao Zuan crossing Yi was hidden in this river, or even the river itself. And my way is consistent with the meaning of Dao Zuan crossing Yi, and with it, there is indeed hope for further progress. This reward is really not cheap. But whether I can get it or not depends on myself. Divine weapons, also known as immortal weapons, are treasures that are superior to magic weapons and treasure weapons. A Dairi Xingcha 2nd level real person can even hold out for a while with an ordinary Shengsuan real person. But the greatest value of this treasure is not in combat. The Tao rhyme contained in it is the most valuable. It can be used as a reference for Dairi Xingcha real people and even point out the direction of progress. Meng Zixie stood still in the air, his eyes swept across the other 2 places in the city, and laughed loudly, come out. If not, I will take this treasure away." As he said, he waved his sleeves, as if he wanted to take the whole river into it. But the next moment, a sharp sword light attacked, and a female voice came from a distance. "The treasure is obtained by those with virtue. How can you, a person who hides his head and shows his tail, get involved?" Exclamation mark. Meng Zisha had never thought that he could successfully take away Dao Zuan crossing Yi, so he flicked his sleeves, easily waved away the sword light, and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a woman standing on the roof of the clock tower of the train station. She looked to be in her 20s, with powdered eyebrows, like a fairy in a painting, descended to the mortal world. It turned out to be the 7 Stars fairy in person. It seems that the Sima family has long known about the peculiarity of Zhuangcheng. Meng Zisha was not surprised at the identity of the woman. The anomaly in Zhuangcheng had lasted for a day. For such a long time, the authorities had not taken any action. There must be forces at the level of the aristocratic families that intervened. And since he presented himself as a Zuan Wu Ziming god, it was impossible for him to call on the Meng family's connections. As for the invited Mu family Dongxuan, the Mu family is not strong among the aristocratic families. It is indeed a hegemon in Jinsao, but its influence in the northwestern states is limited, and it cannot do this yet. The 7 Stars fairy, named Sima Jing, is a real person of the 2nd level of Dongxuan. Although her main practice is the family's true legacy Tai True Water chapter, she did not condense the spring god true body, but instead became a sword cultivator. The 7 Stars divine spring sword key derived from her own 7 treasure springs is more powerful than the original Tai True Water, but correspondingly, it is inferior in other magical aspects. Sima Jing looked up at the masked man in midair with a serious look in her eyes, because the Moonlight Treasure Spring Sword key she had just used had 60% to 70% of the power of her full strength attack, but was waved away by the other party with one sleeve. It can be seen that his cultivation is higher than hers. However, even though she knew she was no match for her, facing the opportunity to become a Taoist, this 7 Stars fairy did not retreat at all. Instead, she waved her hand and sprinkled bits of star sand, just like the weaver girl's slender hand drawing the Milky Way, covering the area of dozens of miles. This is her magic weapon Xiangsu and star sand, and combined with the 9 spirits and 7 stars combined god array arranged in advance, it is enough to fight against any Dongxuan 2nd level real person. However, Meng Zisha was not moved by this. He chuckled, turned his head to look in the direction of the county magistrate's mansion, and said loudly, "Dao Ao here are silent. Are you waiting for me and the 7 Stars fairy to be defeated?" Hearing his words, Sima Jing's face that was so charming that it could not hold back the world showed a hint of surprise, because except for the few juniors outside Zhuangcheng, she did not sense the existence of other fellow Taoists. Alas, it turns out that the people from the heavenly court cannot be concealed. An old Sai came from the county magistrate's mansion. Then, an old monk with white hair and a Taoist spirit appeared in front of the other 2 real people, bowed and said, "Chen Shang greets the 2 Taoist friends. The county magistrates worship a Chen Shang. You, a casual cultivator, actually cultivated into a Dongxuan?" Sima Jing frowned, then shook her head and said, "No, you may not be a casual cultivator." From Liao Zhao. "Yes, I remember that you became the county magistrate's worshipper 18 years ago. So that's the case. You must be a real person from the 10,000 Beasts sect, and you left the sect because of the turmoil in your sect, and lived here in anonymity, right?" Meng Zishen in the air also stroked his long beard and said, "As far as I know, there were 3 real people who ran away in the incident of Wan Xiaoman. They are Naked Fairy Tao Hang Niang, Sea Soul Yuangxin Shen Yuan, Death Star Yu Chen. I wonder which one you are." He did not rule out the Naked Fairy. After all, that woman's holy mother body of 10,000 insects was very weird, and there was no clue at all when she turned into a man. The old monk shook his head and said, "There is no real person of Wan Xiaoman for a long time, and now it is only Chen Shang. Then you have lived in Zhuangcheng for a long time. Is it also for this treasure of Chezhao?" Sima Jing asked. The old monk nodded and said naturally, "Of course. It's a pity that this thing is hidden too deep. If it weren't for the Bodhisattva of joy, to move the island of the heart world from elsewhere, and let the sea of desire pour back into reality, it would not show any trace. It seems that you and the Bodhisattva of pity are in cahoots. Meng Zishe smiled. You can't escape the responsibility for the disaster in Zhuangcheng. We just take what we need. The old monk glanced at Meng Zishe, and as a person from the heavenly court, you are the best scapegoat. It can also make fairies simmer over their feel at ease. The three of them seemed to be chatting, but in fact they were using words to attack each other. After all, none of them were sure of dealing with two real people of the same level at the same time, and they were afraid that the other two would join hands to drive them out first. But at this moment, a big fish with a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from the heart realm, landed in the middle of the three people, and broke through the 9 spirits and 7 stars combined god array that Sima had worked hard to lay down. Boom. As all the houses within a radius of dozens of miles collapsed, the old monk who seemed to be the calmest was the first to take action. A huge, bright star emitting a purple-black light suddenly appeared. This star was high and vast, and it carried a bad omen, as if a disaster would come as soon as it appeared. At this moment, the star was about to fall into the bucket-shaped river, the true form of the star demon. So you are the Death Star Zhao Chen. The calm word sounded, and Meng Zishe, wearing the Zuanwu mask, stepped forward, raised his right hand, closed his 5 fingers, and chopped it down fiercely. Bang! The void shook. An extremely condensed mana turned into a fist, like a giant turtle stepping on the ground, and smashed hard on the purple-black star. Since he was hiding his identity, he naturally did not use the family's means, let alone reveal his true form, but this domineering Zuanwu fist was equally powerful, and could not be underestimated. It almost smashed the Death Star back to its original form. But unfortunately, the old monk was also a determined person. He knew that it would not be good for him to drag it on, so he had to let his real body fall into the river, even if he was injured, and then use the secret method to take away the magic weapon. What's more, since the Death Star has appeared, even if the Zuanwu Ziming god has a special fate, it is still affected by the fate level, which makes Meng Zishe unlucky. The punch went wrong in the last stage, and failed to give full power. But just when the old monk thought he was about to succeed, Sima, who had just been slowed down by the backlash of the soul due to the formation being broken, finally reacted. She turned into a beautiful water sword shining with 7 stars, swept to the river at a very fast speed, and merged with the whole river before the stars fell into the water. With the Sima family's Shianai true water disrupting the situation, the old monk's plan to put away the magic weapon in a short time has failed. And at this moment, the Zuanwu mask on Meng Zishe's face suddenly fit tightly against his skin. After about 3 or 4 breaths, a mythical beast composed of a turtle and a snake appeared in his original position. The mythical beast roared and also rushed into the river below. This series of fights may sound complicated, but in fact it only took 10 seconds. The big fish that broke Sima formation didn't even have time to find a target that made it excited. But before the big fish that crashed into the reality could wreak havoc, a golden and red stick shot from outside Zhuangcheng at high speed and went straight through the body of the big fish. After all, it was just an illusion in Chazun's dream. Even if it still had power in this turning Zhuangcheng, it could not withstand the full force of the treasure soldiers. Bang! The big fish first stopped in midair, then broke into pieces, scattered all over the ground like broken glass, and the fragments disappeared immediately. After a long time, in the ruins of a house that had just collapsed due to the appearance of the Death Star, 2 figures dug through the broken bricks and came out in a panic. They were Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo, disciples of Ling Castle. Lin and Chu were ordered by Zhao Chen to set up a ceremony here and summon the phantom of the golden box 5 keys, which attracted the big fish. It was not until this time that they knew that they had been controlled by a mysterious existence and had no room for resistance. The two looked at each other and saw the pain and helplessness in each other's eyes. It's not that they didn't want to be angry, but they couldn't have such thoughts about that existence. Brother Lin, do you think the one who controls us is the demon who possessed the eldest brother? Chu Yunmo asked, after wiping her face. She attached the cleaning technique to her hand, making her face, which was dirty with dust, smooth again. No. The demon is at most the first level of Dangsun. but he doesn't have such ability. Lin Feng shook his head. He was more awed by the Xingcha after getting some memories of Wu Tangshan. Moreover, he felt that Wu Tangshan was closely related to the great being that controlled him. Ascending Zuan, Chu Yunmo's face became more solemn, but then he seemed to have lost his strength, and his whole shoulders collapsed, and he said in self-abandonment, "We should feel honored to be controlled by such a being. And he seems to be quite generous." Before the two of them carried out the mission, Zhao Chen gave each of them a magical power method as a reward. You know, although they are true disciples of Ling Castle, under normal circumstances, they can only get the method of refining 2 magical powers at most. If you want more gangsha spells that can spell magical powers, you either have to make contributions to the sect in exchange, or you have to find them yourself during your travels. The reward given by Zhao Chen is not only generous, but also very useful. So after listening to his junior sister's words, Lin Feng could only smile bitterly and said, "Look at the bright side. We have become the people of this great existence, so we don't have to worry about that devil coming to our door to kill us." At this time, in the 3rd level dream courtyard, the people who witnessed the departure of the big fish and Zhao Chen's opportunity to enter the starry sky giant eye finally reacted. Zenfan, who had just passively helped Zhao Chen to cooperate, was even more resentful, and was about to use his magical powers to fly into the sky. But as soon as he took off, he was forced back to his original position by the bullets that followed. Zenfan's spiritual sense swept and found that it was Yansen who raised his gun and pointed it at him. "You want to stop me too?" Zenfan's pupils turned blood red, and he said hatefully, "My main goal here is you." Yansen said calmly, "Helping the military investigate the location of Daozu and crossing Yi is secondary." At this time, Zenfan could no longer listen to any words, and he drew his gun and shot, fighting with Yansan. It is hard to imagine that Yansan, who had just been promoted to mana, was not inferior to Zenfan, who was forcibly promoted to the level of supernatural power. You know, supernatural power, even if it is only the 9th grade supernatural power, should be able to crush withering with dry wood and rotten wood when facing spells. But the bullets fired by Yansen ignored this rule, as if bullets at the level of spells could be no weaker than supernatural powers. On the other side, Su Hanshu was about to chase his ally when he was stopped by the old man surnamed Che, who had been crawling at the feet of the young master of the Mu family. It was obvious that the young master did not want anyone else to enter the next level of the restriction. However, the young master of the Mu family himself was also stopped by the King Beizian Lu. As for Ming Zuling, she was the only cultivator present who caught up with the big fish to solve the problem of the backflow of the water of desire and save the people of Zuancheng, although she also acted in this way according to Zhao Chen's orders. "You 2 supernatural powers also want to stop me?" The young master of the Mu family smiled contemptuously. "If I hadn't respected you as disciples of the Daoxan sect, you 2 would have died by now. Get out of here. Don't force me to kill you." Ling Zhenzi, one of the King Bei Immortal couple, sighed and said, "I'm sorry, young Master Mu. We are invited by the Happy Bodhisattva to stop you here for an incense stick of time. We also know that we are overestimating our own abilities, but it's hard to change our obsession. The Bodhisattva has given us conditions that we cannot refuse. And it's not just the 2 of us who want to stop you." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 supernatural powers of the Mu family, Mu Zitong and Mu Shixun, also led the family monks to surround them. "Just relying on your few supernatural powers? This is not interesting at all." The young master of the Mu family restrained all his expressions, as if he really didn't intend to save face for the Daoxan sect. At this moment, a shadow floated out from the talisman above the head of King Beizianlo and said coldly, "What about me, Emperor Zenzi?" After entering the giant's starry eye, Zhao Chen suddenly felt a suction force coming, and even the flying magic of Liangai Taoist robe could not keep him in the air, so he could only fall back to the ground. But at this moment, the magic weapon Xian Xingcha calendar originally placed in the Fengyuan hemming ring broke through the magic weapon restriction and flew out. Chapter 573 Chazun. Xian Xingcha calendar was obtained by Zhao Chen from Che Dinping, a direct descendant of the Che family. After the collector ability experience in advance, it was identified as the natal magic weapon of Xian Di Zenren Chazun. But since he knew that Chazun was promoted to Shengzuan Zhenjin with the help of Zhang crossing Hui, Zhao Chen had some new guesses about the result of this identification. Generally speaking, the natal magic weapon is upgraded with the realm of the owner, and since the Zhao calendar is still at the level of magic weapon, it means that when it is separated from Chazun and exists independently, the other party is still only in the Dongzuan realm. Well, the Che family's skills rely heavily on blood inheritance. Perhaps at the moment of promotion to Shengzuan, the real Chazun no longer exists. It is hard to say what the person after the promotion is, but from the fact that he still has his heart towards Moyun Zhenjin, it is likely that Chazun's spirit is still the dominant one. While all kinds of thoughts were turning in his mind, Zhao Chen looked around and found that he seemed to be in the world of oil painting, surrounded by mottled oil paint, and only in the far distance were there shining stars. The Zhao calendar flying in the air was emitting starlight, and in the mottled colors, a path leading to the depths of the painting was created. Zhao calendar is a real token to open Chazun's ruins. Following it shouldn't be too dangerous. Zhao Chen hesitated for only a moment before deciding to follow this magic weapon to see what the situation was. Anyway, there was the Star Chariot as a backup, and the one who manipulated his fate behind the scenes would not let himself fall easily. After all, if he died, all his previous investment would be wasted. I don't know how long it took, maybe a moment, maybe many years. Anyway, there is no concept of time in this abstract dream. In short, when Zhao Chen felt that he should have reached the end, a huge canvas appeared on the road paved by the Zhao calendar. A palace was outlined on the canvas with simple lines, and the gate of the palace was painted very realistically, as if it could really be pushed open. I have seen this palace painting in the 8 trigrams bright light mirror before. It is the 4th of the 5 paintings. It seems that I'm on the right path. Seeing this, Zhao Chen was certain in his heart, and then without any hesitation, he pushed the door on the canvas with his hand. The door slowly opened, but it was pitch black inside and nothing could be seen. After Zhao Chen observed with the dark eye for a few seconds, he saw that the Zhao calendar had disappeared into the darkness, and immediately stepped in and entered. The next moment, the surrounding scene changed rapidly, and a magnificent palace hall appeared in front of him. Using his spiritual sense to look at the surrounding scene, Zhao Chen's first feeling was that it looked familiar. After thinking about it for a while, he remembered where the familiar source came from. This place is very similar to the main hall of the Imperial Palace in Loi City. I have restarted it in that strange domain countless times, and I will never make a mistake. Well, I remember that after the city was polluted, it was destroyed by the true Lord Moyan himself. Why did Chazun arrange it like this? Zhao Chen frowned slightly, feeling that the secret of Loi City might be more complicated than he had imagined. That's right. Loi City is related to the layout of Dunding Xianzong Taoist master Taedaogen. How could it be simple? I still don't know why Taedaogen drove the Taeding to attack the Blood Moon that night. In addition, the Bodhisattva behind Fei Meng also issued me an unlimited time task, asking me to find the key to enter Loi City more than 8,000 years ago. Now it is unknown where the key is, but according to the dream of the old man surnamed Che, that Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo saw, the door leading to history Loi City is most likely in this relic. This is by no means a coincidence. It must be a targeted arrangement by Chazun and Moyan Zhenjin. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen saw the Zhao calendar float to the sky above the throne at the end of the palace by itself, and then stopped. Clatter. The pages of the Zhao calendar quickly turned, and finally a purple page was displayed, pointing at the throne. Then, a ray of light was cast from the pages, and gathered into a man who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was wearing a crimson-purple robe, heroic and casual. This man sat on the throne, overlooking Zhao Chen who was standing in the hall, nodded with satisfaction, and said with a smile, "You are the blood descendant of Mo Yun, and your previous experience has a considerable causal connection with her. Your fate has long been entangled with her. You also have my Zhao calendar, which makes you a truly suitable candidate." As he spoke, he suddenly let out a light huff and looked at Zhao Chen carefully for a few more times and said in surprise, "Your fate is related to the promised ship. Candidate? Well, although the consequences of being entangled with the fate of the candidate are unpredictable, Mo Yun has no better choice. Zhao Chen was a little confused by his monologue, but he still politely waited for him to finish talking to himself before interrupting. Senior, but is it Zhao Zengin in person? Projected from the Zhao Chen calendar, he muttered the same words just now. Zhao Chen was 70% to 80% sure that this person was Chazun. The man on the throne was slightly stunned by Zhao Chen's question, and then said in a kind tone, "You can call me Zhao Zhenren or Ziwei Zhenjin, but the name Zhao Zhenjin has never existed." Sure enough, generally speaking, the Taoist name will not change after being promoted from Dongxun to Shengxun, unless he is no longer pure. In addition, Ziwei, this is the title of the Grand Master of all things, the Emperor of all golden immortals, who is supported by all the stars. Can you, a Shengxuan who has achieved it with difficulty, bear it? Aren't you afraid of backlash? Those evil monsters in the Zhangxing society gave you this title. I'm afraid they have no good intentions. Oh, you have been killed by the backlash? That's okay. Zhao Chen complained in his heart, but on the surface he saluted respectfully and said, "Greetings to Ziwei Zhenjin. I wonder what you meant by what you said just now." He paused, then said, "By the way, a divine thought from Happy Bodhisattva used you in the dream to enter here. Her purpose is unknown, so please take precautions early." In fact, Zhao Chen had some guesses about what Chazun said, but since the other party was so easy to talk to, he might as well ask the truth. Of course, it was also natural to give the Happy Bodhisattva a thumbs up. Haha. Chazun laughed and said playfully, "In fact, I'm just an illusion left in the dream. The real me has already died in that place." Then he turned his head, as if looking at something from a distance, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Since the Landu Bodhisattva took advantage of the situation, he will never be able to get here. You are also an illusion in the dream? Didn't you come out of the Zhao Chen calendar?" Zhao Chen knew that Chazun's real body had fallen, so he only thought that the person in front of him was a clone or a thought that the other party had arranged in advance in the Zhao Chen calendar. As if seeing through Zhao Chen's thoughts, Chazun explained patiently, "If I really had divine consciousness or spiritual power left, it would not be called death, because it is very simple to come back to life again through them. And what you see here is just my magical power, the remnant of my power. You should know that the foundation magical power of my Che family, the change of stars, can record and store the magical powers encountered and return them back at the right time. And the me here is essentially a magic power, which was returned by the change of stars contained in the Zhao Chen calendar. Well, your act of bringing the Zhao Chen calendar into here is the condition for triggering the return. So that's it. So the Zhao Chen calendar is the real token of this relic." However, while Zhao Chen suddenly realized it, he had a new question. "Then you who married the divine consciousness of Landu Bodhisattva? Question mark? That is also a magical power that contains part of my power and memory, but it was preserved by the horn of the five power god. However, when this magical power was recorded, I was already the true Lord Ziwei, and my obsession with Mo Yun was even deeper, and my possessiveness of her became increasingly paranoid, which allowed the Bodhisattva Landu to take advantage of it." Ha. Chazun sneered here, and continued, "But no matter who I was at that time, or who I'm now, it is impossible for Bodhisattva Landu to get his wish." Hearing this, Zhao Chen's previous guess seemed to be confirmed, and he hurriedly asked, "Could it be that Bodhisattva Landu wants the body of true Lord Mo Yun?" He had seen the scene when Chazun witnessed the fall of Lord Moyun from the sky, when he and Muzerang looked at each other. Although Lord Moyun had no breath at that time, his body was still intact. Yes, she found so many people, including you, the descendant of Moyun, to witness, not just to give me a beautiful dream. The biggest goal is naturally to make the false become true, and try to eliminate the calamity when occupying Moyun's body. For the Huangzi lineage, this is a fortune second only to the remains of the great bodhisattvas. Unfortunately, although the palace she was taken to has most of my legacy, it does not have the real Moyun. After Chazun confirmed Zhao Chen's guess, he stretched out his hand and a scroll flew from the shelf in the corner of the palace and fell into his hand. The scroll was then unfolded, and Zhao Chen's spiritual consciousness easily recognized that the scene shown in the painting was Loi City. This is the door leading to Loi City 8,000 years ago. It seems that you have recognized it. This is the door corresponding to our history. After Mo Yun was defeated by that person, he actually still had a glimmer of hope, but I couldn't grasp it, and I didn't have time to grasp it. Fortunately, Mo Yun had prepared a backup plan thousands of years ago, so I forcibly killed a candidate who used me as a human calamity. Well, that is, Wu-Tang Shen, and borrowed his special relationship with the Ship of Promise to send Mo Yun's body into the falling moon city in the mist of history. Reliable history is set and cannot be changed, but everything is possible before the mist of history dissipates. That is Mo Yun's glimmer of hope. What's more, when Mo Yun destroyed Falling Moon City that year, it seems that he had arranged some means in advance. As Chazun told Zhao Chen about his plan with Mo Yun's engine, Zhao Chen's heart was also in turmoil. Was the body of Mo Yun's engine sent into the historical mist of Falling Moon City? Or did he use the killed Wu-Tang Shen? Mo Yun's engine really took one step and looked 10 steps ahead, and he was so calculating. Could the dispute between Taedaojin and Blood Moon be related to this? Zhao Chen pondered for a few seconds and asked directly. But Chazun shook his head and said, I'm just a magical power. I cannot and should not carry the knowledge about Mo Yun's backup plan. So I don't know. Don't know? You don't even know this, and you still expect me to enter history and help you revive Mo Yun? Although Chazun didn't say it explicitly, Zhao Chen had roughly guessed his purpose. Haha. Chazun laughed again. You look so thoughtful, just like Mo Yun back then, but you guessed one thing wrong. What? Zhao Chen frowned again. That is, I don't plan to entrust you to do anything, but just give the right thing to the right person at the right time. As for the rest, it all depends on whether Mo Yun can take this opportunity to survive the catastrophe. Of course, you need to note that this is only my opinion at this moment. If it were me who was more obsessed, it would be hard to say. At this point, he paused for a few seconds, and while throwing the painting in his hand to Zhao Chen, he stopped talking about this topic and said, however, if your actions are beneficial to Mo Yun, I will still pay you some reward. Zhao Chen subconsciously took the painting, or the door, and knew in his heart that he really couldn't get around this matter. After all, the Bodhisattva's mission was there. Even if it was unlimited time, could he really never do it? What's more, he had taken so many benefits from Mo Yun's engine and even incorporated her cave in Taoism. I'm afraid that this cause and effect will have to be repaid sooner or later. In fact, if Mo Yun's engine could really be resurrected, Zhao Chen would be relieved and feel more relaxed. Put the reward aside first. Do you know where the key to this door is? Zhao Chen asked, after putting away the picture. That key. After sending the magic cloud into history and sealing this relic, I threw the key away on purpose, and now I don't know where it fell. But with the map, you should be able to find it within a year or two under the guidance of fate. Chazun replied, I was in a very bad state at the time, and I didn't know when I might be controlled by the evil spirits of the All-Stars Society. Naturally, I wouldn't put all the things that could lead to that place of history in one place. It would be best if even I didn't know where it was. So, speaking of which, you were hunted by the All-Stars Society because you stole their credentials for boarding the ship. By the way, where is a complete all things in the world carrier as a credential? Since he thought of that thing, Zhao Chen asked it. Of course I sent it into history together. Otherwise, no matter how well this heart world relic is hidden, it would have been found by the All-Stars Society long ago. Chazun answered casually. Then do you understand the complete all things in the world? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574, All Things. One of Zhao Chen's initial purposes for coming to this Heart Realm ruins was to obtain the complete all things in the world magical power. Although he now knows that the carrier of the complete all things in the world has been sent into history, Chazun in front of him has held that thing for a long time, so he must be able to do it. You want to learn the complete all things in the world? Chazon was speechless and shook his head. The reason why it was split up and there are many incomplete versions is because it carries the cause and effect of the star god, and even the many demons of the star society cannot bear it. At this point, he suddenly stopped talking, looked at Zhao Chen carefully, and his attitude changed again. However, since you are a candidate, you may not know. His voice became lower and lower until Zhao Chen's spiritual consciousness could no longer hear it. And Zhao Chen also learned from the few words revealed by Chazon that the complete all things in the world magical power might not be so easy to practice. After Qin Sheng cultivated the great magical power blood god diagram of the blood demon lineage, he attracted the human calamity of the Dangsuan level. We can know that every first grade great magical power will not be easy to pass. However, Zhao Chen did not care too much. After all, none of the magical powers he had chosen were simple. One more Senluo Wangxiang would not be too many. He would just find a way to eliminate the calamity when the time comes. What's more, I'm afraid that the star god has been involved with me for a long time. When Zhao Chen sighed secretly, he saw the phantom of Chazon sitting on the throne stretching out his hand again, taking a book from the shelf in the corner, and said leisurely, the magical power of Senluo Wangxiang is roughly divided into 3 parts, which are also its 3 images. They are power of everything, circulation of everything, and creation of the true world. Among them, the power of everything is the most widely spread, and many forces have it. On the surface, it is only ranked 3rd grade, and can simulate the magic spells and magical powers that have been learned, but the effect and power are much worse. But even so, its mystery is much higher than other 3rd grade magical powers. Zhao Chen nodded slightly when he heard this. Meng Zuling's main magical power is this millions of things power of everything, and the strength she showed is indeed stronger than Tang Mao, who is also 3rd grade. In addition, I remember that the blood droplet who had privately contacted Zhao Ruan in Shuzhou and was encountered by Meng Zuling pointed out that the millions of things she possessed lacked the power of circulation and creation. It turned out that the so-called power of circulation and creation refers to the circulation of all things and the creation of the real world. While his thoughts were turning, Zhao Chen heard Chazon, who was in a leisurely posture, continue to say, and the circulation of all things is actually the shifting of the stars of my Che family, which can record and store spells and magical powers that attack itself and return them at the right time. This magical power is misunderstood by many as a great magical power because of its mystery, but it is actually only of the 2nd grade, otherwise I would not have been easily sealed by Tezus''Demon King binding magical power. He laughed at himself, then looked at Zhao Chen, and said meaningfully, as for the final creation of the true world, it is possible to create out of thin air those magic powers that only exist in legends or myths. The specific power depends on the depth and breadth of the spread of those stories. The more people agree with it, the more real it is. Zhao Chen naturally understood the elegant meaning of the song, and said thoughtfully, this sounds similar to the method of Liandu Bodhisattva's refining the false into the true. That's right. Her trick was originally derived from creation in the real world, and she also added a lot of spiritual laws to it. But because of this, it can only be used in the mental world. In reality, Chazon shook his head, as if he looked down on the methods of Bodhisattva Liandu, and said, the combination of power of all things, circulation of all things and creation in the real world, is the complete all things in the world. It can directly create a personal thing in a widely sung story, and let that personal thing have all the memories and abilities in the story, as if they really traveled through time and space, and came to our world. This is essentially the manipulation of knowledge, or information. There are even rumors that some of the ancient gods, Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas were not simply impersonated, but were created by someone using the all things in the world magical power. Of course, if you want to achieve this, you have to at least reach the level of Mo Yun. Even I can only create some characters at the Dangsuan level. So the true appearance of the magical power of Senluo Wangxiang is like this. Creating people or things in the story, the current Xingcha seems unable to do it. It is worthy of being a great magical power related to the star god. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Chazon on the throne. You created it with the magical power of Senluo Wangxiang, right? Combined with the stories that have been passed down about you? As a pioneer general who defected to Zhao Song, Chazun is currently portrayed as a relatively upright person in the Daxia storybook. He is praised for his magnanimity, righteousness, and integrity. So the person in front of him seems more generous? Very smart. Chazun nodded with a smile. Yes, I was created by Senluo Wangxiang, but I borrowed the power of the certificate for boarding, so I can still exist after my body fell. After all, I'm not a Taoist, nor have I taken that step like Mo Yun, which can barely be regarded as a part of the Great Dao, and my own power can last forever. Especially when I was created, my body was only at the Dangxian realm, so it could only split out the Zion Deacon Shanli, and it could only survive by chance, by nourishing it with the power of magic weapons. Only by coming to this palace can I appear and meet the destined person. Next, he took the booklet and narrated in detail the complete magical power of Senluo Wangxiang, and added many of his own insights and previous applications, which made Zhao Chen fascinated. An unknown amount of time had passed before Zhao Chen suddenly came to his senses after Chazun's voice stopped. He then bowed to the throne with all his heart. Thank you for your teachings, Immortal. Although this ancestor of the Che family always mentioned Mo Yun when he spoke, he was still a nice person. At least in this story, he had a really good personality, a bit like the gentle second male lead in a CEO novel. You're welcome. In the final analysis, it's Mo Yun, and I who have imposed some heavy destinies on you that shouldn't have been born. Chazun, who was dressed in a crimson robe, waved his hand gently, then took a few more volumes of books, and said with a smile, the cause and effect attached to the Senluo Wangxiang magical power is too overbearing. It's hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse for you, and it's not much of a reward. The real reward I'm giving you is this. As he said that, he showed the cover of the book for Zhao Chen's spiritual consciousness to check. Zhao Chen didn't want to be too greedy for Chazun's things. He wanted him to answer a few more questions. But after seeing the cover, he changed his mind. Because it was written with 4 big characters: the Book of Thieves. The Book of Thieves. Isn't that the classic of thieves? How come it is here? When he was deeply puzzled, he heard Chazun said, judging from your expression, you have seen this method, right? Zhao Chen nodded slightly. I have obtained the middle and lower parts of this method. The middle part came from Sun Kun, a subordinate of Yiqing. He once obtained a related method in a certain strange domain, and the lower part was not complete. It was sorted out by Ming Zuling from her database. Middle part? Lower part? Chazun was confused at first, but then he seemed to sense something and laughed. Haha, it turns out that some of the skills we passed down were sorted out by those little guys, and they added their own experience and compiled them into the so-called middle part. And the lower part was pieced together from the skills offered by those people with ulterior motives later. He seemed very happy, and it took a long time before he restrained his smile. He recalled and narrated, after the fall of Demon Cloud, I closed this relic of the Heart Realm and went out to avoid being hunted by the All-Stars Society. Fortunately, there is a Zhao Chen Xingcha guarding the territory of Daza, and the power of the All-Stars Society is difficult to project in. Even though I was heavily polluted and in a very bad state, I once lost all my power and became immortal, but I was lucky enough to survive again and again. During this period, I made some friends and formed a loose sect called Dao Men with them. And this the Book of Thieves is the sect's foundational skills that I and several friends have deduced together. It contains 2 first-grade magical powers, 3 second-grade magical powers, and 5 third-grade magical powers, pointing directly to the ascending Zuan realm. Fei Meng mentioned to me that there is a first-grade magical power in the Book of Thieves that is very similar to the shifting of stars, but it seems to be true. Could it be that you created it? While Zhao Chen was complaining in his heart, Chazun went on to say, the 2 first-grade magical powers are called shape-changing and transferring flowers and jade. Shape-shifting is what my friend realized during the disaster of transfiguration. It can be regarded as the most advanced magical power of changing one's appearance in this world. At the beginning, he even used it to deceive the great ancestor of Great Zaya. And transferring flowers and jade is what I improved from the flow of all things in the universe. I changed its source from star god to the magic cloud, which barely made it into the first grade category. Its effect is also better than the flow of all things in the universe, or the shift of stars. Not only is it a magical power, but even objects, ideas, etc. can be stored remotely. The Royal Yellow Dragon Cup was stolen by a few of us in this way. TSK. It turns out that you and your friends stole the cup 300 years ago. Well, your friend who created the so-called shaper-shifting magical power is probably also a Shengsu in existence, right? Otherwise, it is unlikely to create a first-grade magical power, even if it is an improved one. Tu Shengsu led the team to steal the treasure. No wonder he was able to escape from the palace unscathed, and the Ming family didn't pursue it too much. Wait, 300 years ago. In other words, you lived at least 300 years ago, before you really fell. Or even later. How long have you been hiding in Daksha? There seems to be no exact time for the death of Master Moyan. We only know that after the unification of Daksha, the demon sect was surrounded and suppressed, and it was not until 1,000 years ago that it was completely wiped out. Is this what is called no reliable history? Because Master Moyan was sent into the fog of history by Chazun, everyone only knows that she seems to have fallen, but they don't know the exact time and place of falling. Did Chazun really fall? Zhao Chen thought so and asked directly. Seeing the question, Chazun nodded very affirmatively and said nonchalantly, I'm very sure that I fell, otherwise this relic would not be opened at all. Even if it was because of an accident, the me in another dream was released from the corner of the 5 gods in advance. It is impossible. And if the main body had not fallen, I would never have released the core of the seal, that is, the horn of the 5-way god, along the sea of desire. Because this is Mo Yun's last hope. In other words, as long as your main body is still alive, he is the guarantee for the resurrection of Mo Yun's engine. Only if you fall, the backup plan here will be activated. Zhao Chen roughly understood what Chazun meant. In other words, you and your friends went to the royal family to steal treasures in order to resurrect Mo Yun's engine. Yes. Although I don't remember the specific function of the Yellow Dragon Cup, I vaguely remember that after bringing it and several other items stolen from the major sects and families to a special place, you can realize any wish. However, I also fell in that special place. At this point, Chazun glanced at Zhao Chen and said directly, don't ask me where that place is and what the other items are. I don't know at this time. Even the Yellow Dragon Cup, it was only because of your cognition of it that it was reflected in this heart palace and was remembered by me. You, an ascended Zuan, also died in that so-called special place. That is really a place where wishes can be fulfilled, not a trap. In addition, this knowledge is indeed quite secret, and my investigator position is only a step away from being completely mastered. Zhao Chen's thoughts raced, and he asked again, so, can you tell me who are the friends who stole the treasure with you? Did they also die in that special place? About them, I have very few impressions. I don't know if it is affected by that place, or the main body doesn't want me to know, so the information about them is almost zero. Chazun hesitated for a moment and continued, however, from the practice method of the magical power of shaper shifting, we can still see some background. I guess this magical power is derived from the secret records of weird methods of the 10,000 Beasts Gate. In other words, my friend is most likely a high-level official of the 10,000 Beasts Gate. As for whether he died in that place, have you heard that in the past 300 years, any of the true lords of the 10,000 Beasts sect had any accidents? Hearing this question, a sentence flashed through Zhao Chen's mind. The former leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect turned into a Daoni, poisoned Liao Zhao, and was expelled from the border of Daksha by the 3 Shengzuan true lords. That was what Fei Meng said when she and he first participated in the historical mist mission, and the other party popularized the knowledge of Daoni. If this former leader is really Chazun's friend, what kind of place is that special place? After the 2 Shengzuans came into contact with it, one of them died on the spot, and the other turned into a Daoni after returning to the sect for many years. Zhao Chen's heart was itching because he was just a little bit away, and his progress in playing the position of the talisman would reach the limit. As for my other friends, I can't remember them clearly, but there should be a demon from the Xingyan temple among them. It was also the demon that helped me build this palace in the Heart Realm. We should be very good friends, but now I can't remember any of its characteristics at all. It seems that there is a gap between us. Did it do something to let me down? Betrayed me? Chazun was confused as he spoke. Xingcha Temple Demon. Betrayal. A name that was once quite familiar, but now somewhat forgotten quickly crossed Zhao Chen's mind. Mahoraga. Chapter 575 Learning and Obsession. Mahoraga, the enemy of Master Huang Jiagong, the final boss of the historical mist mission in Shijin Mountain, a great evil who likes to make friends, but suddenly backstabs the other party after trusting him. He is also the follower of the evil god source of heart demon worshipped by Xingcha Temple. Because most of its spirit is used to maintain the great supernatural power Tanzangke Mandala to block a special land, and its main soul is trapped in the historical mist, it is bad luck, and is eventually swallowed by Fei Meng, and turned into her Mahoraga body. Is it also a friend of Chazun? It even helped him build this relic. No wonder King Guyan told me before that Dao Zuan crossing Yi is closely related to Senluo Wangxiang, and this treasure of the Che family contains clues to the complete Senluo Wangxiang. I was wondering which lady she had taken over, but it turned out that she got it from Mahoraga. Well, Chazun and his friends took the yellow dragon cup and other items to the place that was said to satisfy all wishes, and in the end some died, some became Taoists. During this period, they might have been betrayed by Mahoraga. In this way, I have a guess about the strange place that Chazun mentioned, the forbidden area in the back mountain of Yuan sect. The place that even the real person from the remaining thief sect was willing to risk his life to explore. The place that was sealed by Mahoraga with the Garbha world mandala. Could it be that Mahoraga deliberately triggered the danger, leading to the death of Chazun and others? Unfortunately, Fei Meng said that Mahoraga deliberately erased his memory of that special place, resulting in the inability to know the details. The only thing that is certain is that it is indeed very dangerous there. Zhang Wangyang, who was in the first realm of Dongsun, only took a look at the periphery and was forced to reincarnate at the risk of not being able to solve the mystery of the womb. Mahoraga and Chazun, who was Shengsun, also forcibly erased the relevant memories and dared not recall. Well, the catastrophe in Yuan sect that caused the master to abandon his true body should have been decades ago, and I don't know if it was the same time that Chazun and others made a wish. As his thoughts were mixed, Zhao Chen became more and more wary of the forbidden area of Yuan sect and couldn't help but worry about Feng Kang, who was going to Anai alone. Fortunately, according to the news reported by Zeduo Hong, the Yuan sect is still relatively stable. As long as you don't touch certain taboos, it's normal. At this time, Chazun also recovered from the confusion of memory loss. He smiled again. Let's not talk about these things I have forgotten. In this dream, although time has no meaning, the power stored in the Xian Dekinshan calendar is limited. I'd better tell you the content of the reward first. Then, just like when he explained the Senluo Wangxiang magical power before, he explained the content of the Thief Saint treasure book in a simple and easy to understand way. In response, Zhao Chen naturally gathered his thoughts, listened carefully, and raised some of his own doubts from time to time. Until the last page of the book was turned, Chazun finally stopped, waved his hand and let the volumes fly back to the shelf in the corner. The fallen Xian Zenran said gently, "You can practice the magical powers in the Book of Thieves at will. They will not bring you any calamities anymore. In this way, you can repay the fate that Mo Yun and I have imposed on you. I know you want to ask me for some secret knowledge to balance the impact of your talisman position, but my remaining memory is limited, and I'm afraid I can't help you too much." Having said that, he paused for a moment, looked around the four corners of the palace, and continued, "Some of Mo Yun's and my collections are in another spiritual palace, which is the other one I took Lion Du Bodhisattva to." Lion Du Bodhisattva. In ancient times, she didn't dare to call herself a bodhisattva. She was just the Lion Du goddess, one of the 9 goddesses under the seat of the real happy bodhisattva. Hey, I've gone off topic again. What I mean is, there's nothing too precious in the palace of that me, just some floating wealth. It's the same here. On the shelves in the four corners are books that are a collection of the knowledge I remember. You can browse them at will. There's no big danger for a candidate like you. Anyway, I won't talk anymore, and try to save some energy, so that you can read more. You should also pay attention to my situation at all times. Once you find that my body has become transparent, leave here. This palace is my dream. If I don't exist, it will collapse. If you have other questions, you can try to find another me. He was created by the original body after ascending to the mysterious with the Senluo Wangxiang magical power. He relies on the power of Wu Tangshan. He should know more and can exist longer. After speaking, the man in crimson purple robes and heroic appearance slowly closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. Zhao Chen did not dare to disturb him anymore. No matter how easy this person was to talk to, he was a creation of the Shengsuan True Lord, and he was also a True Lord named Ziwei. Naturally, he could not disobey what he said. At least Zhao Chen did not dare to do it now. He took a deep breath and did not think about how Lion Du turned from a celestial maiden into a bodhisattva. Instead, he cast the magic spell and came to the shelf in the corner of the palace at a very fast speed and read the knowledge in a hurry. In the courtyard of the third layer of the dream, the King Bei immortal couple used the talisman as a medium and their own heart as a bridge to summon the Emperor Zenzi, who was the highest in the realm of the seven sons of Hualuo, to come and barely stop the son of the Mu family. But no matter how amazing and brilliant Emperor Zenzi was, and how he opened up his own path, he was only a real person of the first realm of Dongsun, and it was only his Dharma image that came from the air, which was no match for the son of the Mu family. In other words, the time that could stop him for one stick of incense was the limit. Along with the appearance of a vague, but extremely majestic figure, the Black Sky Demon King with a murderous aura shattered in an instant, causing Emperor Zenzi, who was far away on Fangshang Island, to scream and fall into a coma. Ling Zenzi and Yuan Zhen Sanren in the courtyard were not much better. Not only did the blue-white spiritual talisman on their heads turn into dust, but their auras also declined rapidly, and soon dropped to the level of only 2 or 3 turns of mana. As for Mu Zitong and Mu Shixun, the two Mu family supernatural powers, and those Mu family cultivators who became house servants, their seas of consciousness were like being poured with boiling molten iron, and they were in great pain, and could not even think. This is the power of the true body, the 4 bases of the star. It's really powerful. It is said that among the 5 kinds of true bodies that can be condensed by the Jinsao Mu family's clan stabilizing technique 5 stars and 7 yuans avoid constant dew, the central star Zenzin true emperor body is the most powerful. It's true. Ling Zenzi let out a breath, but smiled and sighed. Mercury wards off disasters, Jupiter brings prosperity, Mars eliminates misfortunes, Tebei wards off soldiers, the 4 stars are in power. My Mu family's magical powers all have their own characteristics and do not need your evaluation. The young master of the Mu family retracted his true body, took out a pill from the storage bag and swallowed it, then stared at the King Bei immortal couple and asked in a rather playful tone, "You, and that Zenzi paid such a huge price just for the so-called infatuation? What exactly is that infatuation? What did joyful Bodhisattva promise you?" He was not in a hurry to enter the next level of the dream at this moment, because his intuition told him that the 2 people in front of him might give quite interesting answers. Since the delaying task given by joyful Bodhisattva had been completed, the King Bei immortal couple did not hide anything. Yuan Zhen Sanren, who was in a better condition, said, "You should know that we, the 7 Hualuo disciples, are all connected in mind and can die for any one of us." Just like this time, senior brother Zenzi did not even ask why, but responded to our prayers and sent his Dharma image here. Although Yuan Zhen Sanren was already middle-aged, her pale complexion and delicate features still made her look pitiful. The young master of the Mu family just glanced at her and motioned her to continue. Then you should be able to imagine how big a hole the death of junior brother Zhao Zenzi would leave in the hearts of the 6 of us. That hole is constantly eating away at our hearts, tormenting us so much that even senior brother Zenzi, who is determined and brilliant, suffers from it and cannot get rid of it. When Yuan Zhen Sanren said this, his eyes suddenly burst into a fascinating light, and he continued, "When we learned from joyful Bodhisattva that the owner of this relic might have mastered the secret method of resurrection, can you imagine how excited we were? So you cooperated with joyful Bodhisattva?" The young master of the Mu family sneered, "I feel that you are even more abnormal than me. Haven't you ever thought that joyful Bodhisattva is lying to you? No, this is not a scam, because we consumed all our merits in exchange for the once in a lifetime opportunity to ask the ancestor a question, and the answer we got was true. Ling Zhenzi answered from the side. After regulating his breathing, he recovered a little. Oh. The Taishio asking the way ceremony of the Taoist Immortal sect? As far as I know, this lantern ceremony can only be used by cultivators who practice the skills passed down by Taishio. It can only be used once in a lifetime, and it requires a huge price. The so-called merits are just appetizers. Although the answers to the questions asked by this lantern ritual can only give answers such as yes and true or false, the accuracy rate is very high, not inferior to the Star God surrendering ritual at all. The young master of the Mu family was suddenly enlightened, and then showed an interested look, muttering to himself, the secret technique of resurrection. It seems that the happy bodhisattva did not lie to me. There are really many things in the ruins of Chazun that can excite me. It's just that the bodhisattva is a little greedy and actually wants to take all the benefits for himself. Is he trying to control me with this? He sneered and did not intend to kill the blue and white fairy couple in front of him and flew straight to the giant eye in the starry sky. After all, the face of the Taoist sect still had to be given. This time, no one stopped him. As he left, the other battles also came to an end. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.